and just this way we have the audience at least coming in. And so I've just started, and I'll expect the link from yourself, and then we can do with it from there. And what I'll expect, I'm going to go mute, and while you go look for that link, Pack One, you can start talking some trivia, okay? Get us caught up on everything going on in your world, all right? Pack One, I'll count on you to hold the stage. Pack One?
Okay, I got I have the link. I guess I'll hold the stage if he's not available, which is fine. I do have some material lined up.
Okay, good. Pack One, did you hear anything I said?
I'm here. Yeah, no, I didn't. I have to, my wife called me. I gotta run upstairs for a second.
Okay.
Just for a second.
Yes, just let us know when you return, and you can do so verbally. Thank you. And so at any rate,
all right.
Jason.
So I guess I'll start us off with something interesting.
And I'll go mute while you do that, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll start off with the terrifying history of Russia's nuclear
Okay, I'm
submarine
mute, so
graveyard.
you can talk to me.
The equivalent of 6.5 Hiroshimas lies just beneath the ocean surface.
Yeah.
In the icy waters of North Russia, discarded submarine nuclear reactors.
And then I'll go mute and I'll be able to ask you some final questions about function.
Still fully fueled. It's only a matter of time before the sustained corrosion allows seawater to eat away at the abandoned uranium, causing an uncontrolled release of radioactivity into the Arctic. For decades, the Soviet Union used the desolate Kara Sea as their dumping grounds for nuclear waste. Thousands of tons of nuclear material, nearly 6.5 times the radiation released at Hiroshima. Well, I would imagine it'd be even greater than that. I mean, considering that they had tested things that were in the megaton range, went into the ocean. The underwater nuclear junkyard includes at least 14 unwanted reactors and an entire crippled submarine that the Soviets deemed proper decommissioning too dangerous and expensive. Today, this corner cutting haunts the Russians. A rotting submarine reactor fed by an endless supply of ocean water might re-achieve criticality. Belching. Oh, hey, hey, Brendan. Would you like to, I guess, come on and share some trivia with us?
Oh, Brendan, we're live, so you can read your haiku. You can read your haiku if you wish, Brendan. We're live, so go ahead.
Oh, yes. If you don't mind, I don't
yes, I'm going to go mute, so I'll count on you to hold the stage. It's all yours. And thank you, Jameson.
I have, about 6 minutes, so I'll read my haiku.
Okay.
If you don't mind, Jameson.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and take the stage.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Okay. So yeah, I've been writing haikus lately, so I figured I'd share them. And they're in the Zen tradition, they're basically these poems. The rule is 575 of syllables. Excuse me. And the general idea is to have it be spontaneous, and as it is with Taoism and Zen, it's you want to be as spontaneous and nature-based as possible. So here's a few of mine. And most of these were done, or I only have 3 or 4, so I have 5 of them.
Yeah, fuck you.
Let's see how many I can get. Is everything okay? Okay. But basically the ones I have here are done in the moment, in nature, as per the rules of haiku. So here's the first one. Stars in the sky. Wow. Colors, beautiful, vibrant, final, perfection. So that was the first one. And then the second. Owls, silent flight. Swift as the breeze. Quiet. Call in the distance. And then this next one I like because it reminds me of a spot I go to. and I wrote this one about the tree that I sit next to. So it says, "Tree on the hill perched, curious roots
Speak loudly,
maintaining
please, so I can hear you. I'm
a
deaf in my
solid
right ear.
foundation."
Everything should be functioning on Firefox normally.
And then,
The only
and then I
difference
also
between
have like a
that and
planetary
Google Chrome
series
is
that I'm not
the
done with,
shapes
but
of the tabs.
this one is the start of that. I was going to write
You
3
should
per
be able to
planet,
move around
graha,
the
or
thing.
like planetary body.
Changes
So the first
to
one is Mars.
anything,
Mars, the
Look at
Emperor,
Gmail,
Divine's
you're signed
agent,
in,
ruler of
do
Hades,
all that stuff.
activation.
Firefox will get you up and running.
And that this one's
You
interesting
can function.
right
Alright,
now
thank
because
you.
Mars is
God
like
bless you.
directly overhead.
I don't know.
It's about to join. The moon is about to join with
This is all I have.
Right, I understand.
Mars and Uranus
And this is really all I can tell
in the
you.
sign of Aries soon, like within the next 20 hours or so.
Okay,
So it's interesting that it's right overhead.
If I have any questions, I'll call later.
And
but
then
it
there's an
won't be anything
unfinished
emergent.
one that I have that I'll
Just
just say
because
now
it's a
because
Thank you.
I don't know when I'll have time to finish it,
And
but it was when I went to the
guaranteed I won't be calling
Redwoods
you
recently.
tonight.
I wrote something.
Thank you.
Pillars of the sky, redwood trees, ancient, divine. So I have to finish that one. But yeah, so those are my haikus. And yeah, like haiku, like I was saying, it comes from Zen, but it's like a Japanese. It's something more akin to like, I don't know, do we have something like this in the West? Probably not. But a lot of Westerners were doing it in like the 1800s. I think, what's his name? Some of the British like authors were like doing their own forms of haiku. So the 575 rule is works really well with the Japanese language, but in English you kind of have a little more wiggle room with the 575 kind of deal, because like 575 is hard to stick to in English. But I managed to do it like on some of these. I'll read one of them again here, just to get the idea. If anyone wants to write their own haikus, that's like the rule. And these are all really nice. Like I don't know which one's my favorite yet, but I think I like the star one. Stars in the sky. Wow. So that's 5. Colors, beautiful, vibrant. And that was when I wrote that line. I was thinking of like Sirius, the star Sirius, which is very, very colorful, and it's one of the brighter stars. And then final perfection. So like that's 5 syllables again. So that's kind of the idea, and like I'll work on them more. Eventually, I'll get to the point where I have more. But so that was my haiku list there.
That was nice. It's very interesting.
You could also channel your views too, Jameson. It doesn't have to always be positive.
Well, yeah, I kind of built that reputation around myself.
So, gentlemen, on a more practical problem, can you, gentlemen, help me? I may not be able to do this tonight, but how do I access Google Drive on Firefox? Is that even possible?
Yeah, go to your Gmail and then go to the top right. Where the
Okay, so we'll do
squares
this.
are.
We'll do this in a second. Let me get this set up, and then we'll do that. Actually, since you're available only now, so let's try and do that now. Let me save what I've got now, and then I'll go back to editing that later. So, what am I supposed to do to go to Gmail? Let me see. So inbox Douglas Twain Teacher. Go to my Gmail and go up to the right hand corner and where?
Yeah, there's like some squares up there.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
Click on the squares.
Oh, I
And
see. Thank
Then
God.
scroll down. It should have the options.
And
somewhere.
then it's got the drive. Okay, so there. Thank God. Without you, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So now you can go back to work soon in peace. I'm not dismissing you at all. Stay with us as long as you can, as long as you want.
I have like 2 more minutes.
Yeah, please use them to the fullest. Now that you've got me back in Drive, we're pretty set. So I'm on the, I guess the YouTube. I've got on through Firefox. What we had to do is we had to get rid of Google and go into Firefox. And so
That's the best choice possible.
is it really? Yeah. And the
I
problem
can
is,
teach you how to optimize it later at a later time.
yes, we will do that.
Like it could block ads and stuff. It can make YouTube much better too.
Excellent, excellent. And so what we're going to do is, right now, again, you gentlemen hold the stage, and what I'm going to do is make certain my door is locked, because my 3D graphics modeler just left. And you guys hold the stage, and I'll be right back, okay? Thank you.
Right. And what were you saying, James?
Well, I found it interesting that you brought up Sirius in the haiku, and you mentioned final, because,
Yeah.
to some degree, and there are some that believe that, when we die, our spirits go through that star.
Yes.
At least, if I'm not sure of how accurate I am, but at least in the Masonic practices,
No,
they
you're
seem
right.
to.
Yeah.
They
That's
seem
why
to
the
have.
Egyptians had like the pyramids pointed to that spot. Like they wanted to go out, like their souls out of like the creation. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and the Sirius star is a yeah, it's a very powerful star in
Right.
at least Masonic rituals.
Definitely.
If I It's kind of like, I know in demonic magic we use the star Algol. So there's
Yes.
and if we look at what Aleister Crowley was into, if we go into the Typhonian traditions, I think, I'm not certain, but I think they might refer to the star Vela, because Vela
Yes.
is known as the silver star, but it's also known as the silver lady.
I forget where that one's at. I think it's in Draconis, isn't it? Or something like that.
No, I'm assuming this conversation came up because of the haiku. Somehow the haiku directed us to this. Okay.
It was about stars, yeah.
Okay, so go back to that. I'll be back in a second. And if you leave before I get back, Brendan, know we all love you and welcome you back. What's that?
I have to go now. I have
Okay.
to go right now.
Well, we adore you. Thank you so much. And you have a blessed
thank you for
night.
letting me say my haikus and bore everybody.
No, it was wonderful. And
Thanks a lot, Brent.
thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jameson. I want to talk to you more about like the stars.
Yeah, and I want to
No doubt.
speak with you soon about optimizing everything. So thank you, Brendan.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, much love, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Yes, and Jameson, I'll count on you to hold the stage until Pac 1 gets back. Hopefully he lets us, he allows us to know when he's returned. And in the meantime, explain to people that we have technical, the normal technical challenges that are beyond any normal comprehension that
Yes.
are going on right now that we're contending with. And I'm going to go mute. You hold the stage. Tell people about the technical issues. You don't need to give the details. Just say we're dealing with them right now, and that I'm adapting to using a completely different search engine on which to work and produce, and that I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay. So.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the basics of what we're going through is, Douglas is working with a new computer, and so he has to get himself acclimated with that. Also, the people at Best Buy, of course, they're just like sharks. They they pretty much tried to give him like a program he did not need, and the particular program in question is not a program you really want on your computer. So he has to have some time to deal with that. In the meantime, what I can do is I will get back to this article about the basically Russia's fucked up post-war inability for them to properly I guess get rid of their old submarines. A rotting submarine reactor fed by an endless supply of ocean water might re-achieve criticality, belching out a boiling cloud of radioactivity that can infect local seafood populations, spoil bountiful fishing grounds, and contaminate local oil exploration frontiers. Now, Russia has a history of radiating their own people and not telling them anything about it. There are many instances of this, so it would not surprise me if they do absolutely nothing to help this problem. Breach of protective barriers and the detection and spread of radionuclides in seawater could lead to fishing restrictions, says Andrei Zolotkov, director of the Bellona Murmansk, an international non-profit environmental organization based in Norway. In addition, this could seriously damage plans for the development of the North Sea route. Ship owners will refuse to sail along it. News outlets have found more dire terms to interpret the issue. The BBC raised concerns of a nuclear chain reaction in 2013, while The Guardian described the situation as an environmental disaster waiting to happen. Nearly everyone agrees that the Kara is on the verge of an uncontrolled nuclear event. but retrieving a string of long-lost nuclear time bombs is proving to be a daunting challenge. Nuclear submarines have short lifespans considering their sheer expense and complexity. After roughly 20 to 30 years, degradation coupled with leaps in technology can render old nuclear subs obsolete. First decades of accumulated corrosion and stress limit the safe dive depth of veteran boats. Sound isolation mounts degrade, bearings wear down, and rotating components of machinery fall out of balance, leading to a louder noise signature that can be more easily tracked by the enemy. At the same time, newer vessels incorporate the latest advances in power plant technology, metallurgy, hull shape, low friction coatings, and propeller design, making for faster, quieter, deep diving, and more deadly undersea combat vessels. Technology advances and proliferation will make the submarine's stealth, endurance, and mobility even more important attributes in the future, says a 1998 Defense Science Board Task Force report. In combat, older submarines won't cut it. The Soviet Union and Russia built the world's largest nuclear-powered navy in the second half of the 20th century, crafting more atom-powered subs than all other nations combined. At its military height in the mid-1990s, Russia boasted 245 nuclear-powered subs, 180 of which were equipped with dual reactors, and 91 of which sailed with a dozen or more long-range ballistic missiles tipped with nuclear warheads. Wow. That will definitely make for an interesting 2021 if anything happens with that.
Okay, I'm back to a matter of degree, and I want to thank you so much for carrying on so well. I am going to, of course, still contend with getting our hyperlinks up, and in the interim, we're going to have Jameson Reese continue to dominate the stage for now. I will explain to everyone the nuances or the details of what is going on at that point before we bring Peter Moon on at the top of next hour. And in the meantime, thank you so much, Jameson. Please carry on.
All right. The Soviet Union's first nuclear-powered submarine was the K-3, the first of the NATO codename November class. The submarines called them the Whale class. The K-3 prototype sailed for the first time using nuclear power on July 4th, 1958. All but one of the 14 November class vessels cruised with dual VMA water-cooled reactors, with the final sub, the experimental K-27, powered by a pair of VT-1 liquid metal-cooled reactors. The November-class vessels were top-of-the-line attack submarines designed to locate surface vessels and opposing submarines using powerful MG-200 sonar system. Once in range, Novembers would strike with a ship-killing 533mm Set-65 or 5365K torpedoes, each carrying up to 300 kilograms of hull-shattering explosives. 8 Hotel-class submarines built to house and launch a complement of ballistic missiles joined the Soviet fleet between 1959 and 1962. While Novembers were the USSR's hunters, the Hotel-class subs were meant to stay undetected using a pair of pressurized water-cooled reactors to cruise within striking distance of potential targets. Once enemy military bases or civilian population centers were in range, a Hotel-class sub can unleash a barrage of R-13 or R-21 nuclear missiles, each of the latter with a blast yield of 800 kilotons. A strike of this magnitude over Midtown Manhattan would probably kill over 2 million people, according to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Fatalities would extend to parts of Queens, Brooklyn, and sections of New Jersey west of the Hudson. Echo-class Soviet nuclear submarines took to the seas in 1960. These housed twin water-cooled reactors and carried conventional and nuclear-tipped cruise missiles, along with a complement of torpedoes. The Soviets built 5 Echo, is equipped with P-5 turbojet-powered cruise missiles to hit targets on land, and then launched 29 Echo 2s, specifically equipped with anti-shipping missiles meant to neutralize American aircraft carriers. A majority of the Soviets' nuclear submarine classes operated from the Arctic-based Northern Fleet, headquartered in the northwestern port city of Murmansk. The Northern Fleet bases are roughly 900 kilometers west of the Kara Sea dumping grounds. A second, slightly smaller hub of Soviet submarine power was the Pacific Fleet, based in and around Vladivostok on Russia's east coast above North Korea. Additional Soviet-era submarines sailed from bases in the Baltic and Black Seas. For decades, these pioneering Soviet submarine classes served around the world, awaiting the moment when the Cold War would turn hot. That moment never came, but by the mid-1980s, the boats were reaching the end of their useful lifespan. Starting in 1987, the oldest Echo is left the fleet for decommissioning, and November-class attack submarines followed in 1988. But the disposal of these submarines posed more problems than previous conventional vessels. Before crews could chop the vessels apart, the sub's reactors and associated radioactive materials had to be removed. And the Soviets didn't always do this properly. that somehow is not a surprise at all. Mothballed nuclear submarines pose the potential for disaster even before scrapping begins. In October of 1995, 12 decommissioned Soviet subs awaiting disposal in Murmansk, each with fuel cells, reactors, and nuclear waste still aboard. When the cash-strapped Russian military didn't pay the base's electric bills for months, the local power company shut off the base. Leaving the market of submarines at risk of meltdown.
Oh my god.
That fucking sucks. Did military oh my god. Military staffers had to persuade the plant workers to restore power by threatening them at gunpoint. The scrapping process starts with extracting the vessel's spent nuclear fuel from the reactor core. I'm guessing those are the fuel rods, of course. The danger is immediate. In 1985, an explosion during a defueling of a Victor-class submarine killed 10 workers and spewed radioactive material into the air and sea. Specially trained teams must separate the reactor fuel rods from the submarine's reactor core, then seal the rods in steel casks for transport storage, or at least they seal the rods when adequate transport and storage is available. The Soviets had just 5 rail cars capable of safely transporting radioactive cargo, and their storage locations varied widely in size and suitability. Workers at the shipyard then removed salvageable equipment from the submarine and disassembled the vessel's conventional and nuclear weapon systems. Crews must extract and isolate the nuclear warheads from the weapons before digging deeper into the launch department to scrap the missile's fuel systems and engines. Alright, I just got note that Pak-Wan is back. So,
Pak-Wan, do catch us up on everything that has been going on with yourself. I hope all is going well with your wife called you upstairs, so I hope everything is going well. Is everything
Yeah,
okay?
she needed a little bit of help with the kids for a second. She's getting ready to lay one down and get the other one under control real quick.
Oh my God, yes. I mean, this is what a father's needed for. He's basically the gorilla bruiser of the household, and the kids have to be they have to be put down by whatever means necessary. Honest to God, I couldn't do it. I would but go on. I don't know how you do it, Pak-Wan, but you're a better man than I. And any father is who's responsibly taking care of the kids like that. Did they? What happens? Do they finally fall asleep when they hit the sack, or what?
So my daughter, she's 8 months. she when it's time for bed, like we have her on a pretty good schedule, so about 8:30, the latest 9, and she'll be a handful before that. You know, if it goes after 8:30, she gets pretty cranky, but she's good. She'll drink her bottle, and she'll take her bottle and just go to sleep. No, we don't, you know. Whereas my son, when he was that age, used to have to hold him. He was an asshole. You know, he never want to hold his bottle. Man, this little dude was already like, he was like, I don't know, like a year and a half before he started. You know, it was already time to get rid of a bottle. You know, and he was still just barely holding his bottle. He was spoiled, man. He was chunky. He was a fat boy. He just wanted to be living luxurious and lay it all back. And she's different. She's good. You just give her bottle. She lays right down and goes to sleep. Yeah, so.
That's incredible. Well, definitely what I'm doing right now. So I will explain to everyone as well as possible what is going on, and we are officially going to start the program. In a sense, we already have. So I'm not going to go through any intros of any particular note. After Peter Moon is done sometime tonight, I'll go into solicitation, and then hopefully by that time be ready for analysis. I will be counting on all of the gentlemen who are with us right now. Paquan Morales and Jameson Reese are the two gentlemen who are with us tonight. They're going to be in and out with us throughout the night, in a sense. Mr. Paquan Morales is 2 hours ahead of me by time zone. Mr. Jameson Reese is 3 hours ahead of me by time zone. He's in the same time zone, the Eastern Standard Time, as Peter Moon. And what is going to happen is that Jameson Reese will likely be up all night. And Paquan Morales will, because he's an hour behind Jameson Reese, will be with us as long as he can be, and he's going to inform us when he has to leave for the night. When he has to go down for the night, he'll let us know just by coming on to say goodnight. And but in the meantime, I'm hoping for him to just kind of hang out in the background when Mr. Peter Moon is with us at the top of next hour, and just kind of check in. And in approximately, after Peter Moon joins us, 2 or 3 hours, Paquan Morales will be back again for at least a little bit, if he's available at all at that time. And then at that point, if he's not, Jameson will be there, and we'll all segue gradually towards the point where I can just cut loose with my monologue. It might be that I'll be able to do that much earlier tonight, because what I'm going to do is take a look around the internet and see what happened today. I just woke up literally about before starting production, and the first thing that I had to do was get my 3D graphics modeler involved in trying to finalize the functionality of the integration of the new computer that I have with systems that are online. What happened was that the other day, as everyone knows, the transmission before tonight's, I was knocked off. And when I was knocked off of transmission, then what happened was that at that time, I was informed by Comcast that there was a lot of information. In other words, just multiple signals were being sent to my computer simultaneously that crashed the modem. The modem was unable to handle all the incoming information. So Sammy Romero says we're sounding clear. Bless him. Thank you so much, Sammy Romero. I deeply appreciate that. And anyone else is welcome to, of course, give us what feedback they can on the technical situation. I am going to check into live streaming periodically, of course. So far, we've got Daniel Arola in there. He says haiku, as in H-I-G-H, with a coup, as in coup d'etat attempt, C-O-U-P. And this was because our man Brendan Zoget was reading haiku, as in H-I-K-U. So Maria Gregorich says hello, everyone. God bless her. And she's our mistress up there in Canada. She's in Quebec, more specifically. And so thank you, all of you, for joining us in the chat, and deeply appreciate your support. In the interim, we have many other concurrent viewers that are not participating in chat. I encourage everyone to participate in chat as well, you know, and even though I don't get much of a chance to look at it. And so what happened was that whereas before signals were being sent that were interdicting my ability to transmit. When Comcast installed a filter into the control box that would intercept those signals so they could no longer intercept my signals, then they had to take up a different tack. And this was on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and I had not yet even begun speaking, which is what Peter Moon was querying about. Why would they cut myself off on Martin Luther King Jr. Day? It's obviously because they assumed I was going to say something that would be of importance on that day, and I did. So everyone is advised to review the longer part of the transmission. That would be the part in which I was monologuing, and that is a tour de force that makes it readily understandable as to why, quote-unquote, the enemy would attempt to interfere with that transmission. There's nothing paranoid here. Obviously, this is something I don't want to happen. It's very stress-inducing for everyone involved. There's nothing in it that makes myself more appealing. There's nothing appealing to anybody about transmission being cut off. This is hardly something that's done for effect. So it is obviously something that we go through involuntarily and deal with the best that we can. And this time, the way that they cut it off last transmission, they cut it off by overloading the modem. Since they could no longer interdict my ability to transmit, they used another form of jamming with an overload of too much information coming in at once. So the OBS, the online broadcasting software, already takes up an enormous amount of bandwidth. And so because of that, there's a lot of information that is riding on the modem. It was an older modem, and when they put in too much information on top of that, it just overloaded the modem, and we got blasted offline. So what Comcast did was they sent a technician the very next day, so to speak. I sleep all day on the day after transmission, so they came the day after that. Now, the fact that they're able to adapt to my schedule so readily is in and of itself incredible. Other people will schedule technicians from Comcast, and they're unable to get them, for weeks. So at this point, I must confess, as always, the service of Comcast is stellar. However, the new modem they installed was not recognized by my old Dell computer. So the PC could not recognize the new modem, and I had to buy a new computer. So when I purchased a new computer, just the cheapest computer I could find, I purchased it from Staples, and unfortunately, because I'm not any expert in this kind of technology, information technology, they insisted that I download some programs onto the computer, like Windows Office and this McAfee virus. So this virus, interceptor or whatever, it's just all crap. But I was told I wouldn't be able to open documents without the Windows Office, which I needed because, of course, I'm working with Peter Moon and we're sending manuscripts to each other. So this is probably something that is necessary for PowerPoint, etc., which they insisted I would not be able to do without this program. So they had to establish a separate Microsoft address for me and a separate password, and installed all of that as I purchased the computer. Unfortunately, the Google search engine would not work with the computer. So the Google search engine, this is something that no one can explain. Now, my 3D graphics modeler worked with Google for years. So he has never seen anything like this. So this is, again, something that is almost impossible to articulate to anyone who is trying to look at this from a technically, how would I say this? From a technically comprehensible angle. The Google search engine should not have any problems interfacing with a brand new computer. And nevertheless, it would not. So this was an issue throughout the night. And then I had to get some sleep, as did my 3D graphics modeler, and Jameson Reese is hitting it. Now, my 3D graphics modeler, who worked with Google for years, said exactly what Jameson Reese expressed now, that this is basically a supernatural attack on the computer at this point. There is nothing outside of the supernatural that can explain it. I've explained before the metaphysical nature of cyberspace, that Michael Aquino was exploring and other members of the Temple of Set. This is where we enter that realm yet again. So Google is the main search engine on Earth. I cannot use it on the new computer. So what happened was he had to reconfigure everything to Mozilla Firefox while we were starting tonight's transmission. That's where we're at. We're at the bottom of the hour now, and you understand the situation. I have to adapt to using Mozilla Firefox as my new browser and search engine now, and I will turn towards that while our two gentlemen here take the stage once again. I am not on mute. I will be participating, and just both of you gentlemen I'll be counting on to just kind of hold the stage. If you have any impressions, feel free to share them. Other than that, certainly share what else is going on in your lives and in the world. We'll start off with Pack One and Jameson just kind of speaking about maybe their impressions of the inauguration day. And I do want everyone to understand that this is Epiphany or post-Epiphany. Yesterday was Epiphany by the Julian calendrical system of the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Church, to which I belong. And we will kind of allude to that, but that's not obviously the main impact on society at large. So I'm going to leave it to Pack One and Jameson to discuss their impressions of what happened today. While I'm not going to be on mute, I'll participate with them, but I'll be in the background for a little bit. So, gentlemen, take the stage. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't have any impressions because I decided I would go do my 20-mile walk. And those of you who are Facebook friends, you could probably see some of the pictures I took while I was, in my travels. So if anyone doubts I travel as much as I do, I made sure to stop and take pictures, every once in a while. But so anything about the inauguration, I will be learning for the first time tonight from this broadcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pack One.
So I didn't watch it in full. I watched Biden watched him swear in. I watched Kamala Harris swear in. And then I believe I seen the performances that were, I guess not really performances, but like the celebrities singing songs they were singing. Other than that, I didn't really. I seen the area. I wanted to see, how they were gonna do it. Typically that whole courtyard and all that's just full of people, and it wasn't. They had like little flags up everywhere, and so I kind of just peeped that out. But other than that, I was running around all day too. So that's pretty much all I've seen from the inauguration. It looked like, from what I've seen, today on Facebook and stuff, I guess nothing really crazy happened, I don't think, anywhere, so that's good. Okay.
Well, one of the things I can tell people is that if anyone is thinking, by the way, Brendan has the right idea. The McAfee antivirus is a virus all its own. There is no doubt of that.
Yeah. What they do is they, oh man, I have experience with that fucking company. And so, you don't get worms, you don't get viruses detected until you install it. And then when you install it, it says you have viruses. It's like, well, what the fuck? Yeah. The good thing is Windows, your new computer has Windows 10, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so Windows 10 has its own built-in firewall, and you can go into the settings to have that enabled. And it usually does its own thing with viruses, so you really won't have to worry about catching viruses with Windows 10, as long as you make sure you keep everything updated. Because I have Windows 10, I could probably even help you with that, some other time.
Okay, yeah, that's wonderful. And the reason I brought that up is that the McAfee is not the problem here, however, so far as we can ascertain. We uninstalled the McAfee and reinstalled it, and the crashing was the same. So it is definitely something else completely, something inexplicable that is causing the inability.
You probably have an elemental following you around that just fucks with everything electronic you have.
Well, there's various ways to explain this in the supernatural or metaphysical sense. I can go into the details of that some other transmission, because it would take us back into the realm of cyberspace and the Kabbalistic kinds of metaphysics that Michael Aquino worked with, and the Temple of Set would also be working with. But basically it's like this: just as human beings create a kind of meta-consciousness, a noosphere, as the Jesuit philosopher Teilhard de Chardin conceptualized, there is kind of a noosphere for computers. It is not the internet. We're talking about a baseline machine consciousness that is above and beyond what's available on the net, an awareness slowly developing among masses of aggregating artificial intelligences that are not artilects in terms of personalities, but rather expert systems coalescing into kind of a shared kind of meta-consciousness that is completely subconsciousness and unrecognized by themselves, just as the meta-consciousness of humanity is unrecognized by the majority of humans. So this is something that can be pierced at the conceptual level that the ancient Greeks would think of as this realm of higher archetypes that they conceptualized in the mathematical sense, archetypal numeric manifestations and geometric manifestations. This is what we're alluding to, that the occultists or arcanists would try to pierce in order to penetrate computer systems for attack that would go beyond the ability of firewalls to intercept. So this is beyond the material world of information and data processing, the ones and zeros of the binary code system that computer security systems deal with. So the end result was, obviously it's all focused specifically on the search engine Google Chrome, which I dream in, live, eat, breathe, and dream in based on normal everyday use. Now I am working with Mozilla Firefox. So this is all part of what the challenge that I'm dealing with. None of this may make any sense to the casual listener. Anyone who's been listening to us for a longer time will have a better grasp. And
it's sort of like basically it's like for those who aren't familiar with Carl Jung, it's like the human collective unconscious, except it's for machines. There's a sort of computer collective unconscious too.
Yes, thank you. Very, very well spoken. And with that in mind, people will encounter this at times and just not realize it or recognize it.
I've actually had some experiences with it, quite interesting ones, but they usually happen when I'm in stores or making purchases and things like that. It's not something that happens all the time, but when it has happened, it has frozen like complete systems that people were working with. So I'd have to like go to another register and stuff, and they couldn't figure out why the hell it happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so there you have that. And aside from that, I definitely appreciate all of these challenges that everyone deals with on an everyday basis. Oh my fucking God. I can't believe that, today was Inauguration Day, and it was literally hell on earth to get to this point. So, again, let me turn back to Pac-1 and Jameson to provide us some trivia to take us to the top of next hour. We're just gonna work with this literally on a wing and a prayer until Peter Moon arrives, and these two gentlemen, I have every confidence, will be able to handle it as my co-pilots. So let me leave it in your capable hands, gentlemen, while I go back to trying to, reestablish myself in this reality. The new reality of looking at a different screen, a different search engine, and it's like being in a completely different vehicle. So I'm just learning to operate a completely different truck, so to speak. If I were Derek Talley, this would be like I've been given a new long-haul truck to operate, and I just haven't operated with this before. So you gentlemen take over for a minute. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Oh, I did bump into something that was kind of amusing. Supposedly, you remember the guy who everyone who's become like pretty much iconic for the attack on January 6th? The guy with the horns on his head and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, QAnon shaman.
The QAnon shaman.
Yeah.
The QAnon shaman. His mother is like trying to, plead with authorities that his son gets organic food.
Yeah. You know who I gave shit about that to? Brendan Zogit, of course. I gave him all kinds of shit about that. And I was, comparing him to the QAnon shaman and shit. So, I said, yeah, that's what they'll have to do for you. And of course, he basically got very, how would I say, technical about it. What was it? What was that? Somebody said something now, just a message. Oh, there we are, Pac One. When you asked for organic meat in prison. Oh, yes, that. I saw, what's his name put that up? Daniel Arola or something. Yeah, or something similar. Yes, there we are. And so you men take over. I'm going to go back to trying to figure out where I am on this new navigation complex here. And so you were bringing up the QAnon shaman asking for organic food, I'm sure. Oh, by the way, you did notice there was a realtor who was among these conspirators, and she's begging for Trump to pardon her, saying that she was only obeying the president's orders, which is where they're all going to be coming from. Trump issued any number of pardons, so many that they've lost count. I'm sure they can't keep up with it. And I'm certain he's pardoned himself. But I'll get into the pardons later tonight in Arc of Narrative. That will be inescapable. But all of you gentlemen, continue. Please carry on.
Dude,
The one,
go ahead.
Yeah, the one person, I know you're going to get into it later, but the one person he didn't pardon is that Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic. And what was Joe Exotic's trip? What was he doing?
He's the guy that everybody was making the big old deal about last year. Was it the Lion King, or the Lion Tamer, or whatever the hell he was, the tiger guy? He was queer, and apparently he killed that Carol Baskin's husband, and they say she killed him or whatever.
Holy shit! I don't even know about this. Tell us what the fuck happened.
Well, so there was this big thing last year. I didn't watch it. I think it was called the Tiger King or something.
Oh, like that's right. Yes, Lena Shea was watching that, and then some other people were watching. Yeah, it was a big deal. Yes, and go on.
Yeah. And everybody, and this guy. I mean, he was flaming. Like, you see, he was like, apparently he was like banging all these young guys, like turning them out and stuff. And there was this lady and her husband that had the tigers or some shit. I don't know. And the husband got killed. They can't find the body or whatever, and they blamed it on that Joe Exotic guy, and he was a tamer, and he went to prison for it. And after all the evidence and everything in that documentary or whatever, I guess everyone says that it had to have been that Carol Baskins that killed him and put him fed her husband to the tigers or whatever. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But so I never watched it because it was just like, one of those things. I was like, I'm good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so everybody thought that he was going to pardon that Joe Exotic guy, and he didn't.
Oh, but why would they assume that?
Because he pardoned the rapper Lil Wayne, and he also pardoned another rapper named Kodak Black, who was actually, I believe, one of his charges that he was in prison for or whatever was rape or something.
And why did Trump pardon these guys, aside from maybe he related to a fellow rapist? What was he pardoning the black guy for? The
Lil Wayne?
No, the other black guy. Did you say the guy's name was Black? I mean, otherwise...
Kodak Black, yeah, he's a rapper. He's like a more current...
So is he pro-Trump or something? I mean, what...
and that's just it. He's been in prison for about 4 or 5 years now.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not really sure.
What that was about.
I don't know, yeah. That's like...
Okay,
out
so
of nowhere.
Another
person that he pardoned also was the co-founder of Death Row Records, not Suge Marion Knight, but the other guy who was Snoop Dogg's friend or OG or whatever. So yeah, so he pardoned a couple gangsters, I guess.
Right, and that's just, I guess, because he relates him with Lil Wayne. Of course, I mean, I know who he is, and he's just physically repulsive, and certainly he's just one of these viscerally repulsive people. But what I'm wondering is, why would what's the story there? What did he do? What I'm wondering is,
I think with Lil Wayne, it's just gun charges. He keeps getting caught carrying guns,
Okay.
and he keeps getting arrested for the same shit.
Yeah, he got busted years ago in New York with a gun, and he was like a felon in possession or whatever. So he ended up going to jail for about a year for it. Then he got out of prison, and just last year, I believe, someone tipped off the airport or whatever, the feds, and they rushed his private jet when it landed, and they found like a whole bunch of coke, a whole bunch of heroin, all gold-plated AK-47, a whole bunch of guns and shit. So he got caught with a whole bunch of them. So he hasn't. I don't even think he's even went to court yet. He's being pardoned. He hasn't been sentenced yet.
right? Okay, so
Well,
there we are.
Lil Wayne seems like he's more of a danger to himself than anything else. Though.
Yeah, he used to do that promethazine codeine a lot. He's had a couple accidents with that.
Yeah.
So Maria Michaela Grigorich informs myself that Lil Wayne was pardoned because he did indeed endorse Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he was with the gun that he was busted for carrying was, of course, a golden gun. That goes without saying, of course. All bling, right? All bling, no sting. So there. Aside from, oh Lord,
It shoots the person who's carrying it.
there we are. Pathetic. Thank you, Maria. Mwah. And all right, just honestly, I'm still going to try and breathe. This is just I can't even believe we made it on tonight. And there's all too many times that I always say that, but this is just one of those cases where, if anyone, our man Jameson said it best. He basically shared one of my promotional banners and pointed out that I am the most suppressed guy there is on the internet. This is why no one's heard of me. So it's up to you, the listeners, to spread the word and make certain that you do. Honestly, there is we're attacked from all sides constantly. It's ceaseless, it's not going to happen without yourselves. This is your war, and you have to fight it. And it's what I said about the government. Really, in many ways, you're on your own, and they're counting on you to help bring many of these conspirators to justice. So, but back to these two gentlemen. So, yeah, of course. So apparently, what the public did was they were all enamored of this whole Tiger King phenomenon, and they decided, in their own mass fantasy, to drag Trump into it, even though there seems to be no connection. There seems to be no logical connection, to any of this. Okay.
They kind of look alike.
Yes.
I gotta see that for myself. Let me look up this Tiger King dude.
He rocks a mullet. He rocks a mullet with like he's a funny looking guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, oh shit. Honestly, with the expression that he has, that does suit Donald Trump. I'm not even talking about the hair right now. It's just like with the facial features. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that dude 873210 says Pac 1 J-Lo made it a point to speak Spanish during her singing, and Isaac Romero says more official list of pardons. Okay, there we are. So I can look that up, and both of you.
I would like now. Trump, if you're still doing pardons, can you fucking get rid of my student loan? It's dead ass.
But wait a second. Just so you people understand, the only way until something radically changes, which under the Democrats, now that they control the government, thank the gods of my ancestors, we may finally do something about that entire student loans scandal, that entire wretched, horrible. I don't know how to describe this other than atrocity that is the student loan machine. But we may finally do something about that. But until that happens, there is a way to be forgiven your student loans. And there's very few people who have ever done this. I am one of them. The student loans for myself were forgiven because I proved myself incapable of paying them back because of all of the programs that I was able to enlist in and enroll myself in on the basis of my combat-related disabilities while I was dishonorably discharged and cannot seek compensation or services from the Veterans Administration. The injuries are quite real, both physical and psychological. In other words, they use the term for physical. The term that's applied professionally is mechanical. So I have both mechanical and psychological injuries that rendered myself incapable of paying back my student loan. So I was forgiven. So this is something that I'm certain that our man Jameson Reese can have. That you can.
I don't even know if they would sign off. I mean, I'm fairly certain I would have to have like would I have to have like I would have to have someone in the mental health field sign off on that. And the problem is my intelligence is a kick in my own fucking ass because everyone's like, well, you're so smart, you should be able to work. Even though you have all these problems, you're so smart. You know, it just...
Well, this is where again we're working on this program to destigmatize mental illness. Intelligence, of course, doesn't stop someone from being incapable of integrating with society when they're...
And that is true. There are a lot of people, if you spoke to,
Well, most mentally ill people are far more intelligent than so-called sane people. This is why they become mentally ill. That's part of it. That intelligence and mental illness are actually pretty much intertwined. It's like suicide rates are the highest in nations with the highest levels of education, Sweden and Japan. Any highly educated national infrastructure entertains the highest suicide rates. This is I remember talking about this with my gang brother Beaver, and kind of just we were just pondering that, and he said, well, you'd be hard pressed to get a stupid man to kill himself. I mean, it's just that they have no real concept that they're suffering. So, so there you have that. I mean, you know, these are the realities of life, and we're all too cruel to the intelligent people in our culture. We expect too much from them, and we give them nothing with which to render these accomplishments available to us. So the end result is you're in a losing game. I'll share this with people. My 3D graphics modeler, who shall remain forever anonymous, try and think of my stress of dealing with this situation myself. He is the individual that was the case study on which I based my consultation and advisements to Animal Planet when they produced the documentary Werewolves, Dark Survivors. In other words, lycanthropy is quite real. That is the only genuinely legitimate presentation of lycanthropy, albeit in docudrama format. And the reason they present it that way should be quite obvious. There is no one with the condition willing to speak. So the repercussions are just too negative. There's too many negative repercussions to balance it out with coming forth. I have done so with vampirism, and it's simply summarily dismissed. Yet anyone who reads the book Vampirology, and I'm still going to go through the expanded manuscript, will release probably around the same time as the Roswell Deception book. And this is something that you can understand why this remains in the realm of myth for the sake of protecting those who have these conditions, and yet they're obviously real because the conditions consistently persist to be spoken of by the baseline population, the body politic, who insist on romanticizing it and furthering the myth. Now, the way something like a role-playing game like Masquerade, which was a role-playing game produced by White Wolf Publications for people to pretend they're vampires, that was the whole basis for the movie and the series about werewolves versus vampires that was called Underland, I believe. Was that the case, gentlemen?
Underworld.
Underworld. Yeah, the entire Underworld television series is based on a role-playing game. And the role-playing game was produced by White Wolf, which is this really pretentious group of gamers that decided to create this entire subculture of vampirism and werewolves and other entities that is completely self-indulgent and really just it's just, how would I say it? It's convoluted. It's just but it has to be because they're wrapping people up in a fantasy world of subcultures where vampires are clans and werewolves are tribes. It's what people want this to be. Okay, this is not really what the people who are dealing with these realities are experiencing. Just to disambiguate here, the problem is people want to consider this as some kind of either affliction or gift or condition. Okay, it's not an affliction because having lycanthropy or being born of this vampire bloodline, it's not like muscular sclerosis. It's not degenerative, so it's not a condition or affliction. It's just something different, and the difference is enough to render fear in the baseline population, understandably, because we feed off you and kill you. but a lot of that can come to a better place for all of us if people would just understand, and then a balance can be reached between the populations. This admittedly will take some work. Now, in terms
that is in part actually a public service because the Earth has too many human beings running around on it.
Well, this is something I need to explain. The best fictional, aside from Dark Survivors, Werewolves Dark Survivors by Animal Planet, which I served as the unacknowledged consultant on, as all my work was unacknowledged in that regard. I needed the money, of course, and I was taking care of my parents, and I didn't need anything to bring attention to me until I came out, so to speak, as a public informant. But in terms of the best fictional representation for understanding lycanthropy otherwise would be the movie Wolfen, which of course has the involvement of Whitley Strieber only in the sense that he wrote the novel. The movie has very, very little to do with the novel, and the movie is a credit unto itself and not to Whitley Strieber. But Wolfen portrays quite accurately that the lycanthropes, the way that they warp the concept is they're portraying a intelligent wolf species that is not lycanthropic. It's like they're wolves all the time, and they're just hyper intelligent or aware, sentient. They're sapient, meaning self-aware. And that was again to the discredit of Whitley Strieber. He was simply, like he does with everything, trying to fuck up and confuse the issue. No, lycanthropes are people, and they enter berserker mode, and in which time they're physically changing to the degree where they become much more hirsute, which means hairy. And in terms of what they kill, these are people who they literally sense are dying. In other words, they call the weak and the dying. People with basically hepatitis at the advanced stage and the like. The people they kill are often mistaken for suicides or accident victims. I'm not going to go into any details at the moment because they might be incriminating. And anyhow, imagine what I was dealing with tonight while I was starting to transmit, because I'm dealing with a lycanthrope who's post-traumatically stress disordered, who's trying to work with the fact that there is no logical reason for the Google search engine to not be compatible with this brand new computer. And so that was a situation that was just sensitive. Everybody at the other end of this call, Brendan Zogit and Pac-1 Morales and Jameson Reese, could feel the tension in the air. We're very lucky it worked out as well as it did. Okay, can you do me a favor, Jameson, and bring Peter Moon on?
Aye, sir. Aye, Captain.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Pac-1. And Pac-1, just generally hang out and say something to the audience now and let them know you'll be hanging around, and hopefully you'll let us know whenever you have to leave permanently for the night. And in the meantime, just hang out and check in, and hopefully you'll be able to participate as needed.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Douglas. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'll just be hanging out, and I'm sure I'll be back on later on. Just be checking it out, hanging out, listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you, sir.
Talk to you later, Jimmo.
Look forward.
Aye, man.
Okay. And,
Hey, Peter.
Hello.
oh, thank goodness. So, Peter, I don't know if you were able to hear any of that. I'm certainly not going to make the audience or the listeners suffer my repetition thereof. But it was beyond miraculous. We're even on. We were dealing with a situation that you were given the hints of the other night when I said that, we're glitching, the computer's acting up, and you said, why don't you clear the browsers of the cookies? And I put a ha-ha sign on that because that was obviously a logical thing, and you did right by suggesting that. And believe me, I hadn't even thought of it or tried it until you brought it up. It didn't help.
It's all you have to go back and think is it's just a matter of thinking with the system.
I understand. And, however, it didn't work. It was the most logical thing concerning someone like myself, who's a pornaholic, who cruises all the time. And the joke I always make is that while other people say, man, I really got to stop cruising for porn on my work computer, I'm one of those individuals who says, man, I really got to stop doing so much work on my porn computer. So that would be the logical first step. It didn't work. It had nothing to do with what was going on. We actually don't know what is going on. Honestly, the conclusion that we've drawn, everyone involved, is that it's basically metaphysical in nature. This is basically a supernatural attack. At this point, we're beyond any rational explanation, but we have come to a way to deal with it, and the way that we've dealt with it is by dropping me off the Google search engine completely, which is not interfacing with my computer, the new computer. It's not interfacing with it at all. My 3D graphics modeler worked with Google for a number of years, and he never ever saw anything like this. So I'm with Mozilla Firefox now. At least I have a new computer. Theoretically, I should be able to produce on it, and then we can eliminate this two-computer nightmare. But Brendan will help me with that in the near future. In the interim, we're still working with the laptop, and once we start with the new computer, I'll be able to use the microphone again. And the sound quality will go up by orders of magnitude. But right now, hopefully, this is satisfactory. And I want to welcome you aboard. And Peter Moon, please, by all means, basically, I'm going to spend quite a bit of time cruising the internet now for what's been going on in the world so that I can perform a valid analysis tonight. But in the meantime, believe me, the stage is yours, and whatever analysis you...
The first thing I want to say before I forget is for Jameson. I have a message for Jameson.
Great.
Two things that might help you, I thought of. One is rescue remedy, which if you're familiar with that.
That I'm not. Please explain that.
Well, rescue remedy is let me see, I'll read it to you. It's a homeopathic style remedy, homeopathic style. Let me see, what's it? This here is I'm asking these stupid questions. Oh, Bach flower essence, okay. Rescue remedy in particular is said to provide calm and protects against anxiety during times of extreme stress. It's a flower essence, and you do a few drops. You'll find it in a health food store or online, rescue remedy. it's something you want to look at and take. So, like if you're freaking out, having a panic attack, or just, really pissed off because you lost your wallet or something,
Yeah.
some rescue remedy. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll definitely look into that because it's probably better that I let go of some of these pharmaceuticals. I've got a total of 6-7 different medications that I take per day.
Well, yeah, you want to do what you want to wean off of them as much as you can, appropriately as you can. The other thing is, I think it would behoove you to study, and I have not read the book myself, it's called Diary of a Drug Fiend by Aleister Crowley.
Oh.
That book is supposed to be, if you read the reviews on it, how he used his will to overcome his heroin addiction. And apparently he did overcome it, at least for a period of time. As he got older, he might have fallen sway to being in too much pain or something. But Diary of a Drug Fiend, I think, because you have an appreciation of magic and what is involved, I think these two things, for the moment, is just a couple of, suggestions based upon our previous conversation. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and this is in general, not directed towards you, Jameson, but I have the TV on, and I wasn't listening to any TV. It was on mute, and they started the Sean Hannity show, and I said, let me see what he leads off as I was waiting for Douglas to call me. I don't know what, he doesn't seem to be talking about it now, but he said violence broke out in Portland and Seattle tonight. And today was supposed to be the big thing was supposed to happen, and nothing happened. It was just a very ho-hum inauguration with a lot of positive energy, I suppose. It wasn't anything Biden said was not divisive. It was criticized as being a little too military pageantry, perhaps. And here was Law and Order from the people who had decried Law and Order last year. But he just said violence broke out in Portland and Seattle tonight. Now, he's not covering the story. I don't know how accurate his comment was. I just looked up on the internet. I don't see anything. So I don't know. So, Douglas said he was going to cruise for information. What's going on? I would look in Portland, Seattle, and I would be very curious to know if it's, if it's Antifa, like it was in previous stuff, or that crew, or if it's now more of the right-wing crew going, they're taking over the autonomous zone. So you got the White House, now we're going into the autonomous zone. We're going to have our own autonomous zone, just completely reversing the roles, because that's what they're doing. They are reversing the roles, sort of.
I was able to find something, actually, from, I think this is Cohen 6. I think that's like CBS in Portland. But supposedly, protesters smashed windows at Democratic Party headquarters in Northeast. So apparently something has started. There's not much anywhere else saying that there's...
Okay, here's one. This is 1 hour ago on Twitter, of all places. Now, this is what it says. Oh, God. This is the surprise. This is the surprise. Okay, this is from some guy named Mike Baker that I got off of the Yahoo news feed, or search feed. 200 left-wing protesters are on the streets in Portland right now with anti-Biden and anti-police messages. We are ungovernable, one sign says. We don't want Biden, we want revenge for police murders, imperialist wars, and fascist massacres. So this is the complexity that I'm anticipating. In other words, it says what Trump was being blamed for, now Biden is being blamed for. And the one thing they do have in common is they're white patriarchs. But I don't think either one of them are, for imperialist wars, police murders, or fascist massacres. I don't think either one. So it's like this.
What I do know about Portland is one thing. There's a very big goth scene in Portland, and there's a very big occult scene of people who are trying to. There's a very based on what context I've had, there's a very big scene of people who are into the occult and whatnot. If they have anything in common, they're anarchists, basically.
Well, that would make sense. There was also this. We had discussed earlier one night about some woman who had, I forget her name, association, but she was representing Antifa, and there was a very strong occult connection to her name and her the way she was presenting herself. I forget what it was.
Was her name Lilith by any chance?
Might have been. I don't remember. This is the Portland. It wasn't Lilith Aquino. It might have been tied to that. The Portland crowd has now gone to the local headquarters of the Democratic Party, smashing windows and writing "fuck Biden." Look, I am not a Biden supporter in any stretch of the imagination, but what's going on here is not. I would give him a break. I'd say,
I'll tell you what I can support. I support stimulus money. Keep the stimulus money coming. I don't give a fuck who you are. Just give us the stimulus money. That's all I support. Stimulus money. Come on.
I can understand that, and that actually is good for the economy. It's something that will that actually saved the economy last time. But please go on. Definitely appreciate both of you gentlemen bringing all of these events up. And it'll at least make us aware of the general situation of what's going on. I'm not quite sure that I'm going to be able to provide in-depth analysis on that tonight, but I'll at least be aware of it.
It's too soon to analyze, but
Yeah.
there's more here. It says, some cease criticism for calling the crowd left-wing, which was my shorthand to make clear that it isn't Trump supporters on the streets of Portland. The longer version is that the crowd is a mix of racial justice, anti-fascist, anarchist, youth liberation, etc. And then he says, I left this crowd to go to another event, but police have shown up to make arrests. One officer shoved someone to the ground. He's got a YouTube. This stuff is like 1 hour old. As the cops leave their failed arrest attempt, one of their members gets left behind. A protester gets in front of him and gets shoved to the ground. So there's the cops pushing down the protester. This is getting ugly. And okay, and now it's like 200 people. This new Portland event is celebrating. Okay, and then it says the fight has just begun. A speaker says this new Portland event is celebrating Trump's loss, but the group is calling for people to mobilize for more successes: Green New Deal, defunding police, Medicare for all, and more. And then it says, well, then these are people commenting. That guy seemed to be reporting on what he saw through his lens. He sounded like he was at least trying to be objective. And then there's, the comments are not worth reading because they're just comments. And let's see, Portland protesters. Let's see. There's not a lot of stuff on this.
Well, I'm not surprised. Bear in mind, much of it is just generated news. A lot of it's simply going to be, how would I say it? It's almost as if, for all intents and purposes, it's a bizarre surrealistic time that we live in. Sometimes it's almost as if this were virtual violence. it's one of these things where what's been going on up in the Pacific Northwest has been so symptomatic. So it's hard for anybody to take that as anything other than the normal way of life, really, up there at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like a culture unto itself. It's kind of like it's like the Texas of the Northwest.
Yeah. In other words, they just do what they do, and the question to ask is whether it really matters for the rest of us. It's almost something like you will really have to wonder if these people are like not somehow organized by the authorities, so that people will call on the authorities. I mean, that is the the right-wing way of looking at it. So it's one of those things where I brought up the more pertinent and relevant fact that what we had up here was the Bundy virus infecting us from out of the old frontier west here on the Barbary Coast, and that was, of course, when he was basically encouraging the Mauler wildlife reservation occupation that had that one Jap trash collaborator, David Fry, involved. I could go on about that for hours, and I did within the arc of narrative with our latest transmission. Doubtless one of the reasons we got blitzed off. So it's something to bear in mind that we're going to be dealing with these challenges for quite some time to come, and just a lot of people who are violently protesting for the sake of violently protesting, but then we have to wonder again how much of this is staged. In a sense, I normally would be very antithetical to that kind of even statement, but it's very bizarre that these people suddenly come out at inauguration time and do what they do. It's like, but then the anarchism is so bizarre. It just none of it makes any sense anyway. It's like theater. It's just some kind of street theater, and doesn't really matter.
It's the point of control. I mean, there are reports of Antifa people, being at the Capitol and fawning that, and all of it. It's like the more, that's the way you control something, is you incite different areas, and you're not, they've made it very clear, whoever's doing this, they are not supporters of Biden, and it's, in fact, as I recall those protests, they weren't really personally attacking Trump. They didn't. I don't remember them putting Trump's name into it that much. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe to some degree, but the main thing they were targeting was no police, mm-hmm. and what was else? Of course, equal, racial justice and all that. But mm-hmm. yeah, anarchy is very tied to Satanism. That's the wedge. Exactly.
That's what I was getting at. That's why I was like, I was actually told, I actually had a contact that was like, you gotta get to Portland if you can. You gotta get to the Northwest because something big is gonna happen. I'm like, okay.
Yep. Go to Washington D.C. Yeah, get to go visit the Capitol building on January 6th.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Yeah,
you're gonna see a lot of stuff happening. Might even get on TV.
Yes, and America's Most Wanted, if the series was still on.
Yeah, none of these things are worth leaving fuck Staten Island. None of these things are
worth leaving home.
Leaving the vicinity of Manhattan for. So, there we go.
No, I would agree with you. It's like this is not these are not safe places to be. They are not wise places to be if you're interested in self-preservation. What you're going to accomplish in such a thing is of course highly questionable. And if they had any sort of brains, they could have easily taken the Capitol. They could have taken these people hostage. They could have disarmed the police force. If they don't have brains, they would have had to have had some sort of SWAT equipment. This was not and there was no SWAT team to be seen anywhere around, you know, to come in and take out the taker-outers, so to speak. It was just, it seemed rather sloppy.
Yeah, that's a good point. There was something. It was very disorganized, and it just seemed like people were just exploiting the chaos. Like, and
they had pipe bombs, and they had wristbands to take people hostage. Now, the problem is, if you were to go in and take, you know, these congressmen hostage and put wristbands on, where are you going to take them? Out to the Lincoln Memorial or something? I mean, you know, better have some sort of, you know, super secret, you know, Batmobile or something, because, you know, what are you going to do? Put them in a bus? It doesn't make any sense that anybody wanted to take anybody hostage, realistically. But to get to the anarchy thing, I'll share with this. I'm going to go back to 2015, 6 years ago. And this was, Paula and I had just gotten married, and I had my first phone call from Dr. David Anderson in a long time. It was on my birthday. And it really kind of set the tone for the whole year. And then afterwards, after he talked to me, I began going in the dark room and trying to figure out his website, which you can read at andersoninstitute.com. And by going into the dark room, submerging myself in darkness, going and sitting in the computer and using Paula as a talking reference point, just needed somebody to talk to, I was able to understand his work in a way that I never had before. And I was able to simplify it into the videos I put at the Time Travel Education Center. Now, in the midst of this is when I was contacted by this man who was involved or was a victim of the cult that did the Son of Sam murders. And he was in David Berkowitz's apartment the day David Berkowitz, who was the convicted Son of Sam killer, he was in his apartment the day Berkowitz was arrested. Now, Berkowitz, according to Berkowitz and this guy and the book Ultimate Evil by Maury Terry, says that, you know, Berkowitz was part of a cult, and he was a participant in what were shootings that were the Son of Sam murders. He did not, by any means, do all of them. And the way they got him to accept responsibility under, under terms of insanity and not think on the other people was that they had pictures of his relatives. As you join the cult, you have to give pictures of your relatives, and they threatened to kill them if you don't cooperate with them. So he indeed fessed up to it all. The book goes into much of it. Since David Berkowitz has been in jail for a long, long time, he became a Christian, and he has basically confessed to these things as well. So anyway, this gentleman who was a victim of the cult, he was abused by them. He had a lot of, I guess, threats, and he wanted me to write the book. He says, you know, you're the man. You can write this book. You can write it good. You do good. And I told him that I really, was doing something else and wasn't that interested. And then he offered to pay me for it. I guess he wanted to know how much I wanted to do it. And I was at a low point for money. When David had called me on my birthday and cheered the day up, because I could see the next 6 months were going to be challenging financially. I can tell.
Yeah.
I've always had that barometer, you kind of know. And I was not very happy. David's call kind of like turned everything around. It was like, wow, I could focus on other things. And I could have used the money, but I wasn't going to take it. There was no way I was going to do it. But I did offer him to write it himself. I said, I will edit it. And I to publish it, but I wanted him to do the work. I sent him my book, The White Bat, because it sort of teaches you how to write and how to balance your hemispheres of the brain. And I said, wow, this is, but he didn't want to do it. He wasn't going to do it. I never heard back from him. And it was almost like an act of magic, because it just kind of dispersed the energy. But what I did get back was not anything from him, but I got a big picture sent to me on Facebook from my friend at Montauk, and it was a huge anarchy flag that had been hung on the Montauk transmitter building. It was huge. I have a picture of it somewhere that I put in my newsletter. And it was almost like it was a direct statement to me from the anarchists. This guy did not write back to me, but the anarchists did. And it was coming straight from the Montauk transmitter, saying, we've taken possession. This is who we are. And here is the Montauk transmitter. The flag only lasted up there about a week or so. It was taken down, I think, by the people who put it up. But it was a very strong message. So when I see this anarchy flag, when I see the anarchy, on these people, it seems to come from the same Aquino-laden den of, Satanists.
Yes.
Yes.
Similarly related. I would also say this. I have a very dear friend in Romania, and he's a real character. And he was, I guess what you call, I used to call him, when I first met him, Rasputin, because he had a beard. He was young, much younger than Rasputin, and he looked like him. And his name was Stefan. I called him Rasputin. He worked at a disco in Italy, and he would come to the camp, and he was like, he liked to drink, he liked to smoke. I call him Rasputin because of his looks, but he also sort of had the vices of Rasputin. He wasn't a typical person that would come to the camp, but he was very, I guess what you'd say, he seemed to emanate the lower chakras in a very, what can I say? But I found him very engaging, humorous, and I really liked him. And I remember he was sitting in his sleeping bag one day, and he's reading. And I said, God, you can actually read. He gave me the finger. I was just teasing him. But he would wear this T-shirt that said anarchy on it. Had the anarchy symbol. The same one you see on these Portland protesters. And he told me that, a lot of people didn't like him. A lot of the Romanians didn't like him because he was, because he had this anarchy symbol. They really took offense to it. And to me, it was just a stupid T-shirt. I could care less.
Right.
I think he had another one that said Sex Pistols on it. He was also a punk rocker, the Sex Pistols were a punk rocker. Now, Stefan had become a dear friend more and more over the years. First, he was just somebody I got on camera, and he was very comical. I had him doing weird. I didn't have him doing. He was doing weird things on his own, and it was I put it, included him in a video I did on my adventures in Romania. He was funny. But then, as the years went by, I think he had this, there was this other girl who was very sweet, and it turned out she was a dentist. And then I found out that was his girlfriend, and she would come from Constanza on the coast, and he would come from Rome, and they would meet there every year. Sometimes they'd meet. This girl was a sweetheart. I couldn't believe the two of them were an item, but they're still an item. And conversation at the tent, in this big tent where they have, people drink and stuff after, it's for they have the food, the dinner. And so I tried to make this like annual thing. Every Atlanticron, I'd sit there with Heather, the president of World Genesis Foundation, and we'd try and have a conversation together. And we have these very neat conversations just about life. It was nothing particularly esoteric. And then, I guess more in recent years, he totally went off of the drinking because he liked to drink, and I think he stopped smoking too, because the doctor told him he was going to die because he was an extreme drinker. Wow. So he's been off of it. He looks so much better. He's thinner, and what a story. But the point of telling about him is that it was a very interesting friendship, because it's like it's gone on for like 11 years. I don't see him, and now he's gone home to Brasov. Brasov is where Dracula's castle is. Oh. Tourists will go to Brasov, and it's unfortunate that they go there because it's not his castle, and it's not a good place to go. But Brasov is a very beautiful city that's right on the border of Transylvania. Like when you go from Bucharest, you'll go one way to get up into Transylvania. It's not the only way. It's kind of a neat way to go. Is you go up, veer off to the east, and you go up the highway up towards Sinaia. Sinaia is a resort town in the mountains as you're entering the mountains. And from Sinaia you can go to the Bucegi Mountains and the Sphinx, but you can also keep going north. Actually, the town north of Sinaia, which is Busteni, that's where Radu's, what do they call it, Alpha Base is, Department Zero, but it's all hidden now in the mountains near Busteni. You can take cable cars up there. But if you keep going north of Busteni, it's only about 45 minutes, and it's about 2.5 hours from Bucharest, you get to Brasov. And Brasov is just inside the Transylvania border. And that's why they call the castle, so that you can have Dracula in Transylvania, which is not where he really belongs.
Right.
In Wallachia.
Yes.
However, because they can, use it to sell, you are going to Transylvania, you will see the castle. And then it's a very beautiful town, and outside of and then from Brasov, you're sort of in the pocket. You're in the armpit of southeast Transylvania, and then it's where the Carpathians become, where they go east and west, and then they go north and south. It's that little curve. Mm-hmm. So you're in there, and then you travel west, north of the Carpathians, and you're going to take a 2.5 hour ride to Sibiu, a very beautiful town, which was where the German settlement was, and where Johannes, what was his name? Johannes Kelpius was from, and that famous German rocket scientist, I can't remember his name, Werner von Braun's mentor.
Oh, you're not talking about Walter Lippich or the Mr. Dornberger, not the general, no.
Not Dornberger. I can never remember this guy's name, but he's very famous.
Huh.
He was.
Willy Ley, not Willy Ley, the man who defected.
No. He was older than that. But anyway, and he was a teacher of my mother-in-law.
Oh.
But
wow.
in Sibiu, very famous.
Mm-hmm.
But not as famous as Werner von Braun. That's like a real,
right,
household word. Werner
yes.
von Braun is.
Yes.
But this guy was well known. Anyway, so you go to Sibiu, and Sibiu is a very quaint town. It's very beautiful. It's my wife's favorite town in Romania, and there's like lots of what you call cobblestone areas, and you can eat there and just feel like Brasov is that way too. And both of those cities have beautiful places that you can get raw food, raw desserts without any sugar. It's fantastic. Now, you don't see that stuff in America. And You might find it in New York City when New York City was New York City, but it would be incredibly expensive in New York City. Incredibly expensive and incredibly good. But in any case, Brasov is just a beautiful, beautiful town. And right when you leave Brasov, there's a place called Szynkaweki. And Szynkaweki is just a gorgeous grove. It's got a waterfall, sort of like a creek, where you can get water, and it comes down this, cascading ravine. It's more of a trickle. It's not like a cascading water, but it comes down, and there's all these trees. It's a grove, and it goes up. It's just utterly beautiful. It's like a sacred space. And this is where the ancient Dacs or Dacians would come when they were up in the sacred area of Transylvania, and they would travel down to where the Sphinx is. They would stop here and enjoy the grove, but there are also extensive underground caves there, and you can only go into a little bit of them. Other than that, they used to be open, but they've been blocked off since I've been going there, so you can't access them. And maybe you could if you cheat, but they've got all this construction stuff, and you're not allowed to go back there. There is also the presence of a very huge monastery, modern monastery, which they sort of regulate the energy. So my friend Stefan is now in Brasov. I think he's either setting up or is running a bed and breakfast there, because that's going to be what he won't be working at the disco in Rome anymore. So that's kind of. But Brasov is a beautiful city, and so much of Romania is just utterly beautiful. But the people did not like the anarchy, and I think most people don't like anarchy.
No, of course not. We need order, now, of course, many anarchists who are political ideologues would take issue with everything we've been saying tonight. But honestly, the end result of anarchy is it may as well be Satanism, even if it were not, which many of its sources are. So just something to bear in mind. Obviously, chaos is not the answer when it comes to dealing with the challenges of our world. So definitely glad that you're bringing that up. Jameson, I'm going to have you and Peter hold the stage for a little bit. What I'm going to do is get some calories into myself. Peter, of course, didn't hear what I had said at the beginning. You can go over a little bit of that with him to just give it to him in summary so that he understands the challenges of what I was dealing with, though I'm sure he can well imagine. But I need to get some calories in myself, so I'll be back. I'm going to I'll let people know when I return, but in general, I'll stay mute for several minutes so that people can't hear me chewing, but I definitely have to be able to have enough calories in myself to last throughout the night. And thank God Peter's with us to help us maintain ourselves and burn bandwidth until I'm capable of speaking. There is probably quite a bit to speak about tonight. As a matter of fact, I'm finding quite a bit on the internet as to what has been going on. The inauguration was otherwise rather quiet in and of itself, but we can be grateful for that. But at the same time, perhaps both of you can give a bit of your own projections as to what you feel are the biggest challenges that are facing this new administration, and what you feel might be going on with Trump now that he's kind of dealing with this gray area, whether you feel he might be pursued or whether you feel that he that they're not going to do that, so because that would further destabilize the situation. In the meantime, I will be back, and I'll let you know when I am back. For right now, I'm going mute, and thank God both these gentlemen are here. And thank God all of you are here. And I thank all of you. Just before I go, a little check into the chat room and see if anyone else has joined us aside. Veronica Berera says, Hola a todos, hi D, hi. And she gives her heart to Maria. So, Veronica Berera, God bless you, Senora. Wonderful individual. And of course, we have to bring her on sometime soon to talk about her own pursuits and what she is presenting to people these days. And Maria Grigorich says at first they came in as if on a guided tour and no police presence. So yes, she was mentioning, of course, the siege of the Capitol, which, of course, as Peter Moon was referencing, it was the incredible paradox, and I'll perhaps touch on this, was that it was so well organized and orchestrated, and then it was so completely disorganized and unorchestrated once they got there. There was so much on the internet for what they were going to do, and the intentions were, once they brought the zip cuffs, to basically bring everyone else onto the White House, well, not the White House, but the Capitol Mall, the version of the White House lawn for the public, the Capitol Mall, which is where, of course, the shanty towns were organized by the bonus marchers back in the day of President Hoover. These were, of course, attacked by Douglas MacArthur, General Eisenhower, who at that point was just MacArthur's aide, and General Patton. At that time, it was a different world, and the military was deployed using military-grade war gas. Tear gas, which had been outlawed for use in the battlefield, was deployed against men, women, and children, resulting in the deaths of several children whose young systems could not handle that level of toxin. And, of course, pregnant women were forced to miscarry when their bellies were run over by, of course, cavalry, charging cavalry, which charged into the shanty towns before they set them on fire. A genuine massacre, if ever there was one. They treated the veterans as if they were a Native American tent encampment, and that was what they had been ordered to do by General MacArthur. Mind you, the Hoover just gave the order to clear them, which was just as bad. There was no other way to do it, in a sense, without that level of violence if you wanted it done immediately. So that's what the military resorted to, which is, of course, what happens when you bring in the military for a civic situation.
All they needed to do was pay them.
Yeah. That was obviously the logical answer that no one wanted to pursue for whatever reason. That's with the capital situation as it was today, the siege, the reverse siege. These people could easily have taken those people out onto the National Mall and used that gallows, but it was like they got to that point where they set it up, and then they fell apart because...
Did they have a gallows built?
Yes! There's photographic evidence of that. Yes, they literally built the gallows and they had it all set up, and then they got busy just looting and hobnobbing with the police. They were so busy taking selfies with the cops who had let them in and rounding them out.
This selfie stuff is psychotic.
Yes.
I just don't understand people. Why do people take selfies? I don't effing understand it. It's like, don't you have something better to do?
Well, it's narcissistic.
It's like, they think
I'll leave you two to handle that. I'll be back.
Care.
Yeah.
They seem to think that people care to see their face, whatever they're doing. It's a sort of vanity that borders on a sort of oh my gosh, it's definitely something for a DSM-V manual. That's for sure.
You know, my daughter was, I don't know that she's over selfie oriented, but she was really good at taking photos that were just, they were like art. They were humor. They were always tongue-in-cheek humors. They weren't like vanity shots.
Yeah.
They were humorous, and I just complimented the hell out of her. I said, "You take incredible," I call them sky photos. So you take such incredible photos because they're so funny now. Because I know her, they might be funnier. And she said she got a lot of flack for it in high school because, people didn't like it. And she says, well, it's because they can't do it. They can't do it. And but she's an artist. But when I see people, and taking pictures of what their food.
Oh, people do that.
My wife loves to do that. She'll take. Oh, stop! Don't bite into that. I got to take a picture of this one. restaurant to restaurant. And she wanted to show it to her family. And I'm saying, I don't understand it.
I couldn't. I don't get it either. It's like food's meant to be eaten.
Well, it's like, and some people can't even, like my daughter can't believe I didn't have a picture of my first wife. I don't think we ever had a photograph together. And I kind of wish I had one, but I never even thought about taking one. We never had a wedding photograph. We never had anything, you know. It's okay, you know. Maybe it's better.
Yeah. I mean, well, there are some experiences that seem so intimate that, you know, a picture would diminish them.
Oh, but I'm saying it's just like, I don't know. I'm not a person who likes photographs, and it's maybe it's unfortunate because there was one time I saw a mutilated deer right by the transmitter building at Montauk. It was a classic, you know, UFO. I say that in quotes, mutilation. Looked like it fell from the sky. I wish I would have had a color picture of that. I remember, in fact, I'll just tell the story. I was going out to Montauk with this girl. I think her name was Sherry. I had met her at the Holy House, and she wanted to go out to Montauk. So we get to the health food store out there, and we're having lunch, and she just kind of like stopped, and she looked at me, and she was Jewish, by the way. She goes, "Holy water." I said, what are you saying? Holy water. I don't know. I just said it, like she channeled it or something. And then we get out to Montauk, and we were with another friend of mine who worked out there, and he had told me about the mutilated deer. We saw the mutilated deer. There were several of them. One was spectacular. They were all mutilated, and they looked like they'd been irradiated. And she had to she said, "I can't be around this," and she had to leave. I said, "Oh, that's why she said holy water." She was picking up on what we were going to say. It was, I guess, what you'd call very objectionable to the soul. It bothered her far more than it bothered me. Her being a woman, you know, being more receptive. And as I thought it was very funny because she's Jewish. She's not Catholic. She's not Christian. She's Jewish. She goes, "Holy water," which is a Christian thing. And she didn't know where it came from.
Well, I have a question. What do you think happened to those deers? How do you think these mutilations are carried out? Could they be technological?
Well, if I were just to, the first thing it looks like somebody picked up the deer with a big crane or a helicopter, or like in one of those, you know, swing things, and grabbed it, took it up, and dropped it. Now, it might have experimented on it. It might have done something with it, or it just dropped it because it was like spread eagle, like it had just been dropped. They discarded it. There were other deer that were like, it's like their insides were all, you know, they were kind of like skeletons almost, and then hair would be growing out of them, long hair, out of the bones and stuff. It was hair growing out of the bones. It was very weird, and like they'd suffered some sort of radiation or something.
What on earth are we speaking of? I just got back, and I've heard about this.
I digressed onto a trip I'd taken to Montauk with this Jewish girl, and she had, and she said we're at the health food store before we got to the base, and my friend out there is going to show me deer mutilations, and she's just looking. We're just sitting there having lunch, and she goes, "Holy water." I go, what? She goes, "Holy water." What'd you say that for? I don't know, she says. And then I understood when we got out there and saw the mutilated deer, it was turning her stomach. She had to go away. There was one that was just spread eagle. It was a classic Linda Moulton Howe mutilated deer. And the point was, we were talking about selfies and taking pictures, and I said, I don't take pictures. I'm not like a photographic person. I'm not a visual person. And so I said, I wish I would have had a camera that day. I didn't think to take a camera. It would have made
Yeah.
great.
That would have been an amazing photo. And that entire phenomenon has always intrigued me, because I've always been torn between wondering if maybe we have the technology to reach into a higher dimension and pull things out of things' bodies and whatnot, because that would explain why, like, sometimes they have, like, the organs missing in these mutilations, and the only thing they find are these two little holes and nothing else. Nothing else to suggest that, you know, there was an incision or operation. So I was always under the impression that either it's something from another dimension or it's something that was possibly demonic. I don't know.
What I would say is that there's definitely interdimensional connections out there in Montauk, and you're better off if you do not engage them. And
yeah, I would tend to think so.
yes. And the other thing is that those connections that happen, well, yeah, it's like you really don't want to engage them out there. It is a portal between worlds, and sometimes these things come through and they happen. There also would tell you there's people on this side of the dimensions who are in league with that sort of stuff. And that's where you could have your, you know, people in the military or in the army, or in the army and the military working for some government spook agency that's doing weird stuff, and they kind of interlink. And it's kind of like you really don't need to know too much about it. At one point, it was important to document that weird stuff happens out there just to kind of prove the case. Once you've proven the case, it's kind of like you have to get away from it. Because, and why do you want to prove the case? Well, this is this weird story. This much of it is true. But how much of it is true? Do you want to keep, you know, the deeper you go into the rabbit hole, it becomes problematic. And I say, it was a fascinating story to chronicle and document to the degree I did, but to keep pursuing it past a certain point is like you got to stop the Moby Dick complex. You got to stop going after Moby Dick because you know you're going to get swallowed by the whale. And at that point, and what I was able to find out there was ties to indigenous peoples, the Montauk Pharaohs, and take it to another level, which I was happy to do. And unfortunately, too few of my audience was able to appreciate that, and most will stay at the level of the first book and keep dealing with the qliphonic phenomena. And when I say qliphonic, I'm talking about the garbage bin of existence.
Yes, the dark stuff, basically.
Yeah, it's just like it's garbage. So
well, there is something of an intrigue in the dark stuff that, you know, there's something about the dark stuff that's like less human, and I think that
dark is one thing, and garbage is another.
Good point.
You know, it's like you go under the ocean, and you'll see the deeper you go, the more strange the fish will become.
Yeah.
But that's different than, you know, going into the garbage fish, the fish that have been gutted, which is basically good for fertilizer. You know, all the refuse of the fish that you're not going to eat when you've cleaned them all and you've got them.
Fish chum. Yeah, fish
or
chum.
A bucket you can throw into the ocean. You know, that's discarded stuff, and that's what, you know, the qliphon represents.
Yes.
Shells.
Yes.
Shells, the cast off,
Exactly.
or the excrement.
By the way, I think it's important at this point for Peter to emphasize why it's a parallel to that to investigate cryptozoology, because that just is the hamster wheel. Tell us a bit about some people you've seen who've done this and just how it really goes nowhere. And you can take it from there, Peter, really.
Well, you know, I mean, cryptozoology is got a very limited, I guess what you call life. I think when where they say running backs in the National Football League are good for 5 years on average. Well, they've got a shelf line. That's kind of what going into cryptozoology is. In fact, I will say this: I have a guy I really liked. I met him up in Michigan, and because I went to Michigan for a few years to Mary Hardy's, where she has a pyramid up there on her property. The Temple of Saqqara is what one of her groups is. I think she also has the Ladies of the Emerald Fire. But anyway, when you spend time around these Michiganites, whatever they call them, you start hearing the word UP a lot. It's up in UP. Now, UP stands for Upper Peninsula. And of course, Michigan looks like a mitten if you look at it, but north of that mitten is a piece of land that extends from, I believe it extends from the state of Wisconsin. And it is called Upper Peninsula. It's just its own piece of land. It's separate from the rest of Michigan. And that's where a lot of weird stuff is supposed to happen. So they will, oh yes, a UP. And this guy that he spent a lot of time chronicling Sasquatch. And he even wrote an entire book on it. He gave it to me, hoping I would publish it. And it was, I think he had found Sasquatch dung. And he had he had like all this sort of like, he had everything but a Sasquatch. And it's kind of like, what is this? It's kind of like, what are we doing? It's kind of like studying the game show Jeopardy, but not playing the game Jeopardy. These are the rules, this is the board, these are the questions, these are the answers, and you have no players. You have no Alex Trebek. It's like, it's kind of, what are you going to do with this stuff?
Another way of putting it, the detraconic way of sexualizing everything or pornographizing it all. It's like watching somebody jack off forever without the cum shot, or what's called the money shot in the industry. Really, there's no orgasm, there's no climax.
Well, I would counter you there if we were playing chess, and I would say that is actually a tantric technique, but that's not how the pornographic industry would look at it. They would look at it as frustration, yes, rather than spiraling energy to not have the orgasm, to not have the shot.
Understood.
Where you would sublimate the orgasm into an energetic orgasm. And that's the higher plane of the tantric sexuality. But it's very hard for people to take it there, because they'll as they say, they'll get interested in the cum shot and take it to the lowest.
Well, there you go with that. Yeah, thank you for the contrapuntal in that regard, though. Of course, that's I have my own arguments with that. There are many people who say how enlightened that is and how much better that is, the sublimation, the saving of the energy. By the way, Jameson, you suddenly went offline. You were talking about useless data. Follow up a bit with that line.
Oh no, it's just when you guys were talking about like when you were talking about like how there's some information like that, such as people getting too deep into like cattle mutilations and shit like that. I guess that could be the equivalent of having like, some of these rabbit holes. I guess you could consider useless data. I mean, like if you have 100 footprints of Bigfoot and you have all this, photography and all this other stuff. So what?
Yeah, well, the worst yet is the squatching. Just the television series where you've got, a bunch of, I hate to use this term, and I never have ever used it in this light before. I'm tempted to say rednecks. I'll use the term yokels instead. How's that? You have a bunch of yokels going around in the dark with infrared vision, just... it's just preposterous. It's irritating as hell. It's there's no description for it. What a
It's
waste.
not worth watching. I remember my father was watching it, and these guys were like, there'd be like a squirrel in the tree. They're like, oh my God, it's Sasquatch, it's Sasquatch.
Thank you.
Like,
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Over nothing. And so we get to see how much these guys are like just frightened little babies in the dark.
Thank you.
Rather than anything of substance.
Well, you know, I remember when I was young, and you'd hear a good ghost story or a werewolf story, and it would be told with conviction, and it kind of it really excited you. But this is, I remember telling one of what I heard to my dad, and he just completely dismissed it, and I was bewildered at his dismissiveness of it. To me, it was just a story. Might have been true, might have not been. Of course, I was very young, and but it's kind of a sort of a childish thing to you tell these stories, and to a kid that's got a lively imagination, they have a lot more reality. I remember telling my younger brother and one of his friends and my sister this story. I said, see that old shack up in the mountain there, up in the oil fields? I point to them, and I made up this story about this old man, and I went up there and saw him. I'd actually gone up to the mountain, but I didn't meet any old man. I made up this incredible story, and they were completely riveted by it, and they thought, and I didn't even think they believed me. It's like it's a good story goes a long ways, and it grips the mind, and people love a story, but people are like fascinated by, they think they're, it's like they think they're exploring the unknown. They think they're John B. charting the Enochian angel, but they're not even, they have no academic, well, they might have sort of an academic idea in their head that they're going to go out with these spectroscopes and stuff and show that something in the magnetosphere is going, and you can get sounds and stuff like that. But so what? What do you want them for? What are you going to do with them? It's people that are like, it's kind of like playing with yourself, to put it in.
There we are. That's where I went with the masturbation parallel, really. It's, and it's not to disparage this. Honestly, we don't even want to discourage this. At least I don't. I don't want to discourage investigation. And at least so far, these idiots aren't running around with guns and shooting each other in terms of trying to bag one of these cryptids. But it's one of these things where maybe it's best they do this. It gives them something to do, keeps them off the, keeps them from storming the Capitol. But
keeps them away from QAnon.
Yeah, thank you. So better that than anything else. If anything, we should encourage it. But oh my God!
Somebody said it very well. They said that they were listening to George Norrie, and they were talking about some unknown planet or some phenomena, and he goes, "Could this be Planet X?"
Oh God, I hate him.
Could this be Planet X?
Oh, I so fucking hate him. Honestly, it's human garbage.
Well, yes, and see, that's the key word, garbage. Yeah. And you're dealing with shells of reality, and it's like there are so many. There are so many stories in the world. There are so many people with experiences, and through whatever time and circumstances and good fortune, I've had the good fortune to be able to do what I want and to write about certain things. And it's like Preston Nichols, for all of his faults, really had something to offer in terms of insight into phenomena. He was wrong some of the time, but he was also right some of the time. And it's like people have lots of stories, and they don't merit enough interest from me, from my perspective, to be able to go into them, let alone publish them, because it would take time. And then who am I going to sell them Am I going to tell one more abduction story, one more weird story of somebody who, did this and saw that? And of course, Douglas, your stories merit plenty of attention and consideration from my perspective, because they integrate to consciousness and the real world. Even though some of them are very strange, they have a tangible thread to not only the rest of the world, but my particular work. So that, to me, that's interesting, and it's something that is what you call grist for the mill. I can do something with it. I can get something back from it, not only in terms of monetarily, but in terms of information and consciousness and learning about the phenomena of life and so on and so forth. It's not to minimize other people, but what the problem is, some data, stories, adventures are just mundane.
Yes.
They are mundane. There is also the problem of mundanity in general, and I never went to either one of these clubs. They were the hot clubs of Manhattan, called the Tunnel, and I think it was called the Limelight. And somebody explained to me, who used to go to those clubs, they say that these were very avant-garde clubs. They would be started by the artist crowd, the hip crowd, whatever you want to call it, but it was very creative and artistically driven. It would become the place to go, with all sorts of interesting and exotic people there. And then once it would get a reputation, the Wall Street people and the lawyers would come. And the interesting people would stop coming because it was filled with lawyers. Now, there's something, in other words, they've taken something that was very creative and it became mundane. So the people that are creative, and they might be over the edge towards drugs and a lot of other things, but they don't want to, talk about IBM stock or whatever the lawyers are going to talk about. They don't want to talk about it. They're not. There's no stimulation there.
Yes.
So this is part of what mundanity. It's stale. It becomes, and this is, you talk about yokels or rednecks. This is one of the problems that makes a redneck a redneck, is a lack of interbreeding, is a lack of culture, and that results in a xenophobia, where they're afraid of the outside world, and so there is a lack of progress, usually feeding back to a lack of education, and this is, I lived with people like that. It wasn't, it wasn't all that. Some of them were pretty intelligent. They do good on an IQ test, but there was a cultural lack of, and they weren't going to go beyond. And they would even get finicky about, if you were wearing some style that was 2 or 3 years ahead of them, because it would take a few years for, like, say, what was being worn in LA to traffic up there. You see, it was like a 2 or 3 year lag. Like if people are wearing white Levi's in Los Angeles, are you wearing white Levi's? Why aren't they blue? That's a small thing. That's a small thing, but it gets, it gets bigger or deeper, in terms of the whole mentality of the people you're dealing with on an everyday basis.
Yes.
And so, and my father, it was a good example with him. He's sitting there with one of our neighbors, and he's saying, this is a town of 18,000 people, and he says to my father, he says, they say this could be the next LA. And my father's just like, he's just dumbfounded. This guy's a college professor at a junior college. And he said, oh, this could be the next LA. Yeah. Why would people want to come here? I mean, LA's got surf, it's got mountains, it's got city, it's got beautiful women, it's got a host of things, especially in that day and age, in smog. Why would want people come up here where there's oil wells, It's like, and this guy was not a redneck per se, because he was educated, but he was a yokel. So, and this is the same thing. If you have people that are, I guess what you would call not experienced with the paranormal or the magical world. In other words, they look at it with sort of a novice attitude. It's mostly attitude, because I was not big on the paranormal at all until I kind of was introduced to it through Scientology, and it becomes a fact of life that you acknowledge and you don't deny. So you're not in denial. If somebody's talking to you about a past life or a experience with an entity or an alien or going out of your body, it's just like, okay. When you converse enough about it, or maybe and have some experiences with it, okay, it's okay. It's like people feel that certain areas are forbidden. You can't talk about it. And that was one good thing about Scientology. It took off the fog of, okay, these things happen. It doesn't mean you have to believe somebody, but it doesn't mean you tell them that didn't happen, it can't happen. No, you're crazy. You don't do that, because it's an experience. And as Hubbard said, very interesting. He said, the time he wrote it might still be. He says, most of the world, you think reincarnation is a stupid idea. He says, well, most of the world believes it. It's only a lesser than 50% who don't believe it. And he was referring to the East, where it is more commonly accepted. So be it.
Yes, and I really appreciate that. By the way, what on earth, I guess Navalny had no choice but to go back to Russia, because I don't understand, why didn't he try to just stay in Germany and claim asylum? And of course now he's been taken in by the Russian authorities, and God knows if we'll ever hear from him again.
Who's Navalny?
Alexei Navalny is the Kremlin critic. He was the man who's kind of an opposition, the closest thing that Russia has to an opposition leader.
The guy who got drugged?
Very much so. As a matter of fact, it wasn't so much drugged. He was poisoned with the Novichok nerve agent, or a derivative of Novichok. And so he was in Germany when they were caring for him. And he was even able to get the Russians to pretty much admit to poisoning him. And he went back, of course, to carry on the good fight, and they're just going to destroy him. And it's just one of these things there. He's sacrificing himself for the sake of inspiring others to uprise and resist Vladimir Putin, who, by the way, during Epiphany, which was yesterday in the Byzantine Orthodox Julian calendrical system, that's when Putin decided he was going to show off his devotion by taking an ice bath, a dip into ice-cold waters naked, so that he could show everybody how fit he is. Maria Grigorich is wondering if Navalny will be poisoned again, and I would myself, honey, I would ask, why bother? I mean, if they've got him in prison, and then maybe they will poison him to death because they're that stupid. This is all they think about doing, and everyone will know it, but everybody knows that now, and they just deny it, and then everybody knows it, and then nothing is done. So it's really up to the Russian people themselves how far that this can go. I mean, this is just it's like what we have in Uganda Idi Amin Dada, of course, was the great admirer of Adolf Hitler, who had the statue built of him in the capital of Kampala. And what you have is these, the assholes like the white trash Baptist, he's not even Baptist, he's rejected by that church now, but he's the scumbag who wrote the book The Pink Swastika. And he basically went back to cause that huge wave of homophobic genocide. And when he did that, you had this establishment of a dictatorship that's been up there. I mean, they were up there before. This was all part of that dictatorship's genocide that has just elected itself back into power again by shutting down the internet. Of course, the scumbag that I'm referring to is Scott Lively and Kevin Abrams are the two. They're a gay couple who wrote this book claiming that Hitler is gay and went over to Uganda to start a homophobic genocide that involves, of course, the dictator who's been running Uganda to the ground since Idi Amin was overthrown. And so the dictator, what he does is he pays these people to write good things about him. And he's been in power for about 100 years at least by now. That, of course, that's the president is Yoweri Museveni. And Museveni, of course, has entire books written about himself saying how much more peaceful he is than Idi Amin Dada, when far more people have died than ever died under Idi Amin Dada, under this son of a bitch, under the accusation that they're gay, or they've been harboring gays, or are friends with gays. Just incredible. This truly is the heart of darkest Africa, and worse yet, unlike Idi Amin Dada, who basically had white guys forced to work for him, this guy is manipulated by white guys who are, Scott Lively and shit, who are basically getting him to kill his own people.
Still going on?
Yeah. The worst of it all is that Scott Lively and Kevin Abrams, they're a couple of fudge packers. I mean, you're talking about two guys who are sucking and fucking each other off on a daily basis, practically in public. You see these fuckers together.
They call it chocho.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you see these fuckers together, and being a San Franciscan, I can assure you I've seen homosexual couples with far more restraint than these two. And yet they go over to Africa and tell them who's gay and who's not and get them all killing each other, and they laugh their asses off about it. This is the kind of insanity that leads to the condemnation of Africa as a backwards continent, is because of a couple of dictators like this being manipulated by whites like this. And compared to that, men who stood up, like Idi Amin Dada, are universally vilified. Well, why? Because they stood up to the fucking white man. That's why. This is where we're at in the world.
Well, Idi, I used to follow Idi Amin back in the 80s to the degree I could.
Yeah.
I first encountered him on L. Ron Hubbard's letter line, where I learned about Idi Amin. Not that he was in Scientology or anything.
Understood.
But he amused me to no end. And what I do recall is that he was, gesticulating and posturing an awful lot of his power and all this, and he was quite. I guess the Israelis did a commando raid on him or something. But
that's right, Entebbe. And what happened was there was. I can't remember whether it was Arabs or Palestinians specifically, but it was a plane was hijacked with hostages, and this involved the Arab-Israeli situation, and they were allowed by Idi Amin Dada to land in Uganda, and then the Israelis conducted an invasion of Uganda to basically rescue the hostages from this plane. So this was one of the things that made Idi Amin Dada kind of a targeted individual of the West.
But what really did him in was he was fighting Tanzania. And Tanzania is to the south of Uganda. And Tanzania, the president of Tanzania was an old man in his 70s. And Idi Amin was threatening him, was saying, let's settle our differences with a boxing match.
Right. But by the way, Idi Amin Dada also challenged Muhammad Ali to a boxing match. You might remember.
I'll tell you the Muhammad Ali story. I don't know that one. And we got his ass kicked. Muhammad might have got himself shot, but Idi Amin was kind of portly. But anyway, he challenged the president of Tanzania to a fight to settle the differences between the two countries. He was posturing, and Tanzania just wiped him out. They sent in their tanks, and they sent him packing to Saudi Arabia. He had to escape to Saudi Arabia. And then I read years later that he was like a dispossessed dictator in Saudi Arabia. And his one dream, and it said, was to visit Disneyland. He wanted to visit Disneyland. That part. Now, I had read in Muhammad Ali's biography, I think it was called The Greatest, where he talked about going to Uganda, where he was, given VIP treatment and brought to a dinner. He spent some time there because he was, he went to the Congo and all that. He was very popular in Africa. And by the way, Ali thought he was the most popular athlete in the whole world, like he was known in China. But he said he was humbled when he was in West Africa, and he happened to be there when the soccer player Pele was there. And when he saw the crowd that gathered around Pele, he was completely taken aback and humbled. He says, no athlete, nobody in the world could gather the crowd that Pele could gather. He was that revered. And he was shocked because he got a lot of attention, but it was nothing compared to what Pele got. And it's interesting.
Yes, but that's because, of course, the power of soccer. Soccer is just...
Yeah, but I will tell you, there's another interesting story about Pele, is that when he was eventually, towards the end of his, playing days, he played, they had a soccer league in America, and he played for the New York Cosmos. The New York Cosmos. They got some of the best players. There was another really good player on there. I didn't follow soccer, but they had their equivalent of this American Super Bowl for the league, and they were playing the Tampa Bay Rowdies, who were, I guess, from the other division. And the guy's name, I think his name was Rodney Marsh. He was the best player on the Rowdies. Had conspired to send prostitutes over to the hotel room of the New York Cosmos players the night before. He made sure they were exhausted and tired the next day for the game.
That's
so they're sitting there, and all these girls show up and want to service them, and they're not asking for money because they've already been paid, and they did their jobs, and the Cosmos lost. And he told the story in a documentary. So he was a great soccer player, but he was human and vulnerable. But
incredible.
As were the rest of his teammates.
Yeah.
So that's a good way. Well, I don't know if it's a good way, but it's an effective way to win in soccer. It's not all between the lines on the playing field. So Muhammad Ali said that when he was at the dinner, he said Idi Amin had a dwarf sitting next to him, and he used to feed the dwarf soup. Like, he would put the spoon in the dwarf's mouth. It was like, he said it was really weird. The guy was really weird. I don't know. I don't recall him being challenged in a boxing match, but it may well happen.
And do you know what that reminds me of? You can look up a documentary made about the film The Island of Dr. Moreau, which was just this incredible tragedy that there was this real creative man who was passionate about the project, and he became one of the saboteurs of the project as it the investors said, well, they set some limits, and they were trying to get two actors to cooperate. One was Marlon Brando, and the other was some young asshole who no one will remember now, who was really popular at the time, and just thought that he was the shit. And they got into this big ego fight, he and Marlon Brando, and Marlon Brando sabotaged the film by basically taking the world's shortest man, who was in the film as one of Dr. Moreau's experiments. So this was, again, another example where what they call human oddities are, in a sense, exploited for cinema. But since they're adults, it's hard to draw that distinction because they're theoretically in charge of their own actions. But if they're developmentally disabled, then there's a question as to whether they really know what they're doing. And this shortest man in the world fell kind of in that category, but Marlon Brando took this shining to him and just wanted him around in every scene, and just was doing something very similar to what Idi Amin Dada was doing. And it was not an act. It was, if you look at the film, there's a true, very disturbing chemistry between Marlon Brando and this gnome, and Marlon Brando just has him around as a mascot, and so it's a monstrous film in terms of the fact that you would never watch the film, but you would watch the documentary of how it all crashed and burned, because that's far more entertaining than the film. But the film itself was a nightmare. The filming was in very hot conditions, and everybody's wearing fur and animal makeup, and they were all basically turning it into like a furry orgy, just because everybody was just going all the way and saying, fuck it, we're on set and nothing's working anyway. So, it became like a furry orgy in real life, which doesn't make it onto the screen, which is why the documentary is so much more engaging for entertainment's sake, if nothing else. Watching a bunch of people in fur basically fucking each other. Not that it's focusing.
Val Kilmer was the guy you were talking about.
Yeah, and what do you know about that son of a bitch? Was he ever a Scientologist or involved, or what?
No, the only thing is that I think Preston Nichols said that Val Kilmer, I don't know, he had some weird association with him. I don't know if it was accurate. I think he said that Val Kilmer was maybe his son or something, but he would find people that he thought was his son. I don't know. He had a weird sort of psychic connection. It says that that Marlon Brando's daughter Cheyenne had committed suicide, leaving the film in limbo. So he became very problematic.
Oh my God! No wonder. Oh my God! Why I can't understand why he stayed on the film. Why did he even stay on the project? I guess he felt that she wasn't going to be brought.
Probably under contract. And it says he didn't want to learn his lines, so he requested them through an earpiece. The director was fired. There was a hurricane. It was a bomb. It says it sounds like it was just not meant to be. But I always thought that one of the most interesting characters to play Preston Nichols in a movie would be Marlon Brando. He would have done an incredible job. Now, it might not have been the Montauk Project that Preston told or was in the book, but it would have been very creative. I remember once, I liked, at one point, I liked to watch Marlon Brando because he was an artist when he would play a role. He was not playing the role of Fletcher Christian or whoever he played. He was being Marlon Brando, being an artist of acting, and he truly was an artist when he acted. And he had an artisticness about him that was just so creative that I thought he was utterly remarkable. I kind of lost interest in him, perhaps. I don't know that he kept doing anything, but I think while he did a good job in The Godfather, I don't think that really he was more conforming in that role than to being particularly creative.
Right.
He was also I knew a guy in Psychotronics, who was a comic book artist, and he had been a roommate of Marlon Brando's, as you know, back in the 50s, when Marlon Brando was just getting started, and he said Marlon was he said he was gay, and he was a complete asshole. He said,
yes,
he wasn't always an asshole, but he could be. And another friend of mine who lived in Los Angeles said, you know, if you went to this certain supermarket at 3 a.m, you'd see him coming out in his muumuu or whatever he was wearing, and other Hollywood stars would come out into the supermarket at like 3 a.m. because they didn't want to go there during the daytime where they would be recognized.
Right.
It's too uncomfortable.
And mobbed. They would have been mobbed in those days.
Yeah, and he said that Marlon would be like going and looking at these products on the shelf, you know, whether they be, you know, Oreos or, you know, Ding Dongs or whatever they are. He's like looking at them with just this utter fascination, as if they were a Van Gogh or something, you know. Looked at things that like the art he would create as a artist. He'd look at these things as if they were a piece of art when they were just, you know, crafted probably by some package designer. But it was you know, he was an art. Whatever you want to say about him, he was an artist, and he was bizarre.
Well, he certainly had a chance to display that to its fullest on the set of the Island of Dr. Moreau, the film that never should have been made, and it's just part of, how would I say it? It's so tragic. Just the latter half of his years. I do feel that he was excellent, and that it was the climax of his career in Apocalypse Now, where he played, of course, the Colonel Kurtz, and the character itself was so well developed, much more than most people realize. They actually put the character of Colonel Kurtz on a fake cover of Time magazine and the like, as an up-and-coming young military leader. This was, of course, fake. It was just a Time magazine created for the film, but, you know, the thought that they put into it was incredible. So very much worth seeing, uncut, of course. I'll go back
It's also very interesting to watch the interviews of Dennis Hopper, who was in the film, and listening to him talk about his irritating Marlon Brando.
Tell us about that.
And also Francis Ford Coppola's what he had to deal with Marlon Brando on that particular movie. It was you know, it's very interesting just in terms of what he had to deal with.
What was he dealing with? What was Brando doing? What were his antics?
Well, I think the first problem Coppola had was that he had, you know, negotiated to have him for something like 2 weeks or something like that, and Marlon hadn't read the book or the script, so, you know, he had to spend about a week of that time studying the script. You know, he says, "You got me." You know, in other words, you want to have him to act for 2 weeks, and you've got him for like 1 week of acting, and there was just, you know, so everything got kind of like rushed, and, you know, it was very challenging. But I mean, you have to hear Coppola tell it himself, because
well, you might remember Martin Sheen had a heart attack on the set. It was like, yes, it was almost similar to the Island of Dr. Moreau, except it all came out right. So it's incredible how these things work out, or how they don't.
I think where Marlon Brando kind of like slipped on the banana peel was the Mutiny on the Bounty movie. And 1962, I think he was done. And up until then, he had done Guys and Dolls, where he had the lead over Frank Sinatra, a role that Frank Sinatra might have been more suited to than him, but he did it, and he did it well enough. And then, but when he hits the Mutiny on the Bounty, there's all sorts of problems with production and with his attitude and with the way he
played the character. He plays Fletcher Christian as a pompous dandy, which there's no reason to believe that Fletcher Christian was that.
Right.
Fletcher Christian, of course, is the man who mutinied against Captain Bligh in the Mutiny on the Bounty. He's the primary mutineer, and he's the hero of the story. And Fletcher Christian or Marlon Brando is playing this like exaggerated role that is completely historically dubious, if not completely inaccurate, and he's self-indulging himself. At the same time, they're shooting this movie in Tahiti, so Tahiti's getting under his skin, and he's becoming, infatuated with the island of Tahiti, and he marries this Tahitian lady, a beautiful lady, and so he's like, it's like he's reached the peak of professional success, monetary success, and beauty, and he marries this beautiful, and he just seems to like go psychologically off the rails at that point, where he's no longer working for the studios are working for him, whether they know it or not. Right. And then he gets interested in indigenous causes, and he eventually wants to bring his an Indian to the Academy Awards and have her speak, which is actually a noble cause, but it completely makes him abrasive to everyone in Hollywood. And so he was completely on the outs by the time he did The Godfather. When he did The Godfather, nobody wanted to deal with him. He had to do a screen test. In fact, Francis Ford Coppola talks about that. Francis Ford Coppola resurrected Marlon Brando in terms of Hollywood because he was completely on the outs because he became too infatuated with himself. And that's when he became the art. He became the art and the artist. And you were there, you were in his way if you were irritating him. And then that's when I became very interested in watching him because he was such a creative actor. I remember he did a movie with Jack Nicholson when they were both at their peak called, Jack Nicholson was at his peak, Missouri Breaks, where he plays all these different characters. He's a murderer, but he goes into a different character every time he murders somebody. And it was kind of Marlon Brando was just, he could play or do anything. And he was really a great actor. And he was, I suppose, crazy. The most interesting story was when he was doing The Godfather, and I might have mentioned it before, a man named Gianni Russo. Gianni Russo is the guy who plays Carlo in The Godfather. And Carlo grew up as a runner for the mob. And he grew up, and he said that Marlon Brando, and he basically negotiated The Godfather being made because he knew Frank Costello. He was like the runner for Frank Costello, and the mob didn't want The Godfather to be made, and they had to make concessions with the mob, and basically he brokered the deal. And the concession the mob got was that Gianni got to play Carlo. He was not even a trained actor. He was a runner for the mob who knew how to sell pencils and do hair coloring or wash shampooing. They used to be Marilyn Monroe's shampooist.
Jesus.
She shampooed Marilyn Monroe, and he lost his virginity to Marilyn Monroe, and they were good friends. He was like the Forrest Gump of the underworld.
There you are.
And so he ends up playing Carlo. But he said that when they were doing the read-through, before they even got to the film, Marlon Brando, he talked to Marlon Brando, which was something you weren't supposed to do. And Marlon Brando talks to Coppola. He says, who is this guy? He says, who is this guy? And, he's about to be kicked off the thing. And Gianni takes Marlon Brando in the back, and he says, I think he tells him a little bit about who he is, and he says, if you fuck up this movie for me, this is my chance to be in the movie. He says, I'm going to kill you. And Marlon Brando looked at him and I think, put his arm around him and he says, you know what? I like you. I like you. And because he basically kind of convinced him not only that he could kick Marlon Brando's ass, but that he could play the role. Yeah. Because he said it with such conviction. This guy's he's a real gangster. He can play the role.
Yes.
And he wasn't a real gangster, but he might as well have been, because he knew how to be one.
Right.
But it was fascinating. Marlon Brando, what a character.
Indeed, and yes, we're so fortunate that Peter Moon was alive and alert at the time that all of this was going down while it was there, and you serve as such a bridge between the separate worlds of.
And I don't care for movies per se or talking about movies, but there's a few actors and stuff like that I really, they kind of stand out, kind of grab your attention.
Indeed, yeah. So, in terms of after your birthday and the between that and the inauguration, and like you said, you really weren't watching much of it on television. You've been just out of curiosity with the book that we're working on. Did you get any chance to work on that? Any other insights that came in? I know.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, you had this picture, just so our listeners know, our man Peter Moon was sent some information by George Knight, who told him about Melvin Brown, Sergeant Melvin Brown's daughter, using the various terms that she related about what her father said, and Peter himself was able to drag up a photograph of Stanton Friedman displaying most pointedly, to use a pun, the horned brow. That was how it was referred to by Michael Aquino himself, which was kind of like if you had the eyebrow for it, then the way that they kind of identified each other as an in-crowd was Michael Aquino and Stanton Friedman and others who were part of the Temple of Set would use a lot of Vaseline on their eyebrows to generate this horned effect, the horned brow effect, and Peter found a great example of that for Stanton, who was such a piece of shit. So and Jameson's asking why that was even their thing. Well, that stems from the ancient belief. And of course, Jameson said it's beyond hilarious. And yes, most people just find it repulsive and just look at that and say, what the fuck is this person's trip? But it stems from the ancient belief that those of deep wisdom manifest the horns. And that was how they portrayed Moses. And it could be interpreted as vilification. But Moses had a genuine condition of deformity. And this condition of the horns has manifested in certain men of historical repute for wisdom. So over the years, it became kind of identified with people who were wise beyond the normal human ken, and so that was essentially what these men were trying to convey. And it's that there was a hucksterism about it. And just a kind of empty facade that was there. But other than that, it just serves now as kind of like an anachronism. And of course, Jameson is saying, why not just silicon horns like Rex Diabolus did?
Actually, I'm saying it's better than having artificial horns implanted.
Perhaps. Thank you. Okay.
Because that looks a
even
lot more
stupider.
Ridiculous than someone slicking their eyebrows.
Thank you. Now, there you are. And Rex Diabolos had the silicon horns implanted, and he was the guru, the satanic guru of who was that guy? Clyde Lewis. That was it, Clyde Lewis. Oh God, what to think that I even had to deal with these people in my life.
When you wear something that's like what you call very unique,
yeah,
then you're going to get noticed, if not mentally ostracized for wearing it. And I've only experienced it by wearing completely black, by no intention of my own. putting on black clothes one time and going to a UFO conference. Where I was a friend of mine who was wanted to give some information to Wendell Stevens. And she was also wearing black. By complete coincidence, she asked me to come and be there to give her some emotional support. And she was also very exotic looking, very beautiful. So when people see us together, they automatically assume that, we're not what we actually are, and that we're part of some occult, because they knew who I was, but they're attributing me to being as part of a, Aleister Crowley cult or something, which was completely not the case. I just happened to be black was part of what I accrued. Now that's just where. Now at that time, I did not even know it. That was very fashionable to wear in Manhattan at that time, and I only found that out because I happened to be wearing that same shirt and pants, and I was in a very I guess what you call upscale restaurant, and I said to my girlfriend, I said, "Why is everybody wearing black?" And she says, "Oh, that's the trend. That's the trend."
Right.
So, but what I'm trying to say here is that to wear eyebrows like that, if I wore, I think I made a joke when I was out on the airplane the first time I saw you, Douglas. I was flying out to San Francisco, and I went in the bathroom mirror in the airplane, and I said, "My eyebrows, man, I'm losing I hardly have any eyebrows left." I started joking that I looked like Aquino, joking to myself.
Oh.
I said, "What happened to my eyebrows? First they turn gray, and then they start, and I'm turning into one of the Yakuza, Not that bad, but I'm kind of like, looking and say, where did my eyebrows go? But if I were to wear eyebrows like Stanton Friedman did with the horn brow, I could never ever get that down, and nor could anybody else, nor could either of you. I couldn't do it, and somehow that never stuck with Stanton. He could have gone on stage and taken a crap, and I don't think anybody would have looked at him any differently.
It's so bizarre. He is so fucking bizarre. And the fact that people tolerated so much from that son of a bitch, he's just a troglodyte, and that's why everybody didn't really notice. He's like Gollum anyway. You expect him to do something like that. That's what he is a Gollum character. He's just like a homunculus of Michael Aquino. It's just really just a kind of... and I don't mean golem like in the traditional Jewish sense, so people understand. I mean the Tolkien sense of the degenerate creatures.
Yeah, the character.
Right, thank you.
I'm only vaguely familiar with it. I've never seen the film, but I've seen like the commercials. It was a big thing.
Yeah. And that's what he is, and he's just so disgusting, and everything about him was just geared towards this kind of promotional sales pitch for the Roswell community. They were in this incestuous relationship together because he would MC the parades. He would be master of ceremonies at the Roswell parades without fail. It was just like his career, and when Aquino took it on as a pet project to turn that into the new Lourdes or Medjugorje of the American religion, then that is, that's where, that's where we're at. And
well, I would say if anything lives up to being a husk or a shell of completely useless information, it's what ufology has become.
Thank you.
or shall I say, what they turned it into. If there was anything legit, I would think that it all came from the Fortean time. I guess back when Charles Fort was recording a lot of strange things, and there was some legitimacy that was probably looked into by John Keel. But outside of those two names, like most of it is just dead bullshit.
John Keel was trained in psychological warfare.
Interesting. So in that sense,
read that.
yeah.
I read that in his bio.
Yeah, so he had the same background in a very real sense as Michael Aquino. I wonder if they both went to the same, Fort Bragg, the academies, and the various
I
other...
think he was much earlier than that. And
Okay.
as I said, he was alive enough, young enough to remember the... he thought Roswell was he looked into extraterrestrials and he thought it was all a bunch of bunk. And he said that, and he was old enough to remember the balloons. You know, he was like
balloons. Yeah. He's actually where I learned before I listened to Douglas. He's where I learned that from, because I was familiar with him before I had listened to you, Douglas.
Yeah,
And,
people knew about the balloons. I met people who told me about the balloons, but I think it was always the impression that the Japanese were sending them over as some sort of lame attempt to bomb the United States, and I think that's what people thought that they were.
Right.
It was a lame attempt to bomb the United States,
Right.
not realizing the full story. And how could they know the full story?
Right. Well, that's because it was so hidden and so censored and then warped so that they could hide the story. And of course, it's the fault of the information recipient. The information recipient, the consumer, is responsible for how they digest or interpret the information. This is what they wanted to hear. So since the consumer...
Well, I heard it from a postman, and he was telling me, oh, the Japanese used to do this, and I never forgot it. But I never really had anything more than context. I know L. Ron Hubbard claimed that he shot down a Japanese submarine in Portland, and he's been, and he was actually, I think, court-martialed over it. They even told him he didn't.
Amazing. Amazing.
And I never really doubted him.
Yeah.
Because he was the type of person that would see stuff and then other people wouldn't own up to it. I mean, there's a whole story you can read about L. Ron Hubbard in the Japanese submarine in Portland.
Wow.
It's just, but I mean, I didn't have an issue with, him making it up. He didn't need to make it up. But just one more indication that the Japanese really were patrolling the Pacific. But I did, let me see here, I have another piece of news and that I found of Seattle. It's like what I heard apparently from Sean Hannity, and I only heard the first minute of the show, was that he was getting it right off the what do you call it?
Well, in the old days, we'd call it a teleprompter.
But he was getting fast news because it was before it appeared on the internet. I don't think he was getting it from the internet. Okay, it says wait, this is Tuesday. We don't want Tuesday. Somebody was arrested. There were protests. Just a second here. Okay, officers make at least 2 arrests related to downtown protests. Okay, they make the arrest on Wednesdays, stemming from property damage and violence in downtown as protesters take to the streets. Seattle police tweeted pictures of vandalism to an Amazon building, saying at least 1 person was arrested for property damage. The pictures show threats spray painted on the building's windows aimed at President Biden and Vice President Harris. Police arrested another woman from the same group for assault near 2nd Avenue and Cherry Street, according to an update from the Seattle Police Department. KOMO News has also reported people throwing objects at innocent bystanders during the protests. So this is, this is again, it's again targeted at the president, the new president.
Bizarre.
Trump made it sound like, based on what my mom said, because she was watching the whole thing, she said that supposedly Trump had said something to the extent that it's not over, as if he still has some kind of challenge or ace up his sleeve. So who knows?
Yeah, this might be it.
My personal opinion is that Trump is dead politically, and that's not a disparagement of him. I just think he's dead, and he's better off for himself, gone. I could be wrong. I don't think, what do you call it, the people that supported him or are rabid about some of the issues that he brought up. I don't think they're gone, but I just think Trump is dead. And I also think that Biden will be far better off if Trump is not tried and convicted and banned from running. I think it's better for Biden if Trump is still a potential candidate, because I think the press will be much easier on Biden if Trump is still potentially going to come back. If Trump is out of the equation, they'll be much harder on Biden. Is my opinion.
He will be out of the equation, though, because he's got so many charges up here in New York that they will probably arrest him.
I doubt that.
No, I hear what both of you are saying. Yeah. By the way, that is something that I've seriously was just mulling over, and the point is that it would be legal to do that. The question is, would that be allowed to happen on the basis of the backlash it would cause from his followers? So that is probably will provide
like
him.
Don't get arrested.
Yeah,
People
probably.
like Hillary don't get arrested.
Yeah.
People like Jeffrey Epstein get arrested after a long and convoluted series of, and machinations. And now there's other news, which I will share, and that's on Ghislaine Maxwell. As she has made what I consider to be a major victory in her court case. I consider it a major victory. It says, Judge, Ghislaine Maxwell's sex relationships with adults can be secret. Testimony by Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend about her sexual experiences with consenting adults can remain secret. Now, this is like the day before the inauguration. And it's like, you don't even hear about it. It's like, I didn't even hear it on the news. Testimony by Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend about her sexual experiences with consenting adults can remain secret when a transcript is released next week, a judge said Tuesday. A ruling by U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska in Manhattan pertained to a July 2016 deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell in a civil lawsuit brought by one of Maxwell's accusers that has since been settled. She says, although the prurient interest of some may be left unsatiated as a result, Ms. Maxwell's interest in keeping private the details of her sexual relationships with consenting adults warrants the sealing of those portions of her testimony, Preska said at a hearing conducted electronically because of the coronavirus. And unfortunately, what this does is that this shields somebody who is ostensibly very guilty. And it's like, it would be, all of these people are persons of interest to any investigation. Anybody who was having any relationship with her. And she, in my opinion, deserves no quarter. She does not deserve protection of her sexual antics, only because of the importance of what went on with her and Jeffrey Epstein. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a major win for her.
Interesting. Well, that's
well, she's still going to have, and they're just going to confine it to what she did to groom these girls for Jeffrey Epstein. Right. Well, why don't we have Robert Mueller on this case? Who's going to look under every rock for 2 years and find nothing. We need.
Oh my God. Well, it's very frustrating, and it's not unexpected at all. All of this is quite predictable. It's, it's sadly too predictable, and this is, of course, what led people to become vulnerable to the QAnon phenomena. People are wondering why people like this are protected, and then the only reality that makes any sense is, of course, the conspiracy that of the elite, the ruling powers all being participatory, unfortunately made people vulnerable to this conspiracy fantasy where they're looking for a hero in all of this. And
there's another aspect to the QAnon crowd is going to her court, and they're creating protests. And this feeds her case as well, because people can then start to create a meme and saying, oh, this is just a bunch of QAnon stuff.
Yes.
Well, she did some wrong things, but then this QAnon conspiracy is too much.
Yeah.
Yes. So it will cause, it's good for her to have QAnon attacking her.
Yes. Yes, and this is exactly all part of a pattern that is either organic or conspired. Either way, it works to the advantage of the very...
Well, it's very much conspired because the entire QAnon cult goes back to pedophiles. It goes back to
Yes.
the ONA and all these other international players who are sex trafficking and are, grooming people to use as sex slaves, basically. So, if anything, there would be no surprise if QAnon intervened and made things even easier for her, because it's designed to do that.
Thank you. And this is and it's all projection. Again, I can't overemphasize this. I've said it before. When you have people who are overly interested in pedopredation, and there's no reason for them to be so, really, you have to start questioning them. Or
there's got to be something unconscious within them that has an affinity for it, and that in and of itself is troubling.
Yes, thank you. And
because when I did that research on the on which led to the 09A and the rest of these people who were doing this stuff, I felt sick the next day. I felt depressed. I just wanted to be away from the stuff. So for people to continually want to keep digging down those rabbit holes, one has to question why the fuck are they really doing that?
Yeah.
They might not despise what they're claiming that they're trying to fight as much as they think they are, as much as they say they are.
Right. Yeah. And they go around always accumulating images of child abuse, which they say is part of their research, onto the enemy. And it's really just part of their own fixation. Honestly,
some of them are so volatile that they'll shoot you out of the water if you don't go on a crusade with them. So the minute you're like, yeah, well, guess what? That's life. It's the powers that be. It's never gonna end. They're like, what's wrong with you? You gotta do it. It's like, okay, no, I don't want to join you in whatever perverse shit you have going on in your head.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, definitely important. So let me see now. It's Peter's been with us for about 2 hours. It's about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, about 11 p.m. in New York. I hope everything's going well. How are you feeling, Peter? You still with us for a little bit more? Or do you want to go off to bed, or how are you feeling right now?
I don't know if I have. I just, to get back to the book.
Yeah.
To get back to the book.
Yeah.
I have completed chapter. Let me see here. Let me get my act together here on this. I've done the Roswell incident, and then I did a chapter on the immediate cover-up, meaning the press release and the article from the Roswell Daily Record. That's the cover-up.
Right.
Then I have a chapter on 1947 and all the dynamic changes that included with the National Security Act in 1947 as a result of the Roswell and the surrounding circumstances of Roswell. And then the chapter after that is, that's 1947. Now I'm going into the chapter where Aquino the Melvin Brown stuff, and then on comes Aquino to the rescue, so to speak, and then, sort of like how he comes into play there. And then there will be a chapter on Stanton Friedman, and then probably either that will include or probably another one on Philip Corso. And then there will be a chapter on the stuff you came up with, which you sent to Japan.
Yes.
And after that, I'll summarize it with an epilogue saying, there's a much deeper occult side to the entire book that you read. This is the more mundane side of it, and we're going to go into it in the next book. And that's going to be, Aquino's been introduced. I'll explain Aquino a little bit here, He's already been introduced in the book, but minimally so, and he will get a minimal reference here, but enough to make people cognizant of it and what's at stake here, and should create a lot more interest for the next book.
Wonderful. And thank you so much for that update. And
It'll be done in just a matter of days. I kind of had to give myself a break.
Of course.
And then some of it, I'm like, it's hard to find the data, to put it all together. And then next week probably we'll be going over it, and I'll be, if not reading it to you, privately summarizing, almost like doing a speed read narrative, so we have it and can get it out.
Right. Well, I'll need the manuscript as well, so I can go.
You'll get that. You'll get that.
Yeah.
Yes. But it'll be very soon.
Thank you. Well, love you dearly.
I would,
Yeah.
because Mercury's going retrograde on the last 30th of January.
Uh-huh.
I would expect to send this book out to the printer by the end of February.
Okay. Well, we'll try. We'll certainly.
That means I got to get the cover done.
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I would also say that some people believed that Trump was going to the very last minute, they thought Trump was going to come to the rescue and arrest the Biden and Harris and everybody else, take them off to Guantanamo or somewhere similar, and it was going to be, and I think people are very disappointed, certain people that had their, and they think that the world has been ruined.
Yes.
And it's, the world goes on. If Sean David Morton were the president, the world would go on.
Oh my God! Oh, by the way, have you heard anything more about him since he's been released?
No,
poor
I
bastard.
haven't.
Yes, he's.
I have. But yeah. So people have been very disillusioned, and I think at a very early age, I never took the political world too seriously. It will change things. When somebody like Jimmy Carter comes along, he'll ruin things. Reagan comes like this, he'll pump life into the economy. He did a lot of negative things, but he pumped life into it. Some people will pump life into things. Some people will, court disaster, like George Bush. It's like, it will affect our lives deeply. One of my friends that was tied to Silicon Valley said that he thought that Al Gore was the most disgusting human being, because when he lost the presidential race, he just kind of just abandoned everything, the internet that he started. And when he didn't start the internet, but he was very influential in Silicon Valley, and he just kind of like shed his hands and he said was greatly responsible for letting the whole .com boom bust, because he didn't care, and he handed George Bush a shit sandwich. Because that's what, okay, well, all right, you won Florida. Okay, good. Go stick it up your ass.
Yeah.
That's like, Trump did that to California. He was very punitive towards California.
Yes, most certainly. That's what we're still dealing with now. When you go off to bed, you can listen later tomorrow. I'm going to talk about some of our problems here in California that we're dealing with most immediately. But definitely, much of it has to do with Donald Trump's putative measures, and we're still facing the repercussions of that. We will be for generations.
Might do anything to reverse the trend?
I have no idea. We'll find out. It's definitely Kamala Harris should be helpful in that regard, I would think. As a matter of fact, we could say this now. It's Biden, of course. He's someone who's just a really a battering ram for Kamala Harris. That's basically what I see him as. And
well, the thing is, they're both politicians, so I wouldn't expect much of anything, because I tend to see politicians as a different species.
Well, yeah, but see, there's a big difference between Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was he used to be the Secretary of Defense. So he was so embedded in the defense, and he was so connected to the government that he knew what he was doing. I don't mean to suggest what he was doing was good, but he knew the parts and the players in the game. Kamala Harris is from California. She's a district attorney who became a senator. So she doesn't necessarily have that sort of a know-how or background. She might be far more helpful to California than she would be at playing any games that Dick Cheney played.
right.
I think she's completely ignorant of the stuff she'll be dealing with. I don't think she's genned in on it. She can learn it, for better or for worse, but I wouldn't expect too much from her. She might do something for California just because she's from there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's an oversimplification.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with you. And in terms of Dick Cheney, of course, this was just old world. He was just old world in terms of like the way the system used to be. And as you said, he was embedded with the Department of Defense. Everything was just based on keeping the war making going. So if there wasn't a war, you go start one. And that's what they did. There wasn't a war going on with the collapse of the Soviet Union. There was no Cold War, so they had to go start one. And this is where the disaster really happened. And of course, Cheney was effectively our president. It wasn't Bush Jr. So it was Cheney all the way, really. And
all Bush did was really sit around and
yes,
look stupid.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
And he was exceptionally good at it.
yes, yes.
Dick Cheney headed a committee to choose the vice president, and he ended up choosing himself.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, just
that's great.
disgusting. And you know, we could go on about that for hours. Honestly, that's really anyhow, the country's just been on a downward spiral.
Did you ever see, Douglas, a television show on cable? I didn't see a lot of the episodes, but I thought it didn't, I guess, last too long. But it was called That's My Bush. And it was a takeoff of the White House with George Bush and Dick Cheney. And the actors were so good. The actor for George Bush looked just like him. He sounded just like him. And it was a ridiculous comedy.
Yeah.
Did you ever see it?
No, never even knew of it.
It was funny. I mean, they had George Bush, George Bush calling, I think he was calling the psychic hotline or something, and something about the phone bill running up in the White House. He was calling all these 800 numbers. I think he ended up on a porno line as well. But it was completely ridiculous.
Well, for those who don't remember, George Bush, it was like his wife needed to keep him away from the goddamn bicycle. Every time he got on that goddamn bicycle, he would just do a head flip and, just like, it was just it became regular. It became a regular.
My friend Rudy, who had works at the Four Seasons Hotel, he said that he'd meet all these people that would stay there, the top celebrities and whatnot. And he said George Bush was one of the nicest guys. He was very personal. He talked to you. He wasn't stuck up or anything. And I could kind of see that in his personality, that he would be that way.
Yeah, well, of course, right? I mean, what else has he got? He didn't have any brains. All he had was charm, right? I mean, this is just what he had to do. Was he could afford to be that way. I mean, give me a break. The guy had nothing going on in his life other than, being a spoiled kid who would have been an alcoholic if he hadn't been threatened with divorce by his wife. And, the only thing I could think of was how well he dodged those shoes when he went to Iraq. And that Muslim reporter, of course, that's the greatest insult in the world, in the Islamic world, is to take your shoes and throw them at someone, because it implies that it's like throwing a turd. Your shoes are what you use to tread dust, to tread the dirt. And so in the culture of Islam, it's like a tremendous insult to throw your shoes at somebody, because you're saying that they're what you tread upon. You're saying that they're the dirt, the dust of the earth. And so when that...
Somebody once sent me a link to a video game during that time period,
Mm-hmm.
and it was actually a very fun game to play. I played it a bit, where you were clicking on this link, and it was like, it was a game where they were throwing a shoe at George Bush, and he was ducking the shoe.
Well, there you go. And the only thing I could think about when he did so was how well he did it. You could tell that this guy was ducking shoes on a regular basis. And I realized his wife must be throwing her shoes at him every fucking day, because he didn't even bat an eye. As soon as that, most of us would have just stood there and taken it flat in the face, because, who the fuck does that? But not George Bush Jr. He saw it coming. He says, oh shit, it's just like my wife, and he just went down, it was like he'd been trained in this and shit. Like, it was reflexive, like Pavlov's bitch. And so that
he has to have good eyes, because he was a fighter pilot. Well, he tried to be pilot.
Yeah, he was. Oh God,
he was a cheerleader in college.
That's right.
Okay, that's why. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. Oh my God, it was pathetic. And but then again, what can you say? You've got all these people who have an incorrect view of when people are, like when John Kerry was running against him. I remember this cab driver who was, very into the election, was driving me, and he brought that fact up that George Bush was a cheerleader, trying to point out how unfit he was to run the country, which of course he was completely unfit to run the country. But then he was trying to promote John Kerry, and he was saying, oh yeah, he was in the Vietnam War, and he almost got killed by a kamikaze pilot. I mean, it's astonishing to me how these wars just blend in. And he wasn't the only person I encountered who said that. There were so many people I met who were convinced that John Kerry had almost died because of a quote-unquote kamikaze attack during the Vietnam War. And I was like thinking, it's just, to most people, war is a fantasy, and they all blend together, these different wars and the different kinds of tactics and operations that are taking place in them. And it just goes to show that History Channel doesn't do shit.
All History Channel does is aliens. Maybe there's aliens.
Yes, no, it's awful. No, it's
That's all they fucking do. Maybe
Yeah.
there's aliens.
Oh.
Do you know that the History Channel not the History Channel, the Ancient Aliens show is by far the most successful show of its kind. Nothing can compete with it. It's been on for 20 years.
That's what's scary about it.
Yeah.
What's scary about this country.
Thank you.
So what I was told was that if we want to do Montauk like that or something similarly related, what you have to have is it's not good to have the skeptic come on and say, oh, that couldn't be that way. And you don't show both sides, because nobody wants to hear the other side. And the necessary skeptic, that'll come along and say, well, that couldn't be that way, because it's all canned. You don't want a canned show. You want to say, this is the story, this is what it is, and you basically keep feeding the story. It's a formula for engaging an audience and keeping your audience. And I've never really watched the show, hardly at all. I probably watched less than 3 hours of the show in its entirety, if that. But it's of no interest to me whatsoever.
Well, it shouldn't be, of course. It's definitely not worth anyone's time, not even a moment. And but the fact that it's just been on for so long and it's so popular is just indicative of where the American mindset is, which is nowhere. It's up its ass. And
also David Childress, who's on it frequently, told me that typically when you're on a TV show, it does nothing for your book sales.
Right.
It doesn't translate into it. Radio, yes.
Interesting.
This book, but that has been an exception. I think he does get. I don't know if he. I think he does get paid for it. If you want to be paid for doing the shows, forget it. They don't like that.
No,
they
of
don't
course
like
not.
it at all.
No.
Even though they could easily afford it.
Right.
But yeah, it's been very lucrative for him in terms of what it's generated for his
world.
publishing. Yeah, and I mean, he has a good reputation for putting out, books.
There you have it.
But that show has been the exception, I would say. But anyway,
Well,
so much for that. Yeah, today was an anticlimactic day. I was very surprised to hear about the riots in Portland, and
well, it's almost like they couldn't do anything in Washington, so they just started something in Portland.
Well, first off, these, the guy in first he's a white guy with a T-shirt that says Black Lives Matter. Like he spent too much time in college, but it's like I don't, know what. He's just the guy they got for the picture, right? It says 200 people, and it was Antifa oriented, and then, but this is not. So if it was
it strikes me as something MK Ultra, because it's the reason why is because the anarchists are using any platform of anyone else to try to co-opt it into anarchy. So now people are going to associate Black Lives Matter with the anarchy bullshit in Portland, and it's going to completely crush the entire intent of the entire movement, which is to get some degree of equitable treatment from law enforcement, for people who aren't getting it, and that's the entire, and that ties in with the QAnon thing perfectly, because the entire thing that you would call satanic, because I hesitate to say that because satanic doesn't have a bad meaning for me personally, as it might for other people, but what I'd say is whatever it is, it's very entrenched with the I would hazard to say intelligence, but I would say it's very entrenched with the operations of mind control.
Well, I would completely agree with you. Yes, with the MK Ultra, but this whole to go to. But I would also expect Antifa to be at the Capitol, independent or adjacent with the QAnon people. It wouldn't be the same faction.
Well, that's the thing. The thing about Antifa is that they're not. There's no real group called Antifa. It's a movement, and so as it's a movement, you could have people from the Antifa movement who might have stormed the White House on January 6th. It's more or less a sort of ideal.
Well, yeah, you've got invisible chameleons that go from one to the other. But first off, it wasn't practical.
But what I'm getting at is that there's no functional Antifa group. Like the Black Lives Matters movement, there's actual movement of people who are doing that stuff. Antifa has just been a sort of, it doesn't exist.
Not as a coherent organization or network.
Exactly,
no. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what's been so clever at organizing the alt-right. It's been this like mythical dragon that nobody has really seen or encountered, and you might have a few people who claim they're Antifa here and there, but outside of that, that's been used to mobilize the alt-right. The entire thing of alt-right is Antifa's bad, Antifa's gonna do this, Antifa's gonna do that. The entire fucking narrative is Antifa. Yeah. So the entire thing is like a fabrication. It's a hoax. And these suckers have fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. That's the entire point of creating something like that doesn't seem, that's the entire point of using these groups to begin with. It's social control.
Well, yes, if you can't identify it, you can't defeat it. And
yes, but the thing is, by creating it, if you create the problem, you then have a business, because you create the problem. Your job is to give a solution. That's how the government works. That's how the government's always worked. So my point is that, you know, this entire thing has been a chess. It's been a chess game. It's been a chess game. It's been a joke. That's why I haven't taken any of it seriously for the last 20 years. Hell,
Now we have TV coming on saying pro-life activists confront Antifa mob in Denver. They just showed more protests in Seattle and Portland. So there is stuff going on, but they obviously avoided the Capitol because the Capitol is too well patrolled. There was nobody at the Capitol except the people participating in the inauguration. You know, the troops and the ex-presidents and whoever was part of the ensemble. It was empty. But so yeah, it's like this was. It's interesting. It puts a new spin on it.
Yeah, it's what we have here is an experiment, and I consider it one of the best social experiments. And I suspect, you know, look, I just got to give the devil his due, much as we hate him. It's one of the grandest social experiments Michael Aquino's come up with, and that's what we're seeing play out. It would be a fun game if you're a black magician who just wants to crash the pieces together and, you know, drain the life force of everyone who dies or something. But outside of that, that's what it looks like. It just looks like a giant experiment.
Yes, and for those who think we're giving Michael Aquino too much credit, which of course Peter Moon has always cautioned against that, and it's important, of course, to caution against over-exaggerating someone's impact on the world around them. But don't forget that Michael Aquino and his co-religionist, Paul Vallely, who became a pundit, a talking head at Fox News, their military specialist, their military consultant and shit, these were men who co-authored the book Mind War, which was all about 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, non-stop psychological warfare against the American public. The amazing thing is, no one ever asks why. What was their ultimate objective? Why were they doing this?
I think for Aquino, it's more like a cat playing with a mouse, and the question is why not? Because that's his mindset. His mindset is like, what? I don't know. Don't ask me why.
I would bet you that he could have given you a very deep philosophical reason.
He could have, but it would have been bullshit, because he's been exceptionally good at bullshitting people. I mean, if you look at any of the things he talks about when he talks about magic, he doesn't talk about magic. He just talks about the objective universe and the subjective universe. And so, you know, I've been listening to what he had to say for years before I met Douglas. He's really good at getting other people to speak for him, and the people who speak for him will sell bullshit magic. They won't sell you anything. I read Michael Aquino's book Black Magic, and he goes into what magic is, and he goes into the different types of magic, but you have to read through so much shit just to get to the point. I kid you not. He's going into the history of the Egyptians and why people believe in magic. It's like, who fucking cares? I figure if someone's reading your book, Michael Aquino, we already know what the fuck magic is, and we could just do the research academically ourselves.
He's very boring.
But that's not the point. The point is that he's so impressed by his own. He's so impressed by his own. Yes, he's so impressed by his own erudition, he can't help but show it off. So, you know, when you're dealing with someone like that, the question isn't why they do what they do, because they could cook reasons just like an addict could cook.
Thank you. Very good. That's very good. Yes.
And that's something I would know intimately, because I could do the same goddamn thing.
Right.
So the question usually is why not? And when you're looking at someone like Aquino, I would say he does have an addiction. So when you're dealing with people who are addicted, the question is not why they do it. The question is why wouldn't they?
Yes. And by the way, Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who's the lady who drove Laura Lee Solomon and myself down to Arizona, she says, "Thank you, Jameson. Thank you. You summed up the Antifa scam perfectly." And she hearts you. And so for some reason, she left that as a reply to Robert Campbell, who she admits she does not know, that the link just happened randomly. So she decided to respond to you without highlighting your name while highlighting his.
It's all good. You know,
Oh, yes. Yes, so do check that out later at your convenience and respond to her as you find it convenient. And thank you, Holly Kaditis Kiefer. Mwah. And
much thanks.
yes, and with that, of course, I
I'm
definitely...
going to sign off now. I'm going to sign off.
Okay, well, we love you dearly and share our love with Paula. Definitely appreciate your coming in tonight. It bought me much needed time for recovery, and you were wonderful as always. Yes, look forward to that. And so, thank you. Take care.
Okay.
Good night, Peter.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night. And now I'm going to turn to Jameson for a little bit more to hold the fort. Now I'm going to finish up just the last of my caloric intake here. I'm going to count on you to hold the stage while I do that. Do you need time first? I can buy time for you if you need to take a short break.
No,
Okay.
not a problem. I can hold down some things.
Great. What I'll do is I'll go mute then, and I'll let you handle it for several minutes. I'll be here by your side, of course. I can pipe in if I feel the need to. But it shouldn't take that long. I'll finish this up, and thank you, James.
So Derek gave me this interesting article of a former sheriff, David Clark.
Oh, that house nigger. Yeah, fucking house nigger if ever there was one. Yeah, goddamn black cowboy wannabe. Okay, go on, please. Yes.
He urges MAGA rally attendees on January 6th not to cooperate with authorities because, you know, they obviously are going to have the mindset mentally that, you know, I'm white, I can get away with this, then no one's going to persecute me for this because I'm white. So he has to really enforce that to them because they are that stupid. So alright, so here's the article. In early 2017, former Milwaukee County Sheriff David A. Clark Jr. was a regular on Fox News and had 700,000 followers on Twitter and had just interviewed with then President-elect Donald Trump about heading the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Thank God that shit didn't happen. Fox News won't have him. He never landed a job with Trump, and he spent the weekend typing extremist remarks on Parler, whoever that is. Specifically, Clark suggests...
Parler's that right-wing chat site. Go.
Okay, I'm glad I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Specifically, Clark suggested, force should be used against social media outlets who are blocking prominent conservatives, and told those who attended the pro-Trump rally before the Capitol insurrection that they should not cooperate with federal authorities. Okay, here's his alert on Twitter. I'm not even going to bother reading. It's alert, Clark wrote. If you attended the Trump rally in Washington, D.C. last Wednesday and are contacted by the FBI, or they come to your home, you do not have to talk to them. Don't let them in your home either. Politely tell them to leave and close the door. Clark, who served as Milwaukee County's top lawman from 2002 to 2017, said he's been in touch with many MAGA rally attendees who had been contacted by the FBI. If you did not go into the U.S. Capitol sick, you do not have to explain why you exercised your constitutional right to assemble, Clark wrote. Trust no government official right now. There you have it. A former government official urging people not to trust government officials. The anti-government zealous getting taxpayer-funded pensions from the city and county totaling more than $100,000 a year. The former Moreland dispensing advice like a criminal defense attorney. And what are we to make of the advice that Clark has been handing out on Parler? which was shut down by Amazon Web Services over the weekend. Well, Clark is out there on his own urging force against social networks, banning conservatives. So in other words, he's advocating violence. We have an ex-sheriff advocating violence on behalf of the right.
Sedition. It's called sedition. Yeah. Thank you. It's called sedition. I'm sorry. What did you say before I overrode you? Repeat that, please.
I said, and he happens to be black at that.
Yes. Thank you. Just to add to the stupidity, because these are the very people that will castrate him. When they're done. This is the talk about.
He'll probably say thank you as they're cutting his balls off.
Thank you. Yeah, literally, that's what he would say. It's this is kind of like where we're at. Talk about stupidity and insanity, self-loathing, a primary example of self-loathing, and he's so macho about it. That's what makes it so bizarre. This is a true case of like insecurity. Anyone?
Well, this has been the alarming thing I've found about most of the people who go into that right-wing bullshit is that they all have this sort of macho insecurity where they have to seem to try to prove themselves to the degree that it's absolutely absurd. It's like, okay, I know you're born a man, we get it. What the fuck do you want? An award for it?
Apparently
$1 billion tax-free?
Yeah, like
sick of balls.
No shit.
Get over yourself.
Thank you. I mean, like, whatever. It's so noisome, and it's so boring. That's what it is in the end. Please go on.
In that post, the 64-year-old ex-sheriff ranted about YouTube after it removed a recent podcast by Trump's personal attorney Rudy Giuliani and the former White House advisor Steve Bannon's channel. Crack down on misinformation. Boom! Expletive. That is so awesome. They took the time to put parentheses around the expletive. Clark wrote on Parler, who are they to worry about that anyway? This is communist-style speech suppression. This is coming from someone who supports Trump, who is working with a communist in fucking Russia.
Thank you. And
Force will defeat this. I hope he's not thinking this is Star Wars or some shit.
They do. Oh my God, and that's what makes it all so pathetic. Oh my God. So do go on. Yes.
The post was written just days after the Capitol riot, which left 5 people dead. Authorities said that more than 70 people tied to the insurrection have been charged with crimes, with prosecutors looking at charging some rioters with sedition and conspiracy. Hopefully they don't get sentences like 2 fucking years and parole. Hopefully they get sentences like 10, maybe 20. Fuck it, give them 50 years in a federal prison. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I honestly, the only thing I regret is that our taxes have to pay to feed and house them and care for their medical. But better that.
Well, you know it would be cheaper.
We can't go there, of course.
What would be more cost-effective would be to just line them up against the wall and firing squad.
That's what they would do to us. Yes, that's what they would do to us. It will come to that with the war they're instigating and the war we're coming to. But
bullets are much more cheaper than feeding someone 5 days a week, 7 days a week.
7 days a week. Yeah, that would be interesting. 2 days of fast. Yes.
Yeah, they should do that. Well, I mean, yeah, why not? All right. Clark did not respond to requests for comments. A Milwaukee source copied his Parler post and provided them to the Journal Sentinel just before the Twitter-style platform was booted on Sunday. A clear turn on his part. And Clark's words of wisdom to those who attended the Trump rally D.C. before the storming of the Capitol. All right, Craig Mastantuono. Wow, that's a fucking hell of a name. who was a real criminal defense attorney in Milwaukee, said Clark wasn't suggesting anything illegal. Those who went to the MAGA event do not have to cooperate with federal authorities. But whatever the fuck his last name is said, it is remarkable that Clark, who spends his career in law enforcement, is now discouraging people, including those who didn't join the mob when storming the Capitol, from trusting law enforcement. Well, this is going to be an interesting turn because, you know, a lot of the people who were in the mob were law enforcement.
Yes, that's right. And the law enforcement was cooperating with them. And like I told our man Peter,
selfies, you know, they were like jerking each other off and singing Kumbaya while
they were
smoking crack pipe.
Yeah, the only man that was active was the black the black officer who led them away from killing Mike Pence. I don't know if you're familiar with that incident.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so do you remember the black officer's name?
Nope.
Okay, because Vice President Pence has been looking for him so that he could thank him personally for saving the life of his family, and Pence didn't know his name either. Of course, all he knew was, the black guy. So
that's to be expected from a Republican.
Yes. Thank you, but let me take a look at Pence, black officer led away the mob, and we'll find out the guy's name, because they're trying to give him the highest civilian, the civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. So there we are. So let me take a look at Goodman. The man's name is Goodman. He's a black man who was facing an overwhelmingly white mob, led them away when they were only 100 feet from the office where Mike Pence and his family were hiding. Then this black man said, "Come after me, crackers," and they all followed him to kill him. And Eugene Goodman is his name. Thank you, Maria.
I wouldn't have done that.
I'm sorry, you wouldn't have done that?
No, I wouldn't. Look, if I was a black officer, they said, "You're going to be protecting the Capitol," I'd be like, "Oh, I have COVID, sorry."
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. Being in front of a wall of crackers? Are you crazy?
Oh my God! Well,
I wouldn't do it.
It's a
folks. I'm not saying crackers to be racist.
It's
really are crackers.
Yeah,
they're not decent white folks.
Yeah. Understood.
We have to make it. I have to qualify that as a black person so that someone who's going to potentially employ me if I ever get to that point would be like, I'm a cracker.
So it's a tough position to be in. I mean, and one could even talk about his name. The name Goodman. You remember in the old days of the slavery. In the old days of slavery, of course, they would say, "You're a good one." Say if one slave turned in another who was trying to run away or some shit. And by the way, Maria Michaela Grigorich says she knows more about American politics than Canadian right now. That's how she knew Eugene Goodman's name. And so she's the one who relayed it to me. And whatever the case may be, it's like the problem is that black people are all too often put into this position because people hire them for security and as bodyguards like they're fucking bulletproof, to just stand as a wall of intimidation between them and would-be attackers. Now, the Capitol Police Department was bizarre in that it was overwhelmingly white, and then you had the black officers that were in there, and this man finds himself in the position where he's the only one who did something. And this is like this is where we're at now, and that.
Yeah. So well, that's going to that shows the world an important message about who really is capable of doing anything anymore in this world.
Thank you.
And so when it comes to America, I can foresee exactly what Malcolm X had stated. I would sum it up by him saying that he had a vision of this guy who had like sort of. The guy who he had a vision of in prison, because I remember I was reading this in John Keel's novel. He had a vision of a guy who he couldn't pin down if he was. He figured he was black, mixed with something, but the guy looked like he was Asiatic, or you couldn't pin down what race the guy was. And then he sort of had a vision of like, or he was relayed something about the white race being wiped out at some point in the future in America. Well, they're pretty much doing it to themselves right now.
Thank you.
If we look at the response to COVID and the amount of people who aren't wearing masks, a majority of them are people of American European descent. And if we look at the people who are more than happy to not get vaccinated, or more than happy to believe that somehow you need to cover your walls in lead because your cell phone's going to kill you and all kind of other bizarre shit, overwhelmingly, that's the white population. So it's literally like Trump came to lead the lemmings off the cliff.
Yes, thank
And that's
you.
precisely what he's done.
It's true. It's true, and I think that's really a fitting epitaph for all of this. And so I'm going to ask Jameson to go on for a while longer. I'll be finishing this in a moment. I just want him to, carry us on for several more minutes. There must be some other things to bring up aside from, of course, what we've been discussing. But take it.
I could go into my personal life, but there's nothing going on here other than me taking 20-mile walks as an excuse to look at the beautiful bodies of women who are jogging past, and they seem to all wear tights. So Manhattan does have the most gorgeous women on the planet.
Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're in San Francisco. They're in Los Angeles. Honestly, it's the one gift we have in the human race. Aside from
Well, I'm certainly not going to be. I certainly don't enjoy looking at the guys. They just more or less an eyesore.
Yes, thank you.
Eyesore. It's like I love even more the guys who are really insecure and they feel a need to like flex up because they're like trying to be super macho. I don't know. It's not every guy, but there's a lot of guys who are still built like that. And it's like, dude, I'm interested in women, not you. Go away.
Yes. Thank you. And anyhow, definitely. One thing that I'm impressed about in terms of what I'm looking for in terms of information to analyze is just how little there is out there right now. There is enough where I click on.
There's a good share of natural disasters. I think, what is it? Someplace in South America got hit with was an earthquake, 6.5 earthquake. I'm not sure. I think it was Bolivia. And because 2021 has to come in with a bang, there was an explosion in Madrid, Spain. I think that was yesterday or the day before. So since everyone thought that 2020 was explosive, we're in 2021 now. The big brother of 2020.
Okay. And, by all means, go on.
Well, we do have the Wall Street hitting records as hopes build for more stimulus. This was today. Wall Street marked the dawn of President Joe Biden's administration with stocks rallying to record highs as hopes build that new leadership in Washington will mean more support for the struggling U.S. economy. The S&P 500 rose 1.4%, topping its previous all-time high set earlier this month. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, NASDAQ Composite, and Russell 2000 Index of smaller companies also notched record highs, powered by gains in technology, communications, healthcare, and most other sectors. Biden, now the nation's 46th president, has a flurry of executive actions at the ready. Of primary interest to the stock market, he has also pitched a plan to pump $1.9 trillion more dollars into the struggling economy, hoping to act as quickly as his Democratic Party takes control of the White House and both houses of Congress. The hope on Wall Street is that such stimulus will help carry the economy until later this year, when the more widespread COVID-19 vaccinations get daily life closer to normal. Oh God, could they give up with that fantasy? Anyway, I'm not even going to go there, but...
By that you mean any return to normalcy is the fantasy, right? Yes?
Yeah, it is, because this thing is going to be with us for some time, and much like the flu, where you have to get new vaccines all the time, I get the feeling this is going to be one of those beasts. And this one, I think, has the capacity to mutate with an intelligence that we've not seen other viruses in the past. And I don't believe it was engineered by man at all. Although the potential is there, because, you know, the World Health Organization, who was supposed to check out the Bat Lady's lab, conveniently hit traffic. And who's their biggest, who puts most of the money in the World Health Organization? China. So,
Yes.
They don't have anything to hide. Why are they hiding something?
Yes. Well, probably what they're really hiding is incompetence.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it just is so damning. And I think that despite all that, Switzerland has an independent investigative organization that simply concluded that China could have done more to prevent this, so could have the World Health Organization. But basically, all they're saying is everything I've been saying forever. I don't even understand how that... It's so belaboring of the obvious. It's actually all offensive. It's to even bother to go there now. And
it's actually quite offensive, because it's like you guys had to create a fucking committee to figure that out.
Thank you. I mean, just to put this into some perspective for people, and the reason why Jameson is concluding that it's likely not of human design is the fact that, for one thing, the real key, the critical omission from all of this is the fact that the virus was 98% genetically derivative from this pangolin virus that was transferred to a pangolin from a bat. Now, so people understand what the fuck a pangolin is. A pangolin is like a very soft-shelled armadillo. It's an armadillo without a shell. And so the shellless armadillo lives in China and Africa, and you'll find big ones in Africa, and some in China are more smaller, but they're one of these creatures that I'll put it to you this.
And their plates are the individual scales and plates that they have are they're killed for it, and the plates are made into all kinds of interesting artsy shit. Basically, this is divine retribution for wiping these damn near wiping these things out.
Yes, they're borderline extinct. So this is. Oh, by the way, Maria Grigoric says the explosion in Madrid was due to a boiler they were trying to fix. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciated. And Mary Jagielski says, hi, DD. Hi, Mary. Mwah. And Spartan O Negative says, I spend a lot of time there in the UP every year. I go there for vacation. UP, United Provinces? Someone explain that to me. Mary Jagielski says, Dr. Meldrum has my Bigfoot print. It's the best in his collection. Okay, thank you, Mary. Deeply appreciate it. And Spartan O Negative says, I go to the Porcupine Mountains. And, okay, there we are. And, so...
Now, it should be noted that Taiwan is one of the few conservation grounds for pangolins in the world.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. Go on. Yeah,
so, apparently they are, and it's interesting, because they probably had the fewest cases of COVID-19, too.
Mm-hmm.
I do recall somewhere, I'm not sure if I am absolutely... correct on this, that pangolins were sacred to a certain goddess, but I don't know.
That makes sense.
But yeah. I definitely see this as divine retribution.
Oh, my gang brother Beaver agrees with you. He said that himself. But by the way, just so people understand the complexity of what was going on here, because it all sounds so jarbled and mixed up, it sounds like a QAnon conspiracy theory. But no, here's what really happened. What really happened was it does go back to the fucking Russians. They are the source of all of the world's problems right now. And what happened was during their war with Ukraine, they unleashed a weaponized, Africanized swine flu virus, which was meant to affect the swine, not the human beings, to wipe out the food source of the Ukrainians, which has been a common Russian tactic, has been genocide by mass starvation. This is what Stalin did to the Ukrainians and murdered millions and millions of them. We're talking about well over 14 million Ukrainians were murdered under Joseph Stalin by mass famine that was caused by the centralized government in Moscow, because the Ukrainians are very Europeanized. They're not. They don't veer towards Moscow as the culture of Russia. They were the original capital of Russia. They were the original source of all Russian culture in Kiev and Rus, Kiev being the capital of Ukraine. And when it relocated to Moscow, it changed and mutated into something far different. And the Ukrainians believe themselves the bearers of the higher or more original culture, and the Russians have responded by attempting to annihilate, exterminate them. They did so under Stalin, and they were attempting to do so again under Vladimir Putin. And so he unleashed the African swine fever. And the African swine fever, this is it's just more than easily verifiable. I put up links to it on my website, douglasdietrich.com, but you could just as easily just go online and look up weaponization of African swine fever in Russia, and you will be inundated with more information than you would ever need. And the weaponization led them to its deployment in Ukraine, where it spread from Ukraine over into the Caucasus Mountains and then into Asia, into China itself. There was an enormous outbreak. If you take a look at a map of the outbreaks of African swine fever all along the borders and boundaries of Eurasia, everyone's got it except the fucking Russians. And they were deploying it in all of these trouble zones, the Caucasus Mountains regions, the area of Ukraine, all to just wipe out the ability of these people to have pork as a protein sustenance to feed themselves with, to add to stresses on their food supplies. But it does nothing to those cultures like it did to China. And the breakout that came into China was from both the Ukrainian deployment and from this breakout in Siberia. And if you take a look at the map of the breakouts, there's this one breakout in northern Siberia near the North Pole that is so fucking obviously a bioweapons lab. There's nothing fucking up there other than a goddamn bioweapons lab. And once that happened, it got into China, and that was what destroyed the world. Basically, China's entire protein supply, their entire diet is based on pork. All of the pork produced in the fucking world put together is a fraction of the pork that is consumed by the Chinese. They maintain the world's largest pig supply because that's what they eat. That is the primary source of everything in China, is based on the pork. It is a porcine culinary culture. And when that's wiped out, they die. This is what happened on Okinawa, where the Americans tried to commit mass genocide and exterminate the Okinawans, who, by the way, unlike the Japanese, were very Sinitic in culture, and because they were Sinicized, the Ryukyu's Islands culture, of which Okinawa is the capital, they always have eaten pigs. They've always eaten pork, which the Japanese never did until 1945, and they had an enormous change in diet that was basically encouraged by Emperor Hirohito, so that they could basically modernize in the sense that their population would literally grow. And I mean physically, literally grow. Before World War II, of course, Japanese were vegetarian. And this was because there was no land on which to raise pigs or cattle. There was simply no land on which to do that. All of the land that Japan has, which is quite a bit, none of it's fit for grazing. So everything in terms of their protein was based on what biological life they could harvest from the sea. So the Ryukyu's Islands was different. So whenever you see Cobra Kai, which is an excellent series based on It's far better, by the way, than the original Karate Kid ever was in terms of the franchise. But Cobra Kai is a series based on sequeling the characters out of the Karate Kid, and I think it's wonderful. I wish my parents were alive to see it, but the irony is that if you were a fan of the Karate Kid franchise, they're not showing Japanese culture. That's everybody thinks. It's all about Japanese culture. None of that is Japanese. It's Okinawan, and so these are people whose entire culture is different. Was always based on eating pork, etc., which the Japanese would never have done before 1945, and massive social changes. And so the Americans tried to annihilate the Okinawans by wiping out their pig population, which the Americans actually succeeded in doing. And one of the conditions for Japanese victory was the Japanese demanded the Americans resupply the pigs on Okinawa. And every pig on Okinawa today is an American pig. Now, by the way, that's literal and metaphorical when you think of the Americans stationed on Okinawa. Yeah, but there you go. But in terms of the Americans, this is what the Russians did collaterally in China. So they wiped out 2/3 of China's pig population with the African swine fever. And all of the nations in the world have been approached by China in terms of pig purchases. They're purchasing as much as they can from America, Brazil, everywhere in the world, and it comes nowhere near the population of pigs they had before. So the Chinese are literally starving, and what they had to do was start eating everything, and they started harvesting everything from pangolins to bats and putting them together in these massive shop zones where they were just capturing everything, including pandas, which of course was totally illegal, and the people who did indulge in panda harvesting were busted, or at least we know of those who were caught. Maybe others got away with it, but those who were caught, they're executed because the panda is the national animal in China, and
chances are they're tortured, so their execution is definitely not a fast one.
Yeah. And so in terms of but all the other animals were pretty much open game, and these wet markets, which they put them into, was where all of these animals are close to each other who would never be close to each other in the wild. And then zoonotic diseases start spreading. So it was a bat that was in a cage above a pangolin that was shitting its droppings onto the pangolin that got the pangolin infected with the bat disease that became, through the pangolin, transmissible into humans as a mammalian. They were both mammals, of course, but the bat is the avian, in this case, that replaces the chicken, because all flus in Asia, well, all flus are Asian flus, all natural flus are Asian flus, and all flus are avian flus, and all flus are swine flus. And it's those three vectors that combine to make natural influenza. And the reason is because all the world's baseline population is in Asia, where they have the largest degree of subsistence farming, and all of the people there tend to raise pigs, which are so close to human beings in genetic composition and physiological morphology that we use pigs' valves to replace our heart valves when our heart valves give out. So we can actually integrate pigs' internal organs into human internal organs. That's how closely compatible. This is why all our diseases come from pigs. This is why, one reason why the Semites do not eat them, because it's basically dangerous in some degree. But of course, other cultures use this as a staple, a dietary staple. And in China, that's definitely the case. And once that's gone, well, aside from that, normally that's where flus come from, is because the chickens that all the Asians raise are in area of the pigs, and the chicken roll, shed chicken feathers, chicken shit, it always winds up one way or another into the pig feed. And then it's through that the avian flus, all of humanity is a fly speck on the windshield of viral life. They infinitely prefer the birds. And the biomass of avians, which descended from the dinosaurs, is what the viruses are used to, because they don't make the avian sick, because they used to live in dinosaur intestinal tracts and then evolved later on into the avian intestinal tract system, which doesn't act as a vector normally, except through a third party, in this case the pigs, and therefore the avian swine flu leads to the Asian flus that come at us every year. The Hong Kong flu, the Tokyo flu, the Mongolian crud, whatever it is. In this case, because all the pigs were dead, then we have a bat pangolin flu. So this bat pangolin flu is what was genetically cinched. They clinched it when they found out the 98% genetic connection between the COVID virus and the pangolin. So the pangolin became the pig vector, the bat replaced the chicken vector, and then it came out of Asia and it left us all literally gasping for air. But all this is due to Russian biowarfare, which was deployed in Ukraine. So all of this was what led to that, which led to the avian flu. So it all goes back to the fucking Russians all over again. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, they're probably going to be the one group of people that end the rest of the human race.
If they could, yeah.
and I get the feeling that, it's probably not even going to be deliberate because they're so dumb with some of the shit they do.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Maria Gregorich said she saw the photographic, the film. She saw the video of Vladimir Putin taking the ice bath, and she was like saying how disgusting he was. She wrote that he was so repulsive.
I'm not even going to hazard. No. Dudes taking baths just won't do it for me. I can't.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's
his daughters maybe, but not him.
Yeah, his daughters are incredible, and that's because, of course, he had some knockout wives. But nevertheless, it's one of those things.
Yeah, they're like gymnasts and shit. I mean,
yeah. Well, one of them's a gymnast. The other one, her boobs are too big, which is fine by me. But that's at any rate all that macho shit aside, we're reverting to our male nature by that. Shout out to Michaela and Nastasia, who just remembered again that I have to keep tagging. I don't tag enough people these days because they changed the whole tagging rule for Facebook here for my promotional banners. But when it comes to, let's see now.
His blue bikini didn't help, according to Maria Gregorich.
Yeah, he needs the upper part too to hide his man boobs. That's the I don't even want to think about it. It's
oh my god, that's an insult to. Oh gosh, that's an insult to my eyes, my mind, my imagination feels violated.
Yes, thank you.
This is the curse of being an artist. Is that if someone says something and someone talks about their experiences, you see, I don't hear it, I see it. So someone tells me, "Oh man, I was taking a shit in the hallway." I'm like, "Oh God," because it hits the visual cortex before I realize that person is actually talking. So for that reason, being an artist is somewhat of a curse.
Yes. Yes. Well, speaking of which, I'm going to take advantage of that. What I'm going to do is make a preparatory trip to the lavatory just to refresh myself, throw some water in my eyes, get ready for monologue. I think I'm about ready to monologue. I'll go over what I can tonight, but honestly, it's one of those things where after everything I've been through, together Jameson and I might bring it to the bottom of the hour together before I really start monologuing. It's just one of those things where I'm not that motivated tonight and pretty worn out, but I'll do what I can. But definitely, I think that the story about Eugene Goodman is very touching because I've just found out now, this was published 12 hours ago, that he has personally escorted Kamala Harris throughout the inauguration. So the man is getting the recognition he deserves, and he confronted the insurrectionists and led them away from the Senate chambers just moments away from before they lynched the family of Vice President Mike Pence. It's incredible. It's like, it's like in the roulette wheel. He chose black. I mean, it's like the whites just had to go after him like a bull going after a red flag. They had the prize. They had been sent to...
Well, I can say it's a good thing that they have less fast twitch muscle fiber than blacks. So those guys were probably winded after like 5 or 6, paces, and the guy was probably like, "Come on, Whitey, come on."
Well, you know what's so funny about it is that he looks rather overweight, to tell you the truth, himself, Eugene Goodman. And yet he's still, I'm sure he probably still kept a better pace than those assholes who are probably mostly couch potatoes. But there you have that. And so happy to report that he, has gone further ahead in his career. He's gone from being a Capitol police officer to a Harris escort. I know that sounds rather like he's prostituting himself, but hey, there you are.
I'll take it. Why not?
There, thank you. He is Eugene Goodman is the only officer seen for a full minute on widely circulated footage captured by a news reporter standing in front of the rioters and walking backward to goad them, to where other officers finally assisted him, like to a second floor hallway where other officers finally assisted him.
I'm looking at an image of that right now. Yeah.
I mean, I like the way that they...
And these guys are like in just like a big mob, and it's like one of them is pointing their finger at him, and it's like they're trying to threaten him, but they're too afraid to get close.
Yeah, what is that? Why were they so afraid? Did they think he was like Blade in the? If you remember the scene from Blade and shit, was that?
Yeah.
Is there flashbacks?
I think it's possible that they've never experienced a black person before in their lives.
I agree, or at least a black person who was facing them down. That must have been strange to them, a black person facing them down.
They must have been like, "What is this? What are we supposed to do, guys?
Yeah.
We didn't script for this on QAnon."
There we are. There we are. And then I like the way that the reporters expressed it, too, to where the others finally helped them. Like, oh, yeah, we better look like we're doing something. That nigger's stealing all the show. This is... Anyhow, let me just refresh myself in the restroom and come back. Otherwise, I'm just going to be so disgusted. I'm just going to start spouting out obscenities myself. Honestly, people wonder why I'm so hard on American Whitey. Why is Douglas so hard on American Whitey? This is like, it's this shit. And we've really got to start also confronting these myths about Antifa and this boogeyman. This is the first time I've ever seen anything really solid up in the Pacific Northwest erupting out of Antifa, which alone makes it suspect to me that this is even real. This has to be like some kind of staged event.
It feels like a freaking psyop.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like anything. I don't think the mainstream government would give a fuck enough to even try to pull something like it. Like, it feels like these people were just, I don't know. Maybe all these people were part of some kind of program, and someone like what's his name, the guy who gave you the nanoplasm, just let these fuckers loose.
Yeah, John Henry Hagman, and a medical MD who was technically he's not an MD because he was what do you call it when they take your license away? He was basically his license was revoked. His license to practice. So he's what would you call somebody like that?
Well, it was quite telling though that he was actually serving Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That's true. For people who don't understand what Jason is talking about, Dr. John Henry Hagman has a private company that is contracting with the military still. And he was, quote-unquote, training the National Guard in Arizona when Trump dropped by to rendezvous with Sheriff Arpaio, who he later pardoned. And because Arpaio was in all kinds of legal trouble for racial profiling and all kinds of racist abuse shit. And Trump pardoned him, of course. And Trump rendezvoused with Dr. John Henry Hagman at the National Guard Center in Arizona, where Hagman was training the National Guard paramedics, or their corpsmen. So this is very telling, and it really tells us, well, all you need to know. Or rather, it opens up so many questions, you realize how little you do know. And, people wouldn't even know about these people if it weren't for myself. Honestly, until I brought that son of a bitch up, nobody had ever heard of the son of a bitch. And it's quite telling that Stephen Aurim went out of his way to defend John Henry Hagman and say what a great guy he is, when anybody can look this fucker up online and find out that, you can confirm on your own the guy's medical license was revoked. So the guy shouldn't be practicing, and yet he's involved in defense contracting for training corpsmen in the U.S. Army, which tells you something about the medical treatment you get in the military and what's done to these people. Half of them are fucking, Judith Ager was convinced that Laura Lee Solomon was probably subjected to some kind of mind control when she was in the U.S. Air Force, which, for those of you who don't know, Laura Lee Solomon was an Air Force veteran. What's her name? Nikki, the chick who got shot in raiding the Capitol. Nikki Babbitt, right?
Yeah.
was that her name? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Babbitt.
Babbitt, yeah. I think her first name was Nikki. Was it Nikki? It was some.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it was, the Babbitt chick. And, so over the years, I became more and more open to that idea that Laura Lee Solomon may have been just subjected to, to a degree of mind control, and certainly had some indication that she was symptomatic of that from a product of some kind of, Department of Defense kind of program or something. But at any rate, I'll be back. I'm going to go mute, and Jameson will hold the stage for about 10 minutes while I refresh myself and grab some refreshments. So I'll be back in about 10 to... I'll be back at the bottom of the hour at the absolute latest, because it's 9:16 right now here. 10 to 11. It's about 15 after midnight, so I'll be back at 12:38 a.m. in the morning at the latest. I'm sure before then. Anyhow, go mute for now. Thank you, Jameson. It's all yours.
All right. I do have an interesting story here, even though it's an old story, from July 2018. Zimbabwe's chief revives tradition to save country's last pangolins. Asian pangolins are fast dwindling for illegal international trade, and traffickers are now targeting African pangolins for new supply, raising fears in Zimbabwe that they could wipe out the country's last pangolins. However, traditional leaders with the support of the Zimbabwean government are playing a strong role to protect the country's remaining pangolins. They are reminding their communities of age-old myths and beliefs about pangolins, as well as imposing heavy fines on those who harm them, to instill a sense of collective responsibility amongst the people. Zimunya Communal Land, Zimbabwe. Christopher Zimunya, a 72-year-old leader of the indigenous Vajindwi people of eastern Zimbabwe, beamed as he spoke about pangolins. Sitting on the veranda of his small, thriving convenience shop at 22 Miles Business Center, god damn, they got the guy's address and everything. Zimunya told Mangabe that pangolins are revered in this part of the country, an area known as Zimunya Communal Land. Pangolins are sacred here, and we guard them jealously, he said with a smile. These animals are really beautiful, and finding one brings a lot of good luck to the person who finds it, and it's taboo to kill it. Asian stocks of the scaly mammals are fast dwindling for the illegal international trade. Traffickers are now targeting African pangolins for the new supply, raising fears in Zimbabwe that they could wipe out the country's last pangolins. However, traditional leaders with the support of the Zimbabwe government are taking... I feel like I read this already, but okay. Pangolins are sought after in China and Vietnam, where the meat is considered a delicacy, and the scales are used in traditional medicines for various ailments. although there is no evidence of their efficacy. Yes, they got to stop it with that fucking bullshit medicine that does nothing. That they are wiping out so many species because of that bullshit. In 2014, the International Union for a Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, IUCN, warned that more than 1 million pangolins have been taken from the wild in the preceding 10 years, putting the animals at risk of extinction. All 8 species are effectively banned from international trade under the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Fauna and Flora sites, in parentheses. But the trade persists illegally nevertheless. Of the 4 Asian species, 2 are now listed as critically endangered and 2 as endangered. The 4 African species are listed as vulnerable. Zimbabwe has one of the strictest laws against pangolin poaching in Africa. The animals are specially protected under the country's Parks and Wildlife Act, and illegally possessing or dealing in them attracts a prison sentence of up to 12 years, according to Zimbabwe's Parks and Wildlife Management Authority. In 2015, authorities arrested 84 pangolin poachers in Zimbabwe and sentenced 47 to 9 years in prison, the mandatory minimum sentence according to Tiki Highwood Foundation. The next year, the number of poachers arrested shot up to 114, 52 receiving 9-year sentences. I'm guessing the ones that didn't receive the sentences might have been foreign or might have been sent back to wherever they came from. Trevor Saruwaka, the legislator for Zimbabwe's Mutasa South constituency, forgive me if I'm butchering words, I'm like, kind of not all there right now. I probably need some calories in myself after Douglas returns, which includes a chiefdom near Zimunya called Mutasa Communal Land, told Mangabe that many people were unaware of the gravity of pangolin poaching and the severe sentence it carried. Many are shocked when they appear in court and are sentenced to 9 years, Saruwaka said. The information about the seriousness of the crime is not reaching many people in rural areas, and there is a need to use government structures everywhere to educate people about the seriousness of pangolin poaching. In Zimunya, communal land, and elsewhere, local chiefs are using traditional beliefs about pangolins to try to fill the educational gap and deter poaching. Sandwiched between Mozambique to the east and Zimbabwe's Marangi communal area in the west, Zimunya communal land is occupied primarily by the Vajindwi. Along the eastern part of this chiefdom in the Manicaland province is a treacherous mountain range that forms part of the country's eastern highlands. People here subsist mainly on small-scale crop and livestock farming, selling their surplus produce in the city of Mutare. Poverty is entrenched and worsening as climate change makes farming increasingly unpredictable and difficult. Many people here still adhere to the traditional Vajindwi beliefs and practices. They conduct rain-making ceremonies at the onset of the wet season. Many people believe that mystical lions and birds protect the area from evil spirits. They safeguard certain tree species where protective deities are thought to reside, imposing big fines on anyone found cutting them down. See, this is kind of what I think the Western world needs. Or at least the fines for, even the beliefs, though. There's something very constructive about it because it sort of goes with nature instead of against it. Pangolins fit into the belief system both in Zimunya and elsewhere in Zimbabwe. The animals known in the local Jindwi dialect as Harakavuka are extremely rare, shy, and mostly nocturnal. Many people in this region have never seen a pangolin, heightening the mythical quality of this reclusive animal. In fact, they use a word haravavuka to refer to something very rare. Yeah, I am butchering a lot right now because, being English. Speaking English. If a person finds a pangolin walking by, it means a lot of good luck, and the number of steps the pangolin takes before it disappears means the number of good years that person is going to live, Zemunya said. Conversely, harming a pangolin is thought to bring bad luck. Here we don't fathom or imagine a person killing a pangolin. Worse still, selling it. It's a taboo, he said. Years back, Zemunya said, when a person found a pangolin, he or she was required to hand it over to the chief, who would then release it back into the forest. Our forefathers protected these animals. No wonder why we still have them today, and we must do likewise. Under customary law, he said, if a person is caught killing or selling a pangolin, the chief would fine the poacher a cow and a sheep, a heavy fine by rural standards, and turn him or her over to the national police. To us, a pangolin is more than just an animal, it's part of our culture. We teach our children to value the pangolin and never to kill or sell it, Zemunya said. We still have many pangolins living in these mountains surrounded by us, but they are rarely seen, and we pray they should be left where they are. All right. Chiefs tried to stem the poaching. Zemunya said the system was so far withstanding the rising pressure to poach pangolins. People young and old alike are actively involved in pangolin conservation and report any acts of poaching to the police or traditional leaders, he said, adding that there has been no local arrest so far. Other residents echoed Zemunya's observations. If you poach a pangolin here in Zemunya and try to sell it, you would definitely be caught because the animal can't be sold according to our culture. It brings bad luck to anyone who tries to make money from it. Elijah Negawarty, a 43-year-old farmer, told the Mangabe with a chuckle. At a local business center, 38-year-old Leonard Madan-Hire weighed in, saying it would be difficult for traffickers to recruit locals to poach pangolins because of the respect people have for the animals. Some of the poachers, mostly from China, were offering up to $10,000 for a pangolin, dead or alive, he'd heard. Yes, it's a lot of money, but many people are not falling for the money, he said. Albert Mutasa, a village elder in his 70s who was drinking beer with friends at the business center, said it was important for elders to teach their children traditional ways to protect wildlife in the area. We need to teach our children to protect our wild animals and plants. It's our duty as elders to teach the younger generation, he said. And they sure don't do that here in the States. Christopher Zemunya said that the Vajinwi of the Zemunya communal land weren't the only indigenous group using traditional reverence for the pangolin to combat poaching. Chiefs in nearby Marangi communal land and Mutasa communal land, as well as many others in Zimbabwe, are doing the same, he said. The chief's role in pangolin protection has drawn some attention from the broader conservation community. We are working with authorities, the chiefs, the police, the judiciary, and rural district council officials, and they are very proactive in pangolin conservation, said Highwood of the Tiki Highwood Foundation, which works to raise public awareness and train police and court officials about the pangolin trafficking problem, in addition to rehabilitating trafficked wildlife. The traction on pangolin conservation in Zimbabwe is very positive, she said. Tanashi Fawaro, a spokesman for the Zimbabwe Parks and Wildlife Management Authority, told Manga Bay that the authority valued the chief's role in curtailing pangolin poaching in the country. We're working closely with traditional leaders as the custodian of our wildlife to stop poaching, and it is helping a lot, Rao said. Chiefs are helping in our educational awareness, and people are responding very well. But there's a limit to what the chiefs can do in the face of extreme incentives to poach. Early this year, 4 men under Chief Mutasa in Mutasa communal land were arrested in the capital, Harare, for trying to sell 2 pangolins. The case is still pending before the courts. It remains to be seen whether the people on Zemunia communal land can withstand the lure of money from international pangolin poachers, as worsening poverty pushes many people in the area to the edge. All right, well, that is some good news in people trying to proactively, fight poaching. Granted, it's an old article, but still, it's interesting to know that there's more, people out there who realize the importance of nature. Because we lose our environment, we lose our lives, which many people still don't seem to realize. So I've got another article here on the incredible particle that only arises in 2 dimensions. For decades, scientists have merely guessed it exists. They finally found proof it does. Physicists have confirmed the existence of an extraordinarily flat particle that could be the key that unlocks quantum computing. What is the rare and improbable anion, and how on earth did scientists verify them? These particle-like objects only arise in the realms confined to 2 dimensions, and then only under certain circumstances, like at temperatures near absolute zero, and in the presence of strong magnetic fields, Discover explains. Scientists have theorized about these flat, peculiar particle-like objects since the 1980s, and the very nature of them has made it sometimes seem impossible to even verify them. But the qualities scientists believe anions have also made them sound very valuable to quantum research and now quantum computers. The objects may have many possible positions and remember, in a way, what has happened. In a press release earlier this fall, Purdue University explains more about the value of anions. Anions have characteristics not seen in other subatomic particles, including exhibiting fractional charge and fractional statistics that maintain a memory of their interactions with other quasi-particles by inducing quantum mechanical phase changes. Nobel Prize-winning theoretical physicist Frank Wilczek, professor of physics at MIT, gave these quasi-particles the tongue-in-cheek name anion due to their strange behavior, because unlike other types of particles, they can adopt any quantum phase when their positions are exchanged. And these fractional charges that led scientists to finally design the exact right experiments to shake loose the real... Let me rephrase that. I did not say that right. It's these fractional charges that let scientists finally design the exact right experiments to shake the real anions loose. A coin sorter is a good analogy for a lot of things, and at this time it's no different. Scientists have to find the right series of sorting ideas in order to build an experimental setup that will ultimately only register the anions, and having the unique quality of fractional charges gives them at least a beginning to work on those experiments. Following an April paper about using a miniature particle accelerator to notice anions, in July, researchers from Purdue published their findings after using a microchip etched into route particles, etched to route particles through a maze that phased out all other particles. The maze combined an interferometer, a device that uses waves to measure what interferes with them, with a specifically designed chip that activates anions at a 1/3 state. What results is a measurable phenomenon called anionic braiding. This is surprising and good because it confirms the particle-like anions exhibits this particular particle behavior. And because braiding as a behavior has potential for quantum computing, electrons also braid, but researchers weren't certain the much weaker charge of anions would exhibit the same behavior. Braiding isn't just for electrons and anions either. Photons do it too. Braiding is a topological phenomenon that has been traditionally associated with electronic devices. Photon researcher Mike Michael Rechman said in October. He continued, "We hope to show that a whole class of topological phenomena can be useful not only for electronic devices, but also photonic devices such as lasers, medical imaging, telecommunications, and others. We also suspect that this new technology of topological physics can be applied to quantum information systems, particularly those based on photons. Now the quantum information toolkit includes electrons, photons, and what Discover calls the strange in-betweeners, the anyons." So you humans seem to be doing some interesting things.
Yes.
I am excited by technological leaps and advances.
Yes, thank you. That was beautiful. I deeply appreciate your bringing that up. As a matter of fact, I will try and add some perspective to the importance of what you intuitively grasp is important, and that is, of course, the fact that in 1884 there was a British mathematician who was an English schoolmaster, and he authored a work entitled Flatland, a romance of many dimensions. In other words, Flatland was the title, and the subtitle was A Romance of Many Dimensions, in which he anticipated anyons. And anyons are, of course, this third kingdom of particles. They don't behave like either fermions or bosons, and so their behavior is somewhere in the middle. They're a quasi-particle, and they occur only in two-dimensional systems. They are a physical, as in physics, they're a physical validation of the satire that was writ by the mathematician Edwin Abbott. You know, his middle name is the same as his last name, and I don't know why, but sometimes this happens with families where they do that. There was another guy who was an author who had like two first names, or rather his middle name was the same as his first. It's like, you just wonder what the parents are thinking. But at any rate, when it came to this there you go. And so this novella, written in 1884, which has always remained popular, it's perennial. Basically, Edwin Abbott was explaining that which would actually put into perspective, through the anyons, the phenomenon of cattle mutilation that was being articulated by Jameson in terms of other dimensional intervention into our physical realm. Because when you have a one-dimensional entity, that's a point. A point is mathematically a single dimension, unidimensional. So when you're saying somebody is a unidimensional person, you're saying the personality is equivalent to that of a point. When you have 2 points, wherein a line is drawn between them, then you have something a bit more substantial, but then you have a square, and you have a circle, and you have these other geometric two-dimensional objects that are beyond unidimensional. They are truly two-dimensional. And in the mental exercise, the intellectual experiment of Flatland, what Edwin Abbott was postulating was a two-dimensional realm in which these objects, these shapes, were sentient, or these forms, these mathematical forms. They're not really a shape because they're not three-dimensional. So these circles and squares would be interacting with each other, bumping up against one another, and a three-dimensional entity like ourselves could place all 5 of our fingers from a single hand on their two-dimensional plane, and they would see 5 separate objects. And those 5 separate objects are actually all part of the same single hand. So this is what is going on with hyperdimensional physics, when you have entities...
Like a UFO would actually be...
part of the same entity.
It'd be like
5 different shapes.
Finger.
Yes, yes, like
pressed
5
against our three-dimensional matrix.
Yes. And just as we cast shadows on the two-dimensional world, our shadows to them are completely solid objects. Our shadows are two-dimensional, but to these two-dimensional beings, our shadows are of their dimensions. Our shadows are solid and comprising a entity all in and of itself within the realm of their dimension. So too, we're shooting at UFOs that are, we're not talking about the National Socialist mechanisms. We're talking about actual hyperdimensional encounters where you see the UFO changing shape while you're looking at it.
Yes, those fascinate the shit out of me.
Yes, when they're shooting at those, you're shooting at the shadow of a fourth dimensional, hyperdimensional object or being. By the way, our Lady Maria Michaela Grigorich is going to say farewell for tonight. Love you dearly, honey. Mwah. Thank you.
Good night, Maria.
Yeah, good night, Maria. Thank you so much for participating tonight. And blessed dreams unto her. Blessed dreams, love. And so in terms of all of that, the other ability that a three-dimensional being has over the two-dimensional beings in Flatland is that a three-dimensional being, well, how do Flatlanders live? Their idea of a home would be lines. So the lines form barriers, and the lines that are drawn between 2 points form like their buildings. So the squares would live inside of a edifice of lines that would prevent the other shapes from entering, or circles likewise, and therefore when a three-dimensional being is overlooking all of this, those barriers are meaningless. The three-dimensional being can pluck a two-dimensional square or circle from within their barriered lines that keep others at bay within their world, and you can make a person disappear from within his own home. That would be what a fourth-dimensional entity could do to us.
And you can make a person's organs disappear from their bodies.
Well, you could rip apart these squares and circles and within your 3 dimensions and put them back into the 2-dimensional world as sundered objects, which would be looked on in amazement and revulsion by the survivors, who then cannot explain how this individual was taken from in the middle of their own home, their protective walls, and sundered and then placed back into the open where everybody could see their sundered remains. So too,
now my question is it possible to create a technology that could reach up into the fourth dimension and back down and pull things out of objects? Could think about how that would revolutionize things like surgery.
Well, of course, that's what the experiments are conducted are basically centering on. Of course, the whatever you can conceive will ultimately be attainable. Whatever man can conceive, man can achieve. Man can achieve that which he can conceive, or he couldn't conceive of it in the first place. So we can conceive of anti-gravity, teleportation, immortality. Whatever we can conceive, we can achieve. As for whether that's us at this point or us at a different point in time, as in time travel, well, that's where you get into the...
I think that's a suitable explanation, honestly.
Yes.
Time travel.
There we are. That's what it comes back to.
Because when you think about it, we could probably even have the technology where that would render three-dimensional storage a thing of the past. Because if you could just take something three-dimensional, plug it up into a higher dimension, you would have an infinite amount of space to store three-dimensional objects, because it's higher dimension. I mean, think about it. You could probably place an entire army. You could probably move an entire army to somewhere else on our little three-dimensional plane, juxtaposed over wherever they're supposed to be fighting, and the enemy wouldn't even know that they were there. Mm-hmm. That would be quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So thank you.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Don't pay attention. I'm just distracted because I'm looking through multiple things at once, and I'm trying to still trying to. This is why I brought this subject up, so we could take it from there. But when it comes to the 2 dimensions and the third dimensions, now people can understand that when we're seeing ufological phenomena that is morphing, changing shape right before our eyes, and looks like it's not really physically here, that's because we're looking at the shadow of a fourth dimensional object. Now, when it comes to space and time, these comprise the third dimension, and time is the fourth dimension. So space is the third dimension. We exist in space. Time is the fourth dimension. So when you're speaking of this individual, this entity in the fourth dimension, you're speaking of a time traveler.
Yes.
So all of this is going back to the importance of the anyon. Now, anyon, by the way, A-N-Y-O-N, that is, aside from being this quasi-particle, which occurs only in two-dimensional systems, with properties much less restricted than the two kinds of standard elementary particles, fermions and bosons, I believe that this is probably named after Jean Anyon, who was the American critical thinker and researcher in education, and was, I believe, a professor in the doctoral program in urban education at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, and he was a civil rights and social activist. He probably inspired the name of the particle, because, of course, ultimately, Flatland, written by Edwin Babbitt, that was a satire on social science as well as mathematics. So there we have that, and I'm not sure if that hypothesis is the case. By the way, if you look up Anyon, you're probably going to find an interior design studio in Presidio Heights in San Francisco, California, which is what...
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now I don't want to take it there, but it just makes me... It doesn't strike me as a coincidence at all.
Thank you.
And I think when we're... I have to say, when we're dealing with things such as, what magicians deal with, spirits and whatnot, I think a lot of what we are working with are things from a higher dimension that could reach down and create extraordinary effects in the three-dimensional realm that can't be explained.
Thank you.
Such as, so if you're using an entity to kill someone, for example, that thing could just reach into the person's chest and there goes that person's heart.
Yes.
And nobody will know why it happened or how it happened, just that it did happen.
Yes.
So, that's the reason why I can't help but think that, I really don't want to give this guy any, but I can't help but think that maybe Aquino might have had some ideas about this as well.
Of course.
And was perfectly well aware of what applications it would have.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, there we have that. And so, aside from all that, I'm definitely, how should I say it, still looking around and finding out some more interesting things. I'm trying to look outside of the box, aside from inauguration itself. But of course, I might as well stick mostly with what was going on with Donald John Trump, because after all, we won't have him to kick around anymore.
We do have some also. There's also some good news about the Keystone Pipeline that's been halted.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden revoked the permit, so that's good news. That the pipeline was supposed to travel from Alberta, Canada, all the way down to Texas.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So hopefully he starts reversing a lot of the shit that was started. But we definitely have a long way to go because of just what Trump did gave the industries a lot of advantages that they're not going to let go of in terms of their destruction of our world. And this, of course, is part of the environment you were speaking of. Our environment is what sustains us. Without that, we're all going to die, which is, of course, the intent of the cult of the kings of Edom. So take it from there for a minute and explain to people, the real implications of this. And, I'll go on looking around for a little bit longer.
Well, what I'd say is that if we continue down the trajectory, we continue without Trump finding ways to reverse the damage we've done to the climate, I'd say we have 10 years before we have a major catastrophe, to the point where billions of people are no longer among the realm of the living. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill off every human, because humans are like cockroaches. You just can't get rid of them. But it will definitely be enough to rip a hole in the population as we've known it.
But by the way, Maria Michaela Grigorich left me a note on Ashley Babbitt. That's the chick's name. It's not Nikki Babbitt. It's Ashley Babbitt. So I thank her for that before she went off to bed. And oh my God, she stays up so late to be with us. And you know, I feel guilty for not starting into monologue earlier, but you know, she can catch it on the backswing. And besides, everyone should understand by now, with what I've been through lately, that, you know, fuck, they're lucky to have me here at all. So aside from that, definitely glad to be here. Getting more into the psych, I'm getting psyched up to start the monologue, but it'll still take a little bit. So by all means, Jameson, you know, where's our man Pac One? Is he there? Let's reach out to him. See if he's there.
I don't know.
Yeah, and if he's there, he can also help to provide us a little bit more of a sounding board before I jump in.
Yeah, because the best I could do is just read articles. I'm sorry, folks. I'm a boring guy. What can I say about it?
Well, you did okay. At least you select relevant ones, so that's important.
Yeah.
And,
well, don't worry. Well, ladies, you know, especially attractive ladies in New York, don't let the dry personality get to you. I assure you, I have things to make up for that.
There we are. There. Yeah, he had to go there. Had to go there, but that's the male. That's the male beast, right? This is what we're.
This is sort of the problem with you know, not using one's drug of choice, because now that you can feel down there, it's like, holy shit.
What was it that
there's another brain.
There you go. As a matter of fact, that's the main brain. That's the main brain in the human male. What did Peter Moon start off with? He came on tonight. As soon as he came on, he says, "Oh, I've got something that will help you." And he started talking about
yes, I wrote it down. He had given me. He was talking about a sort of supplement, and he was talking to me also about Crowley's book, Diaries of an Addict, where Crowley sort of wrote about how he was able to overcome opioid addiction.
Okay.
And so, you know, I'll read that, and I'll probably, you know, have to wait till I actually get more money to buy the supplement. Let's not go into how $600 disappeared that fast. Folks, unfortunately, Douglas isn't the only irresponsible adult in the room.
There we are. Yes.
Of course, in my case, it happened to be white chocolate. When they say anything that's, well, they say if you're black, anything, too many things that are white will kill you. This is true. In fact, although the kind of death I suffered was more of a financial one. Yeah, I now you know I have to walk 20 miles almost every other day because I eat so much fucking junk and sugar. It's not funny.
Well, there you are, but at least you do that. At least you do that to make up for it. By the way, I am taking further look at Eugene Goodman, and he's not that portly as I thought he was on first impression. He was wearing some, I guess it's his bulletproof vest.
Yeah, it's the armor. He definitely looks like he can hold his own. There's other suggestions that he might be someone who was in the military.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, most of these people who are in police forces are, which is what I've always insisted has to stop. But definitely that's probably the case. It wouldn't surprise me. And so do go on with what else is going on in the world around us. You said that you did a great job with Zimbabwe, of course, and it's one of
Goodman did serve in Iraq. So,
okay.
So yeah, he probably could have definitely whooped some ass if he needed to. Despite how many guys look like they were trying to, you know, well they honestly look like they honestly look confused as to what the fuck they would do next.
Yeah, they look like idiots, and honestly, he had his way with them, really. So good man. It's definitely. I'm glad to see.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly certain if Donald Trump and Mike Pence met in the same restaurant, I think one of them wouldn't walk out alive.
Yeah. There we are.
I'm fairly certain that Mike Pence is pissed.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm fairly certain Trump is like, I don't care.
Yeah. No, he's definitely like that. And Mike Pence, of course, he should have used the 25th Amendment and just taken over as the 46th president, at least for a period of few days, to help with the transition. But he's just, God knows what's going on in his mind. I guess he's still thinking of the potential for 2024, but that's just absurd.
I'm sorry, if I was in his position, what would be on my mind was, you motherfucker, Trump. Yeah. I'm gonna get your ass.
Yeah, well, he was saying something not to that effect, but he was saying something like, "After all I did for him," and he was saying that before this shit went down, and that was because, of course, Trump was demanding that he basically, toss the legal election, and declare Trump president, and he had the sanity to not do that. So, anyhow. Do go on. Check out what else is going on out there. I'm trying to kind of digest some of what I'm seeing and come up with a good analysis to relate. So I'll count on you to help me fill in the airwaves, since Pac 1 probably went to sleep. He didn't check in with us like he said he would, or he got abducted by his family. The familial responsibilities overwhelmed him.
All right. Well, India starts world's largest COVID-19 vaccination drive. In New Delhi, India started inoculating health workers Saturday in what is likely the world's largest COVID-19 vaccination campaign. Well, look at the population. That goes without saying. Joining the ranks of wealthier nations where the effort is already well underway. Of course, here in America, we have a vaccine shortage. So that goes without saying. Obviously, everything's going to fail here. It's just bad karma all around. That's what happens when you kill off all the indigenous population that lives here, and you enslave another population from elsewhere and fuck them up for the rest of their lives. It's karma. India is home to the world's largest vaccine makers and has one of the biggest immunization programs, but there is no playbook for the enormity of the current challenge. Indian authorities hope to give shots to 300 million people, roughly the population of the U.S., and several times more than its existing program, which targets 26 million infants. The recipients include 30 million doctors, nurses, and other frontline workers, to be followed by 270 million people who are either over 50 or have illnesses that make them vulnerable to COVID-19. Now, my question is why people aren't deciding to just immunize fucking infants, newborns first. Because they're the ones who are going to be paying the taxes. The people in their 50s and up are just going to be sucking money from the system. So this honestly has never made sense to me. Why, here in America, it's 65 and over. I don't think anyone 65 and over. These people are retired already. What about all the young people running around? All the young people going to die. Then all the people who are older are just going to siphon all the fucking money from the rest of the government, and nobody's going to be there to take care of them. Good job. I'm sorry. That's just my critique for humanity in general, being fucking stupid. All right. For workers who have pulled India's battered healthcare system through the pandemic, the vaccinations offer confidence that life can, there we go again, return to normal. Please stop writing that. Confidence that life can start returning to normal. This is verbatim what I just read on the other article.
And it's really...
It's verbatim.
Yeah.
It's the exact same words.
It begs the question as to what is defined as normal anyway. What was considered normal was pretty fucking shitty.
I like this better than the normal. I hate to be a viral cultist. I'm not a Hastelia cultist, but god damn it, the normal sucked. This is a hell of a lot better. You know, at least I don't have to see people smooching each other. And if they are smooching each other, I have the privilege of knowing that they're going to die first. Alright, I am happy to get an India-made vaccine, and we do not have to depend on others for it. Said, okay, that was like a male's voice. I can't impersonate women. Said Gita Devi, a nurse. Actually, how do I know that was a woman anyway? I don't know if the name is masculine or feminine. A nurse who was one of the first to get a shot. Devi has treated patients throughout the pandemic in the hospital of Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh state in India's heartland. The first dose was administered to a sanitation worker in the All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences in the capital of New Delhi after Prime Minister Narendra Modi kick-started the campaign with a national televised speech, which I'm sure was full of shit. We're launching the world's biggest vaccine drive, and it shows the world our capability, Modi said. He implored citizens to keep their guard up and not believe any rumors about the safety of vaccines. What? Well, that actually makes sense, because just because you get vaccinated by something doesn't mean you want to go smearing yourself in the disease. That'd be like someone getting like a flu vaccine and deciding to just go into a wing where everyone's dying of the flu and just start rolling in their mucus. Of course, the person's going to get sick.
Yes.
It's not clear whether Modi, 70, had received the vaccine himself, as other world leaders have in an effort to demonstrate the shot's safety. His government said politicians will not be considered a priority group in the first phase of the rollout. Health officials haven't specified what percentage of India's nearly 1.4 billion people will be targeted by the campaign. Damn. 300 million ain't shit compared to 1.4 billion. That's like a tiny fraction of the population.
Yes.
But experts say it will almost certainly be the largest such drive globally. The sheer scale has its obstacles, and some early snags were identified. For instance, there were delays in uploading the details of healthcare workers receiving the shots to a digital platform that India is using to track the vaccines, the health ministry said. Shots were given to at least 165,714 people on Saturday. Dr. Mohanar Agnani, a health ministry official, said at an evening briefing. The ministry has said that it was aiming to inoculate 100 people in each of the 3,060 vaccination centers across the country. Oh, they're not even going to make a dent in it.
Did you find out anything about those couple of mass shootings that happened yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Wait, there were mass shootings yesterday?
Well, the day before yesterday. Yesterday disappeared for me. Maybe the day before yesterday. I mean, so check around for mass shootings and see if there's been any, because I know there were some recently.
Let's see. Oh wow, there's a wiki page. List of mass shootings in the United States. I don't know if that's going to be updated to... Oh, okay, here we go. Mass shootings in 2021. Gun Violence Archive. Okay, we have January 18, 2021, Pennsylvania. Wow, they give you the address. Number killed, 0. Number injured, 4. View incident, view source. Oh, this is pretty handy. I gotta put this on, like, speed,
speed dial, yeah.
Yeah, because if I keep bookmarks of these things would be interesting. Let's see. Type participants, type victim, age 47, age group adult. Oh, okay. They're just showing all the victims. Let's just go right to the subject. Okay. Type, subject, suspect, age 16, age group 12 to 17, male, unharmed, arrested. Okay, definitely white. Type, subject, suspect, name, Ajane Watson, age 19, adult, female, unharmed, arrested. Jahala Blondell. Okay. Suspect. Shot wound, blah blah blah. Oh, it was a drive-by. Okay, there we go. So these people were involved in a drive-by. One gun involved. 4 people got injured. January 17th, Arizona, Phoenix. Injured 5. Participants. Wow. This is very mechanical, the way they fucking list everything. It's so mechanical that reading it makes me sound like a fucking robot. I'm going to wind up putting everyone to sleep.
And, well, we don't want to do that. Okay, definitely going to check in now. I'm going to have to, it's 10 p.m. over here, which means it's what time over where you're at? 1 a.m. in the morning, right?
Yep.
4 minutes after 1.
Yeah, 1 more hour until I hit that energy drink so I can stay. The thing is, I don't feel like I need it because I don't really feel tired for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think all that walking, woke me up, which is good.
Okay.
It's just going to be difficult going to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got 7 hours left, potentially, depending on how long I last, how motivated I am, of course, and I still think that I need to look around a bit more, but we can keep the conversation going for a few more minutes. I think that I'm really, it's really disturbing to me how Pakwan just kind of disappears like that, even with his family. That he just kind of well, we'll talk to him about it, and hopefully we'll.
He might have just been knocked out.
That's what the impression I get. Yeah, he's got a lot.
Because daddy duty, I could do that shit, man.
I know.
That.
Oh no.
I mean, it's difficult enough handling 3 cats.
Yes.
So having to deal with a human is just like a step up in complication. I just wouldn't want to go there.
How did you wind up with 3 cats? Was it like your parents each had one and you had one, or what? How did this happen?
Oh no. We got them at various times, but it's the best thing that's ever happened to me, I gotta say.
Okay.
Yeah, they're more pleasant than humans to speak to.
Okay. Yes.
I'm not trying to insult my family, but there's only a limited range of things one can talk to one's biological parents about.
Yes.
And it's not like I talk to cats either. It's just they provide company, and it's much desired.
Okay.
In fact, I rather cats than people.
Yeah. Well, well, there's a lot of people who feel that way, and
the question is, do I feel this way because I have a parasite in my brain? I don't know the answer.
That only affects women theoretically. That's why the crazy cat lady.
I could be. Well, at some point I could have been immunocompromised by like a flu or something, and then I was like, maybe the cats decided, oh man, I'm not going to clean my shit off. I don't remember anything like that, but I'm just saying, I have cleaned a litter box in the past. I probably haven't.
Oh my god.
Maybe that's because it does cause depression in people, and it's very possible that my hatred of humans is actually the parasite talking.
Oh, that's a thought, isn't it? That
would technically make me a symbiote.
I guess. Yes, I guess
a hybrid. Actually, I could call myself a what do they call them? A chimera.
Of a sort, yeah. And at any rate, let me try and get my head out of my ass and get ready to start the night, and we'll see if I can make it for the full 7 hours. I think that what I can
Well,
talk.
here's a funny one. If you really,
Sure.
this is CNN business. Trump has left, but some of his supporters think he's about to still think he's about to declare martial law, and they're excited.
Oh, dude, go on,
That was-
please.
And
Just-
that was
yeah.
on January 20th. That was the day that just passed.
Mhm.
Sometime Monday, some of the remaining dead Inders convinced President Trump will remain in office for at least the next 4 years got assigned. A Telegram account falsely purporting to be run by General John Hyten, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was telling them that the moment they'd been waiting for, the moment Trump would finally act and use the military to crush his enemies, was coming. Nothing can stop this, the account said in a message that had been seen by at least 185,000 people as of Tuesday morning. They can no longer hide in the shadows, it added. Half an hour later, and then 20 minutes later, last hours. It continued on like this. Around 10 a.m. ET, it posted an ominous picture of soldiers in uniform behind a fence in Washington, D.C. with the caption, "Stay in your homes." Damn, this is so full of shit. It's not even funny. By Tuesday afternoon, the account had almost 220,000 followers, likely helped by the fact that it was being widely and actively discussed and promoted on other platforms, including Twitter and Facebook. Oh my God, the idiocy of these louts. After CNN asked about the people sharing links and promoting the Telegram channel on its platform, Twitter said it was taking action on accounts sharing it and would prevent the link from being tweeted further. Additionally, Facebook spokesperson Andy Stone told CNN that Facebook had started blocking the link to the Telegram account as of Wednesday morning. The spokesperson for General Hyten told CNN Tuesday morning that the account is an absolute fake and added the Pentagon was actively working to get it taken down. Tuesday afternoon, when the account was marked as a scam with a message, "Warning," many users reported this account as a scam or fake account. The account has since shed some followers, and many messages have been removed. Well, that's a good thing.
Yes.
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 A Telegram spokesperson told CNN, Telegram monitors reports and warns users about fraudulent accounts in clear-cut cases like the one you pointed out. Facebook and Twitter did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The account, which largely reflected old tropes from the QAnon conspiracy theory, was emblematic of a bigger trend. A sizable group of people who believed the lie that the election was stolen from Trump and that someone or something, the courts, state legislatures, members of Congress, Vice President Mike Pence, would stop Joe Biden from being inaugurated, have not been dissuaded from that belief. Instead, they came to believe that the only thing left is violence and blood. They're convinced even now that he's left Washington, that Trump is about to institute martial law, and they can't wait. Wow. How stupid can people be? The conspiracy theory has its root, the same thing that inspired the riot inside the Capitol on January 6th. The false idea the election was stolen and American democracy was under threat. Gee, why weren't those same people making protests when Trump took office, when the election really was stolen?
Thank you. I mean,
That's-
this is, yeah, talk about projection. Yeah, to go on.
And someone had to do something. Then the rioters took it upon themselves. After the riot, similar groups of people had faith they could hang back and wait because Trump and the military would take action. But given the way conspiracy theories work generally and the way they have proliferated after the riot, it's easy to imagine these theories spinning out in new ways once it is clear no such action is coming. I'm starting to hope that maybe what Peter Moon said would probably come to pass and that this would fizzle out. But I think that's still hopeful thinking at this point.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, very much so. I'm recognizing now there was another thing I was going to talk about, so I might as well prepare to analyze that tonight. Will be about the free speech aspect of blocking Trump off so many forums until he could lose steam after Biden was sworn in. So it's
the free. I can't emphasize the mythology of the free speech myth, because I mean, when you consider what they did to what's his name,
that guy named Douglas Dietrich when they kicked him off Facebook. Yeah.
aside from you, what was it? Who's the guy who did the Orgon energy? Was that
Wilhelm Reich? Yeah, Dr. Wilhelm Reich. Yes.
Yeah, they burned it. I mean, did they publicly burn his books?
They did. Yes.
Yeah. And so, where was his freedom of speech?
Yeah. Well, there you go with that.
And apparently, if you're a black man, you don't want to go walk up to a cop and say, "Hey, why did you go shoot me?" Because clearly you would get shot. So your freedom of speech is not protected. The First Amendment only means shit to people like Trump and the QAnon cultists.
Yes.
Who have the privilege to not have to worry about, not have to think about it too much, which they clearly don't think about anything.
They don't need to. They're privileged.
Empty.
Yes.
Their minds are just full of marshmallows or some shit.
No. Yes. It's if that. If they had marshmallows, at least their minds would be, how would I say it, sugary sweet. But no, they're basically sour. Their minds are full of just dung, full of shit from all this crap. But at any rate, one of the things I'll have to emphasize too is just the how we're beginning this administration amid tragedy, and hopefully that doesn't, sustain throughout the administration. But we're definitely dealing with so many challenges right now. We've got all these troubling new patterns concerning the virus, which, as you said, seems to have an intelligence all its own. We're definitely going to have a hard time. There seems to be some indications that the vaccines may have some impact on providing some protection from the variant, but of course we'll see.
Yeah, that is also what I read. But the thing is, you still want to wear your mask after you get vaccinated.
Please, yes.
I can't emphasize that enough. Don't go like, I'm going to go take a jog in the hospital wing where COVID patients are, because guess what? I have the vaccine.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
It's not going to work well for you if you do that.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And we've got, it's just, what else is going on? Of course, aside from that, the economy is pretty, it's just indescribable. There's so many things going on that, of course, this is the overwhelming part. When I start thinking of that, it becomes more difficult to throw in the analysis. But coming closer now to getting into the mood to start. And when you're talking about...
it seems like you guys got some massive rain coming, man.
Yes, thank you. I hope so. We're going to need it for the fires.
Holy shit. Well, they're actually expecting flooding with what's... the atmospheric river event is being classified as a Category 5, the highest level from the Center for the Western Weather and Water Extremes. The flooding potential is huge, with roughly 15 million people under some sort of watch or advisory. Okay, parts of western Washington can see 300% of normal rainfall, according to the Weather Prediction Center. This is CNN as of, oh my god, fuck me, that's January 12th. Major fail for me, man.
Oh, well, no worries about that. No, you're still right in the sense that the cycles come again. We've got some hope for some wet weather, and we're praying that it will interrupt some of the fires that I'll be starting off to tell people with. I'll start off with talking to people about our state, what's going on in the state of California, because it's just important that they know that what's going on where I'm coming from. Like Peter Moon, he's like was the other day was saying, yes, fire season's over. Fire season's over. Like fire, an element, has a fucking like punch card and just says, oh, it's time for me to clock out. I did my work. Oh my God, with climate change, it's
That doesn't work anymore.
yes, thank you.
Now everything's extreme. It's like every other day on the disaster channel that I look at on YouTube. Every other day something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is normal now. All right. The word normal is completely absurd when we think about it, because the systems tend to change, and what mankind has done is we've accelerated change into the system. And we've accelerated it to such a degree that we can no longer predict the patterns by which to define normal.
Yes.
So the very terminology itself has no meaning in the age of 2020 and beyond.
Yes. Thank you.
We're in an age of paranormal.
Yes. Yeah. And it's a market point, and I think that people will begin to accept that, and there is a lot of paranormal activity that has its implications in this new age, this new normal, so to speak. At any rate, aside from that, what else comes to your mind about Staten Island? There must be some local news. You never leave there, but...
Oh, God. I hate talking about Staten Island.
It's just... Come on, you love to bitch about
It's
it.
like when I come back from Manhattan, like, at a certain time, all, like, the really obnoxious and sort of stupid-looking people are hanging around.
Mm-hmm.
And they just... And it's like, oh, God, I don't want to look at this person. I don't know, it's just weird out here. And for some reason, the traffic camera, which is supposed to catch speeding cars, instead of taking pictures of speeding cars, they're taking pictures of me walking up the fucking sidewalk. And I'm like, what the fuck is this about? Now, I figure, maybe there is a speeding car, but no, the cars usually go that same. Granted, I don't have a speedometer, I can't tell, but I don't know. It's just weird.
Well, definitely you may well be being monitored, and there's several elements involved with that. You might have been subject to some kind of a program. You might have been, it might be your affiliation with myself, no doubt.
Well, I'm sure that adds to whatever was going on already.
Yes.
Because I can tell you, my life has been a fucking shit ton of weird way before you and I started speaking.
Yes, I'm not surprised. And of course, that's the case with most people who affiliate with myself, like Brendan Zoget as well. Honestly, when we started off tonight, people just don't realize how tense it was. Not that there was hostility between Brendan and Pac One and Jameson and myself. Far from it. It was dealing with, of course, my 3D graphics modeler here, and we starting the transmission while he's here, while I'm dealing with, of course, his post-traumatic stress disorder, which he's very symptomatic, and so it's just hard at times like that. But he did well, considering. I mean, he functioned well in terms of getting the new search engine up, and that's another thing that I'm dealing with, so people understand this. I'm dealing with Mozilla Firefox, which, of course, Brendan is saying is far better than Google Chrome. I don't know. To me, it was just always Chrome, because Chrome was the dominant predator, the apex predator at the top of the food chain, and therefore Chrome was it. Everything we were doing was based on Chrome, and so
because they're already attached to Google.
Yeah.
So it just made that a lot easier for you. But, I just get the feeling that someone in Google has it out for you, because it's always something with Google with you, man.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
And I have no doubt that some of Lilith's network extends into Google itself.
Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed. And if it weren't for the fact that my 3D graphics modeler used to work there, I never would have made it this far in terms of, getting anything done. It's literally, Google is in turn, don't forget, is so much of our world of information is Google, And it's so there you go. I mean, so I'm very lucky that I had that in through my friend, and he could help with the challenges that Google has thrown my way. Other than that, it adds to the irony of Trump complaining about Google as a left-wing kind of entity that is out to get him, and antithetical to the right wing. Honestly, it's one of those things.
It could be further from the truth.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's a Department of Defense contracted entity, for God's sakes. Go on, please. Yes.
All Trump does is he just bitches about everything. I honestly find it odd that he's still alive with the way I mean, I'm surprised he didn't die of a heart attack a long time ago. He takes care of himself, but I mean, seriously, all the guy does is he's like the ultimate troll.
Yes, that's his whole life is based on trolling, and and of course he left behind that whole legacy. As a matter of fact, I'll probably go into that inescapably. Like I said, we won't have him to kick around anymore, except for God knows, who knows. There might be some persecution of him in the sense of prosecution, which I would actually hope for. I would hope he would be convicted. But, it's one of those things where...
Yeah, but I sort of get the feeling that, there might be some validity to what Peter said about that, about him,
being like Jeffrey Epstein, yes. Yes, that's right. And
because they'll probably pursue it, and then they just won't pay too much attention.
Yeah.
It seems like they'd be more happier to sweep them under the rug.
Yeah, they'll try and do that, and but that leaves us with an injustice, that there's no justice here, and so it's up to us to try and make certain that people never forget. It's it's something that. If we don't do that, then we'll pay the price for it. Okay, I'd best get started. And
all right, I'm going to probably while you do the solicitations, I'm probably going to go grab something to eat.
Okay, just let me know when you're back.
Gotcha.
I may not put a thumbs up when you come back and say I'm back, like I usually do, to acknowledge that you're there, but just know that I do see it. Okay?
Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so let's get started on the solicitation, and we're at the bottom of the hour. Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, subscribe to the YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team the Thrax Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For word, no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him on paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He did, after all, take it upon his own initiative to basically download all or the majority of what I produced and published on the YouTube and download it into his personal hard drive so that we could reconstruct my legacy online when it was scrubbed from the net no less than thrice, 3 times in a row. And in that sense, he served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the material cyberspace, the data matrix of the material world, which in a very real sense in turn makes him my creator. And now you too can do your part in the struggle against total annihilation, whether of my legacy, the context in which I can interact with you as a virtual personality thanks to John Warrington's aid, or whether it's the destruction of all life on the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at Douglas-Dietrich.com/2019//05/08 Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacists and neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com a footnote on my bio, sire, which explains the full name of my biological father, the meaning of the name What Made the Man. And once you've educated and enlightened yourself as to all the facts to be found at those 2 sites, then take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Amaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button, which will of course take you to the homepage, showsdd.com, where you're going to be using PayPal, in which case you need to indicate myself as friend or relation. It's the same category. They do not disambiguate between friend or relation. You indicate me as among the friend or relations category so that the PayPal, Peter Thiel, who established PayPal, doesn't take his blood cut out of our contribution, which I'm sure you would rather have come to me in its totality. And if you don't indicate me as friend or relation, they take their pound of flesh at PayPal, and at that point, whatever even number you contributed becomes dollars and change. To evade that, you indicate myself as friend or relation. We are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself. And of course, we're all an extended electronic family. If, however, you find it distasteful to indicate that, then you press the red donate button where you use any other credit or debit card to render your contribution without the middleman, and no need to indicate myself as anything other than the recipient of your largesse. So, while you're there, of course, you would reward yourself, whether you press the red donate button to use a credit or debit card, or the yellow donate button to get yourself to PayPal. Either way, it's on you to reward yourself to use the yellow button, ultimately, to get yourself to showsdd.com, where you can register and thereafter log in at your convenience into the archives at douglasdietrich.com, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One cluster of nuclear power plants on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So only on contribution will the membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access, electronic access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatos. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Kahn, and his web mistress, Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavy weightlifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and of course subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per my known expositions, with his current cinematic production being trailered as the Thousand Year Realm-In-Exile, subtitled the Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology, which of course is something that he and I have sprackathon when he's appeared on this program, and will be being released soon at the Bizarre HD channel on YouTube. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrich's, or son of dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and insurgency, the anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that Jude, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and/or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select it all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesdays and Sundays, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all videos and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. We have a shout out for Eric Laystick, whose Christmas card arrived today, yesterday, and let me try and put that into some context. Eric Laystick was querying myself about whether or not I had received his Christmas card. And of course, I had to tell him that I had not. And there is, of course, an enormous volume of mail that comes into the state of California, so much so that much of it gets lost. It is something that one has to take into account whenever one is mailing anything through the United States Post Office, especially during the holiday season. Well, Eric Laystick was concerned because, of course, he had sent a usual donation of $250 within that card and was hoping I would receive it for the holidays. That finally arrived some 24 hours agone. It arrived just yesterday. And it was not surprising that to myself at all that it arrived, his Christmas card envelope, opened. Open, not even resealed. Literally arrived through my mail slot, completely open. The birthday card, Christmas card, excuse me, still inside of it. Well, Christmas is, of course, a birthday of a sort. We use it to celebrate the birth of Christ. And so it is a birthday card of a sort. But it was still there, and the $25 money order, the check, was still inside. So there we have that, and that, of course, is something to give you a hint of the fact that the post office is, it's saturated with thievery, mostly by the postal inspectors who have dogs to try and sniff out money, not checks or money orders, but money. And they rip open people's birthday cards and Christmas cards, any holiday cards, expecting such. So somebody just ripped it open, saw it was a check instead of a money order, and just put the card and the check back in the envelope, and it went all through the mail system, completely opened. and finally went through my door. Now, the only other thing I could think of was that it went to someone else's house nearby in my neighborhood, like maybe the neighbors upstairs, and they opened it completely by accident and then said, oh, or maybe not by accident, and then said, oh, well, this belongs to Douglas, which they would have known of by the address on the envelope, so that really doesn't make any sense, and then dropped it off to me. Or opened it up, somebody perhaps in the neighborhood, if it was misdelivered, hoping it had money in it, but found out it was a check and realized, well, I can't cash that. And then just decided to drop it over here through my mail slot because they couldn't put that back in the mail unless they resealed it, which nobody did. You could just go crazy speculating about these things. The reality is the mail is obviously very insecure, so you want to be very careful about whatever you mail. And understand it could quite easily be interdicted and tampered with. That's called mail tampering, by the way, which is a federal crime, a fairly serious federal crime, and yet, somebody obviously has tampered with my mail, and there you have that. Other than that, this episode, like many, will be dedicated in spirit to the Grandmother, Judith Gay Yeager, and sent her a little something, and hopefully that will just provide her with the realization that we speak of her positively on this program, and look forward to her sharing her wisdom with us once again at some point in the future. Now, other than that, let me try and get a grasp on the overall situation for tonight in terms of any arc of narrative. Let me take a look at the kind of direction I want to go in. And I think that we'll have to, of course, deal with the inauguration. We'll deal with issues of free speech, freedom of speech, which is, of course, just a myth in and of itself in so many ways. We'll deal with, of course, pardons, that there was a lot of pardoning going on in the last few days of Trump in office, of course, as we all knew there would be. Basically, we have a situation in which Donald Trump has pardoned everyone but himself. I guess that just would have looked too tacky. So far as I understand, he did not pardon himself, but I might be wrong on that. So let me take a look and see if Trump pardoned himself. Did Trump pardon himself? Did Trump pardon himself? Okay, there we are. Late night pardon blast. I like that. Oh God, talked out of pardoning kids and Republican lawmakers. Oh God, somebody must have had the golden tongue to talk him out of pardoning himself and his kids, because he faces a mountain of legal and political risk, that's for sure. And President Trump received an unsettling warning that he pardoned himself. So let me see here. Trump found one more way. This was 12 hours ago. He discussed pardoning himself. That much we know. But let's take a look at this. I want to see this unsettling warning here. Here he was, huddled for a lengthy meeting with his legal advisors. Trump was warned the pardons he once hoped to bestow upon his family and even himself would place him in a legally perilous position, convey the appearance of guilt, and potentially make him more vulnerable to reprisals. So too was Trump warned that the pardons for Republican lawmakers who sought them for their role in the Capitol insurrection would anger the very Senate Republicans who will determine his fate in the upcoming impeachment trial. And so these grave warnings were offered by Pat Cipollone and another attorney who represented Trump in his first impeachment trial, Eric Hirschman, and other attorneys joined by telephone, and all of them told Trump he should not pardon himself, his family, or any Republican lawmakers in a prospective manner unless he was prepared to list specific crimes. So there we have that. And, well, he's very worried. He has every right to be, the poor wretch. He put himself, painted himself into a corner. Well, now he has to live with it. The rest of us are going to be living with his shit for eternity. And so now he has to live with his bed of nails that he fixed for himself. A fitting end. Now, obviously, Donald Trump has left the White House for a final time as president. He pumped his fist and waved as he departed the White House on Marine One Wednesday for the last time as president, leaving behind a legacy of chaos and tumult and a nation bitterly divided. In these United States, there's bad news and, well, slightly less bad news. More than 60% of all COVID-19 cases nationwide have been reported since Election Day, leading to nightmare-level infection rates. However, cases have declined 11% since hitting a peak yesterday, last week. Now, all experts concur that it's far too soon for any optimism, since such a dip may simply not be sustainable. Also, in the communist Chinese Empire, a dangerous situation is unfolding as state media have launched state disinformation campaigns to hit back against questions about the efficacy of the coronavirus vaccine produced by communist Chinese medical company Sinovac. Cross the Pacific yet again, back to my Barbary Coast, my golden state nation, in disambiguation from a nation state. We are a state that was once a nation, like the Grand Republic of Texas. California is preparing for damaging winds. This all has to do with the lost years of the Trump administration, in which climate denial resulted in irreparable climate damage. This was the time we should have been doing everything we could about the climate, and instead we're under a leadership that chose to do everything it could to exacerbate climate destruction in the service of entropy, the service of disintegration and destruction, the service of the anti-gods. Climate damage that occurred on Trump's watch will endure long after he is gone. Authorities are now worried that high winds, dry conditions will spread Northern California wildfires throughout this week. California's bonfire has burned more than 7,000 acres, and more fire warnings are ahead. Now dangerous winds are sweeping over parts of California, and that means a greater wildfire risk and the possibility of power losses for hundreds of thousands of residents. Basically, as Daniel Arola would say, up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts are ripping through California as the dangerous Santa Ana winds are raising fire risk. Tens of thousands of residents across several California counties were without power yesterday as officials aimed to reduce fire risk from the powerful Santa Ana winds roaring through the region. More than 11 million residents from the Central Coast into Southern California were under red flag warnings due to winds exacerbating fire risks, and nearly 150,000 customers were already without power. Tuesday, that's yesterday, from a combination of downed trees and power lines, and utilities proactively shutting off power to prevent fires. Now, 2 brush fires were reignited in the footprint of the CZU lightning complex that burned through parts of Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties over the summer. The North Butano fire is currently burning within the scar left by the 86,000-acre wildfire, according to the California fire spokeswoman, Cecile Juliet. The CZU lightning complex burned actively for over a month after being sparked by a lightning storm in mid-August. Nearly 1,500 homes and other buildings were destroyed, and 1 person was killed in that wildfire. So, CAL FIRE spokeswoman Cecile Juliet has gone on record to attest that having fires like this is very unusual for January. We've had barely any rain this year. Now, sometimes embers from a large wildfire can hide under the litter from the trees, and when the wind blows, the embers smoldering underground get lifted up and ignite dry brush. And the windstorm has knocked down several trees, blocking firefighters' access to put out these flames. Now, winds in the highest elevation of the High Sierra had topped 100 miles per hour on Tuesday. Strong gusts of over 50 miles per hour, half 100 miles per hour, were reported at San Francisco International Airport. Now, several hurricane-force wind gusts in the mountains of Ventura and Los Angeles counties in Southern California were reported yesterday. And the cause of these high winds? Well, it's a combination of a developing storm off the California coast and strong high pressure building across the western United States. The winds were expected to slowly diminish today. And on Monday, opening this work week, wind gusts of more than 90 miles per hour were reported from Sacramento, where Brendan Zogit lives and works, to the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, where I live and work, with one gust reaching 100 miles per hour near Kirkwood, I believe, east of Sacramento, east of the capital of our Golden State, where Brendan Zogit resides. Now, a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust was even reported in Tahoe, with winds well over 60 miles per hour stretching up and down the coast. To put that in perspective, a Category 1 hurricane's winds are 74 to 95 miles per hour, and Category 2 winds are 96 to 110 miles per hour. This means wind gusts in California are reaching speeds equivalent to a strong Category 2 hurricane. Am I getting through to you? Today's Public Safety Power Shutoff, the PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutoff, could affect at least 280,000 customers, mostly in Los Angeles and Ventura counties, but extending to customers in Fresno, Kern, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, and Tulare counties. And I confirmed this with the SCE, that's the utility company, Southern California Edison. Now, they've issued official warning that, according to the SCE, Southern California Edison, when there is a high risk for a wildfire, we may temporarily shut off power to your neighborhood to prevent our electric system from becoming the source of ignition. This is, of course, when you need power most to keep yourself alive with your electric blanket, for instance, when you're, fucking in a wind tunnel environment where it's bloody fucking freezing. Not to mention, imagine trying to take a bath without a blow dryer. Now, dry, hot, and windy conditions, combined with problems with power lines, have contributed to massive fire outbreaks in the recent past, including the deadly 2018 Camp Fire. When I consulted with the meteorologist Pedram Javaheri, he attested with nearly 80% of the western U.S. experiencing drought conditions, the area is akin to a literal tinderbox. The Southern California region could see winds exceeding 100 miles per hour, and I believe actually did so yesterday, while further north could have gotten gusts reaching up to 100 miles per hour, as were predicted by the National Weather Service. There are more than half a dozen other brush fires burning in area. The largest, dubbed the Freedom Fire, is about 40 acres and has led to the evacuation of approximately 100 nearby homes just north of the city of Watsonville. So far, there have been no reports of injuries or significant damage that I myself know of. But fires are flourishing. The winds can be, well, the ones that are going on right now, these could be the strongest wind event of this season. Forecasters have warned this is what's making blazes even more dangerous. Javaheri affirming that the combination of dry fuels and tropical storm force winds are leading to downed trees and power lines. Thus, any ignition of new fires will flourish and rapidly expand under these conditions. Many locations across Southern California, including Los Angeles, have not seen measurable rain since the end of December, meaning the vegetation across this region has had over 2 weeks to dry out. Southern California has also experienced record heat over the last several days, in addition to the growing drought across the region. And the wind expected to reach this region is the kind only seen every 3 years. The NWS, the National Weather Service of San Diego, announced it's likely to cause some mayhem with palm fronds and the like. Secure loose outdoor objects. That was their advisement. Like we're in fucking tornado country and shit, Kansas. And you're going to see, well, things like Doris and Toto about to fly off with the Wicked Witch of the West or something. Now, nearly 30 million Californians, or about 3 of every 4 people in my state, have seen high winds through yesterday. It's climate change that's adding fuel to the fire. With warmer temperatures and less consistent rainfall, wildfire conditions are becoming more dangerous and occurring more frequently. Areas burned by wildfire are increasing throughout the United States, but particularly across the old frontier western states. The annual burned areas in the western U.S. are increasing 2 to 6 times from current levels. This is according to the United States National Climate Assessment. So, another meteorologist and climate expert that I've consulted in the past, Brandon Miller, concurs that what is currently happening in California is a perfect example of how wildfire season has increased in length throughout the western U.S. And while Santa Ana wind events generally occur from October to March, typically, only the early months present dangerous fire weather. And Miller attests that by January, the western states should be well into the rainy season and moisture levels would be high enough to keep the fire threat low. But with the record-breaking fire seasons over the last several years, even Miller has attested that the fighter fires, well, did I just say fighter fires? The firefighters in California, they no longer even refer to a fire season. Rather, they call this a fire year every year, since climate change has increased the length of the season on both sides. So, fire season is all year round. It's the majority of the year. We now call it fire year. It would be like 9 months out of the year. The fire year is 9 months out of the year, with only 3 months left to breathe and recover what we can. But there is a chance for wet weather. There could be a sliver of good news later this week because as the windstorm moves out through Southern California today, it could leave a parting gift of moisture. A low-pressure system developing off the coast could bring cooler temperatures and higher humidity values. And increased moisture could mean weather to quench the parched southwest region. In Arizona, Phoenix had a 242-day streak without precipitation, and Yuma County a 110-day one until both cities saw rainy days on December 10th. Lowering the widespread drought across this region could mean relief from possible fire conditions. So, while that's on the mind, let me remind everyone, of course, that how would I say it? Maybe I should get into the ad for Benestanius later tonight. Probably be a smoother transition to talk about California and our native daughter, Kamala Harris, who's entering the room now. Not my room, but all our rooms, through our televisions, through our internet. And she's going to be the focus. Now, why the focus on the number 2, you might ask? To begin with, as number 2, Kamala Harris of California is all kinds of firsts. The first woman of color, the first black woman, the first mixed race woman of South Asian descent, and the first Asian American elected to national office, as well as the first almost Gen X, as in my generation, the 13th American generation, politician. She's technically a baby boomer by a few months, but come on. Even her husband, Doug Emhoff, is making some history as the first male spouse and first Jewish spouse of a nationally elected leader. I'm sure I'm leaving something out, but all this history making has elevated Harris to a symbol. And in an increasingly polarized country, a heroine and a villainess. But she's more than that. Harris is also the first in the line of succession to Joseph Biden, who, at 78 years of age, became the oldest president in history when he was inaugurated today. Now, Kamala Harris, who flamed out in her own attempt to run for presidentress, would be well positioned to run again as soon as 2024, depending on Biden's health and stamina. And then, of course, there be her California roots. Political junkies who have listened to myself throughout the past know many of the players, from one-time boyfriend Willie Brown to political advisor Ace Smith, who have been key figures in the rise of Kamala Harris and helped Harris define herself as a politician. But let's try and put this into the perspective of the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. Holy Day, which has just passed by all too quickly. On Monday, but 72 hours agone, in opening this work week with the national holiday to honor the memory and the lifetime accomplishments of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his own son, said civil rights leader and peaceful protest advocate Martin Luther King Jr., would be disappointed by the state of the country if he were alive today. And I think that's putting it mildly. I personally feel he would be saddened to the point of a potential crisis of faith. But Martin Luther King Jr. the third, or Martin Luther King the third, since he's not a junior, he's the third in line, he went on record in an interview with CNN's Brianna Keilar to say that, well, rather than paraphrase, I'll quote as he directly. He said, "My father always believed in the people of our nation. Certainly he would be greatly disappointed in how we have chosen to conduct ourselves at this particular moment, but most particularly probably disappointed in the Commander-in-Chief, because the Commander-in-Chief is supposed to bring people together and not to bring people together to actually intercept your government." See, we've got 1 week and 2 Americas as Biden took his office. 54 years agone this spring tide. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. traveled to Stanford University within the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region to offer a portrait of the nation that perhaps only he could cast in such stark but important terms, describing these bifurcated cultures, black, white, and unequal. King told his audience, "There are literally 2 Americas." He articulated one as a bountiful land of opportunity and the other as a barren wasteland of poverty and hopelessness. And again, rather than paraphrase, to take the words from his mouth directly, he said, "In a sense, the greatest tragedy of this other America is what it does to little children. Little children in this other America are forced to grow up with clouds of inferiority forming every day in their little mental skies. As we look at this other America, we see it as an arena of blasted hopes and shattered dreams." King focused on the systemic plight of black Americans, but acknowledged that others, in lines drawn by ethnicity and poverty, also were residents of the other America. Any number of politicians went on to borrow King's thesis to fit their own electoral platforms, a version of which appeared as the platform of former North Carolina Senator John Edwards' presidential run circa 2004. That the imagery has endured hope and prosperity, despair and decay, may say us something about the enduring paradox of a nation founded on egalitarian principles. The words of the King seem especially important on this National Day for remembering his life and legacy that has only but hours agone passed us by. Feels like yesterday to me with all of the crises I've been resolving. And this holiday that remembered his life and legacy is all the more relevant today as a bitterly divided nation changed its leaders. A transfer of power in the midst of a devastating pandemic, a watershed moment in racial justice, and just 12 to 13 days gone by now, a frightening insurrection of citizens inspired by the words of an American president, whom many of them begged for a pardon, which I pray none of them got. You take your own responsibilities as an adult. You stand, you fall. But there's portions of the King's 1967 speech, delivered the year after I was born, that feel especially prophetic. I was born very late in 1966, the month of October. So, his speech was delivered historically right after I first laid my eyes upon this world. And King told his Stanford audience, "And I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme rightists in our nation, have often used time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words of the bad people and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say wait on time." Half 100 years later, this nation struggles with any number of conflicting realities, including reality and truth itself. And in the aftermath of an acrimonious election and a citizenry that seems to live in at least two Americas, of pain and perception, for starters, to focus, the focus, turns to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who assumed the two highest jobs in our land today, but hours ago. By the time President-elect Joseph Biden was sworn in, President Donald Trump had already landed at his private Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. Donald Trump walked out of the White House and boarded Marine One for the last time as president this Wednesday morning, today, departing Washington hours before Biden's inauguration and leaving behind a legacy of chaos and tumult and a nation beyond bitterly divided. 4 years after standing on stage at his own inauguration and painting a dire picture of American carnage, Trump departed the highest office of our land, twice impeached, with millions more out of work, and 500,000 dead from the coronavirus. 400,000 as officially acknowledged. Republicans under his watch lost the presidency and both chambers of Congress. He will be forever remembered for the final major act of his presidency, inciting an insurrection at the Capitol that left half a dozen dead, including 2 Capitol police officers, that horrified the nation. Trump will be the first president in modern history to be remembered to have boycotted his successor's inauguration, as he continues to stew about his loss and privately maintains the election that President-elect Joe Biden, now our sitting president, fairly won, was stolen from him. Republican officials in several critical states, members of his own administration, and a wide swath of judges, including those appointed by Trump himself, have all together rejected those arguments. Still, Trump has refused to participate in any of the symbolic passing of the torch traditions surrounding the peaceful transition of power, including inviting the Bidens over for a get-to-know-you visit. President Donald Trump is gone today. The White House announced yesterday night that Trump and First Lady Melania Trump left the White House at 8 a.m. this morning. Rather, they announced that he would leave at that time, and he has since done so. For millions of people in America and around the world, the departure of a White House wannabe autocrat who wasted 4 years living inside everybody's head means the end of a long nightmare. But Joe Biden's inauguration today has been a day of dispossession for millions more Americans who saw Trump as a lone leader who voiced their fear that the postmodern world scorns their religion, culture, livelihoods, and the fatherfuckery transliterated as patriotism, the love of the father in incestuous sense. When people look at Trump and say, "This is not America," they are wrong. His presidency personified a gap between America's liberal, urban, multiracial citizens and their white, rural, conservative-personated reactionary counterparts. And his great sin as president was that he didn't try to build any common bonds and language between an internally estranged people. Instead, he exploited the divide. These facts be indisputable. Trump destroyed millions of people's faith in the American political system by refusing to accept his election defeat and inciting an insurrection against Congress. He inspired radical, far-right white nationalists. He lied every day. His beautiful health care plan was a sick myth. He torched America's global reputation. And he incessantly exploited his job to boost his business, reversing President John Kennedy's admonition, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." Trump did often raise questions that conventional politicians dodged. Shouldn't the U.S. be tougher on an increasingly hostile communist Chinese empire? When will someone actually help ghost towns in the Midwest and the South where industries died at the hands of elite free traders?
Why don't prosperous Europeans pay more for their own defense? What is the sense in sending heartland Americans to die in the Middle East? But he never answered those questions. And for all Trump's championing of forgotten Americans, his sole big legislative win was huge tax cuts for corporations and all his rich cronies. Trump mythologizes his skill as a builder, but he will be remembered for naught but destruction. After losing the White House, the House, and the Senate, being impeached twice, and throwing tens of thousands of lives into the teeth of the pandemic, this one-termer has earned his inevitable historic ignominy as one of the worst American presidents, if not the worst, in recorded history. Trump leaves behind a critically injured nation, and it will take us time to heal. An incompetent authoritarian is still a catastrophe. So what if he was bad at it? The 5 years of the Trump era, like a communist 5-year plan, in catastrophic collectivization, which began with his descent down the gilded escalator in Trump Tower in 2015 and are ending with a massive military presence in the nation's capital to protect the transfer of power to his successor, brought a sustained assault on self-government. This assault was most oftentimes futile, almost always buffoonish, and, as the conversion of the seat of the federal government into an armed fortress so demonstrates, unquestionably real. Throughout the Trump era, some have argued that Trump's incompetence rendered his authoritarian aspirations inconsequential. The New York Times columnist Ross Douthat, in October, yeah, that's his actual name, Douthat, D-O-U-T-H-A-T. How about we don't that? But in his describing the president as a noisy weakling, he wrote, "Our weak, ranting, infected by COVID chief executive is not plotting a coup because a term like plotting implies capabilities that he conspicuously lacks." Douthat has been forced to since reevaluate his position. But for a long time, he was the most articulate proponent of the argument that Trump was not as dangerous as his opponents believed. Believing that Trump's departure proves his harmlessness is akin to arguing that getting shot in the leg is inconsequential because the wound will not necessarily kill you. Even non-fatal gunshot wounds do terrible things to the human body. They can twist flesh and muscle as if they were Play-Doh, shatter bones to dust, leave victims unable to walk, sans assistance, the rest of their lives, keep survivors from closing their fingers into a fist through nervous damage. They can poison the blood, drown the lungs, and, even when the body escapes being disfigured, leave the brain scarred by trauma. American democracy persevered because of those who rejected the arrogant counsel that the system would hold. The protesters who mobbed airports and filled the streets, the organizers who planned meetings and knocked on doors, and the voters who flooded the polls by the tens of millions. The wounds of Trumpism haven't proved lethal to the democratic project, but they be very real indeed. Trump's initial attack on American democracy occupied much of the first 2 years of his administration. but was arguably the least damaging in the long term. As a candidate, Trump both encouraged and benefited from the intervention of the Russian government in an American election. As a candidate and as president, Trump sought to deflect blame from the Kremlin, illegally obstructed the investigation, arguably successfully, into its interference, and then pardoned all supporters who had refused to cooperate with investigators. But more on that to come. Yet to the extent that Russia's gambit succeeded in tilting the 2016 election, it was because of the last-minute intervention by James Comey, then director of the FBI, that they succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. Comey's decision to violate Department of Justice guidelines regarding disclosure of information that could affect elections, while keeping the Bureau's investigation into whether the Trump campaign had illegally coordinated with the Russian government secret, was an indispensable factor in Trump's 2016 victory. Trump and his allies spent the next 4 years railing against rogue actors in law enforcement and all the intelligence agencies, willfully ignoring the fact that Trump owed his electoral presidency to such people, and their betrayal of ourselves. As Putin's president, Trump attempted to use the census to effect a nationwide racial gerrymander that would enhance the political influence of white voters at the expense of black and Latino voters. That scheme was foiled by bureaucratic incompetence on the administration's own part, as liberal activists used the trail of breadcrumbs it had left behind to uncover the nature of the scheme, just before the Supreme Court was set to rule on it. If Trump had won a second term, he would have succeeded in manipulating our national census for political ends to forever preserve his power. A year before the 2020 election, Trump tried to strong-arm the president of Ukraine into falsely accusing his most likely Democratic rival of that time of a crime. The actions of a lone whistleblower led to Trump's plan being revealed, and subsequently to his first impeachment. The Democratic congressional leadership might have preferred to avoid impeachment, but his actions made it necessary. To allow us the president to use his authority to frame a political rival sans consequence would be to invite him to do it again. Impeaching Trump failed to remove him, but it exposed and neutralized a campaign smear that his enablers in the press were, until that moment, all too eager to amplify. The case for impeaching Trump was straightforward. If presidents can use the awesome power of their office to frame their political rivals for crimes, they can prevent the rise of anyone attempting to challenge their hold on power. Mitt Romney, the only Republican senator to support conviction, argued on the Senate floor that corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine. Romney was correct. The founders had devised impeachment precisely for the possibility of a chief executive who abuses his power to stay in office. Susan Collins, the Republican senator from Maine, who voted to acquit, argued that Trump had learned a pretty big lesson from impeachment. Indeed, he had. Trump learned that Republican senators would acquiesce to his abuses of power, even if he were to attempt to corrupt an election to keep himself in office. So he did it again, and again, and again. Trump attacked the validity of mail-in ballots, having recognized that his dismissals of the pandemic had created a partisan split in evaluations of the coronavirus threat, and therefore a split in who would vote in person on Election Day. He hatched a scheme to declare victory before such ballots were counted. Trump's appointee to run the Postal Service so egregiously mismanaged the agency that late ballots were in danger of being invalidated, which would have tipped the outcomes in close states. The president's attorneys, not just the unhinged fanatics who wove grand conspiracy theories, hoped that, by invalidating enough ballots, they could secure majorities in swing states. But the president and his advisors insisted that fraud had occurred in majority black jurisdictions, such as Atlanta, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit, and that large numbers of votes should be discarded. The Trump cultists' cry to count every legal vote left unsaid which votes were illegal, because Trump supporters already knew the answer. Anyone who wasn't white. Refusing to cooperate with those who had habitually minimized the risks Trump posed, the president spent the post-election months attempting to overturn the result in one bizarre scheme after another. He demanded that courts throw out votes in mostly black jurisdictions. He tried to coerce state legislatures into invalidating the result in their states. He urged the Supreme Court to declare him president by fiat. He savaged Republican election officials who refused to cooperate, and then tried to pressure them into fabricating new vote counts. Republicans who refused to go along with Trump's effort to reverse the election now faced the prospect of being removed and replaced by apparatchiks who would have. Having persuaded millions of his adoring cultists to risk their own lives by ignoring the dangers posed by a global pandemic, Trump had little trouble convincing them that the election he had decisively lost was rigged. His falsehoods culminated in the deadly assault on the Capitol building, in which a mob of his supportive cultists sought to capture and kill federal lawmakers, including his own vice president. Trump, often described as a populist, spoke frequently about the will of the people, but he only ever saw himself as an avatar of a particular group of Americans. A president who lost the popular vote twice was never inclined to think of the people in anything but the narrowest terms. He was an avatar of the right people, those who, in their own minds, had been granted the mantle of heaven since the founding. The multiracial coalition that defeated them in 2020 by a margin of some 7 million votes was fraudulent by definition and possessed no legitimate claim to power. The most consistent principle of Trumpist cult populism was that keeping Trump in power was too important to leave to the people. The sacking of the Capitol was a logical consequence of that belief. The defense that Trump's authoritarianism was tempered by his incompetence rests on the faulty assumption that incompetence mitigates the damage he has done. Even an inept authoritarian can, partly by his very ineptitude, corrupt the responsibilities of the state, erode democracy itself, and leave a significant portion of the electorate in thrall to a cult of personality. The coronavirus pandemic is still raging through these United States like a California wildfire, with 500,000 dead, 400,000 as officially acknowledged. By spring, the number of casualties will begin to rival the 600,000 Americans who died in the American Civil War between the states, the largest death toll for a single event in all American history prior the unleashing of the American Army and Navy influenza, the so-called Spanish flu pandemic that the Americans weaponized to end World War I. This was not any inevitable outcome. It was the consequence of an administration whose main objective was shielding Donald Trump's ego and preserving his political prospects. Trump's allies in the conservative-personated reactionary mass media machine and in state governments foiled an effective public response and dissuaded their own supporters from taking basic safety measures. The president's cult of personality took precedence over whether Americans lived or died. Incompetent authoritarianism did not limit the damage of the pandemic. It exacerbated that damage by orders of magnitude. Something that otherwise would have been effective as a passing influenza became the plague that ended the world as we knew it. And the same is true of much of the rest of the president's agenda. The child separation policy was so incompetently administered that today many of the families remain shattered because the administration did not bother to keep adequate records of which child belonged to which family. The Trump administration's indifference to the treatment of migrants in detention led to scores of deaths. Child sacrifices, in effect. The president's initial anti-Muslim travel ban did not cause less damage for being incompetently administered. The president's response to the devastation of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, whose residents he regards with such contempt that he wanted to expel them from the United States, even in territorial status, was not less ruinous for being incompetent. Trump's handling of the George Floyd protests, while politically inept, nevertheless encouraged a wave of police brutality against Americans protesting police brutality. The federal government might have been better prepared for the Capitol riot had national security agencies not been pressured by the president to downplay the threat of white nationalist extremism because of his own association with it. Trump, who declared that he would be the greatest jobs president God ever created, began his term with a booming economy and ends it with the worst jobs record of any president since Herbert Hoover, in part because he put his preoccupation with his own brand, his own image, ahead of rescuing the economy or containing the pandemic that crashed it. The combination of Trump's incompetence and authoritarianism, in short, made effective governance completely impossible and proved itself utterly calamitous in the face of a genuine convergence of national crises. Not only that, but it short-circuited the checks and balances that might have forced the misadministration to alter course. Trump's incompetence did not loosen his grip on the Republican Party faithful. Instead, it made their minds more pliable to ludicrous, laughably ridiculous, and fantastical notional explanations for why his misadministration was completely failing. Republicans in both the House and the Senate, beholden to voters fully ensconced in the president's alternate universe, made the political choice to enable Trump's incompetence and authoritarianism by providing no reasonable limits on his power and no correction of his mismanagement of the federal government. The point is not that a competent authoritarian be preferable. The point is that having an aspiring authoritarian in the office of the presidency, competent or incompetent, is a catastrophe. One absurdly minimized by the baseline metric of whether or not democracy ends under his tenure. This is perhaps the first time the standard for a presidency has been set at whether or not the republic itself ceased to exist. Seeing that a transfer of power has taken place under military guard, and despite Trump's best efforts to prevent it, critics of liberal hysteria somehow imagine themselves vindicated. A large portion of the conservative electorate, and at least 2 members of Congress, is now in thrall to the lunatic QAnon conspiracy theory, a fantasy that imagines and justifies the mass murder of political opponents. The combination of Trump's incompetence and authoritarianism ultimately necessitated the creation of an alternate reality in which his supporters could dwell most comfortably. Elected Republicans now find themselves physically afraid to challenge these believers. The logic of conspiracy dictates that all developments only enhance the original theory. The rejection of Trump at the ballot box has not dispelled the delusions of his followers, but instead has proven to them that elections they lose are by definition corrupt, and so their outcomes must be disregarded. Anti-democratic elements were long present in the Republican Party prior to Trump's rise. After their defeat in 2012, Republicans considered a number of the malicious political schemes they are now reviving. But that does not minimize the fact that Trump forcefully accelerated all such trends. A car headed for a cliff can still turn away at the last second. Trump pressed his foot on the gas. Having enabled some of the worst elements of the American right, Trump leaves behind a Republican Party secure in its conviction that its future depends more on excising large sections of the American public from the polity than on appealing to them, and with a base even more rabidly committed to the project of minoritarian rule. Republican losses in formerly reliably red states like Georgia and Arizona have only increased the perceived urgency of further restricting the electorate so that the American voters, spellbound by Trump, can wield even more influence in a system that already enhances the minority's power to a degree not seen in any other modern democracy on earth. Republicans entered the Trump era with the House, the Senate, and the presidency in total control of the government that they cemented even further hermetically sealed, vacuum sealed and airtight so that they suffocated from lack of oxygen by completely securing the judiciary. And yet, over the past 4 years, exclusive the judiciary, they lost all 3 branches of civil government, House, Senate, and executive. Despite the substantial political advantages enjoyed by conservative-personated reactionary voters throughout the Senate, the Electoral College, and the House districts, redesigned by Republican state legislatures. These advantages have somehow only exacerbated right-wing entitlement. The Capitol rioters were so convinced of their right to rule that they attempted to violently overturn the election, leading to the kind of armed presence Washington, District of Columbia, hasn't seen for an inauguration since Abraham Lincoln took office. On the night of January 6th, as the counting of the electoral votes resumed, the mob was rewarded with the tacit support of the majority of the House Republican caucus, which concurred that the American people can vote for whomever they like, as long as they vote Republican. The true damage of the Trump era cannot yet be fully assessed. The patient is still recovering in the trauma bay. What we do know is that an aspiring authoritarian, even an incompetent one, can do tremendous damage to the body politic. If there is to be a recovery, it will be long and arduous, and require sustained intensive care. Even old wounds can ultimately prove fatal. The Republic will die because of Donald Trump. Right now, it is a burn victim that will be scarred beyond all recognition until it does die. And that, of course, was the ultimate intention of the Russian Empire, which placed Donald Trump in power with the help of a treasonous FBI. This is where we now find ourselves at this point in history, where we must do our best to rebuild in the world of the apocalypse. This is the post-apocalypse scenario. We are men and women among the ruins, and we are going to do our best to reestablish a democracy in the ruins of the fell republic. This is, of course, what I am here to articulate and ultimately to lead yourselves through with my Vulcan intervention on your behalf. By the time Biden was sworn in, Trump had already landed at his private Mar-a-Lago club in West Palm Beach, Florida, to face an uncertain future, but not before giving himself a grand military send-off complete with a red carpet, military band, and a 21-gun salute. Guests were invited for his event, of course. It's unclear to me how many actually attended, and I did not personally care enough to investigate. When Joseph Biden stared out from the west front of the American Capitol, toward the vast American interior today. He didn't see any massive crowd himself. In its place was a forest of flags, representing all the Americans who couldn't be on the National Mall to witness the birth of his presidency. The vast installation, including thousands of stars and striped banners, state and territorial flags, was one way of distracting from the pandemic and the Trump-inspired insurrection that made traditional inauguration impossible. But mass gatherings on the Mall are a comparatively recent tradition anyway. The first president, George Washington, took the inaugural oath of office in 1789 at Federal Hall in New York, then serving as the U.S. Capitol. Primitive photographs show President Abraham Lincoln's first inauguration in 1861 as the United States was tearing itself apart before the American Civil War. With security concerns high back then, Honest Abe took the oath on the east front of the Capitol, as was then the norm, below the building's still unfinished dome. In an admonition apt for the divided nation Joe Biden must lead, Lincoln then said, "We are not enemies but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection." In 1945, a sick and exhausted Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was but months away from death, reasoned that wartime was no time for a party. The soldiers who would have marched in his fourth inaugural parade were locked in combat in Europe and Asia. So, like Biden, FDR urged supporters not to flock to Washington. He delivered his address from the south portico of the White House instead. So at least Biden got to go outside. Ronald Reagan's second inaugural festivities were moved into the Capitol Rotunda in 1985 because of savagely frigid weather. The Washington chill is no joke. President William Henry Harrison died of pneumonia only 32 days after taking office. His demise was accelerated by his 1 hour and 45-minute inaugural address in the cold. The weather was the only thing Biden didn't have to worry about. Skies over the Capitol were clear at noon today, with temperatures hovering at 10 degrees Celsius. That would be about 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Even Vice President Mike Pence, who had earlier intended to attend the event, ultimately skipped it, I believe. I'll have to confirm that. My listeners can confirm it for me in the chat room. Mike Pence citing the logistical challenges of getting from the air base to the inauguration ceremonies. Washington has been transformed into a security fortress, with thousands of National Guard troops fencing and checkpoints to try to stave off further violence. Aides had urged Trump to spend his final days in office trying to salvage his legacy by highlighting his administration's achievements, passing tax cuts, scaling back federal regulations, normalizing relations in the Middle East, but Trump largely refused, taking a single trip to the Texas border and releasing a video in which he pledged to his supporters that the movement we started is only just beginning. So Trump is retiring to Florida with a small group of former White House aides as he charts a political future that looks very different now than just 12 weeks ago. Before the Capitol riot, Trump had been expected to remain his party's de facto leader, wielding enormous power as he served as a kingmaker and mulled a 2024 presidential run. But now he appears more powerless than ever, shunned by so many in his party, impeached twice, denied the Twitter bullhorn he had intended to use as his weapon, and even facing the prospect that, if he is convicted in his Senate trial, he could be barred from seeking a second term. For now, Trump remains angry and embarrassed, consumed with rage and grievance, as is every individual in his cult. He himself spent the week after the election sinking deeper and deeper into a world of conspiracy, and those who have spracketh with him sayest he continues to believe he won in November. He continues to lash out at Republicans for perceived disloyalty and has threatened, both publicly and privately, to spend the coming years backing primary challenges against those he feels betrayed him. Some expect him to eventually turn completely on the Republican Party, perhaps by flirting with a run as a third-party candidate as an act of revenge. For all the chaos and drama and bending the world to his will, Trump ended his term as he began it, largely alone. The Republican Party he co-opted finally appeared to have had enough after Trump's supporters violently stormed their Capitol, hunting for lawmakers who refused to go along with Trump's unconstitutional efforts to overturn the results of a democratic election. But although Washington may have had enough, Trump retains his grip on the Republican base, with the support of millions of loyal cultic voters, along with allies still helming the Republican National Committee and many state party organizations. The city he leaves will never miss him. Trump rarely left the confines of the White House, except to visit his own hotel. He and his wife never once ate dinner at any other local restaurant, never ventured out to shop in its stores or see the sights. When he did leave, it was almost always to one of his own properties. His golf course in Virginia, his golf course in New Jersey, his private club and nearby golf course in Palm Beach, Florida. The city of our capital overwhelmingly supported Joseph Biden with 93% of the vote. Trump received just 5.4% of that vote, or fewer than 18,600 ballots. Not even enough to fill the Washington Capitol's hockey arena. Trump ends where he began, fighting release of his tax returns. President Donald Trump's attorneys made a preemptive move to stop congressional Democrats from obtaining his tax returns once President Joe Biden took power, asking a judge for an Inauguration Day hearing in a case that could threaten the secrecy of this closely guarded financial information. The Democrats' request for Trump's tax information from the Treasury Department expired today, but the new Congress can reissue it in the coming days ahead. At the same time, Biden has taken power, making it possible that the Justice Department can reverse its position in this case and simply hand the records over. The attorneys requested a hearing today before a Washington federal judge to discuss next steps in litigation. They said they were hoping the judge would guarantee them at least 72 hours' notice before the new administration hands over any documents to Congress, giving them a window to block the handover in court. If the House got Trump's tax information, Democrats could vote to release the material or a summary to all 435 members of the House, effectively making the information public. The last-minute legal maneuvering stems from a case that began in the 2019 year of our Lord, the year before yesteryear, when the Democrat-controlled House Committee on Ways and Means sued to enforce its subpoenas for 6 years' worth of Trump's personal and business tax returns after the Trump misadministration refused to turn over this information. Trump's attorneys said they contracted both the House Committee and the Justice Department in an attempt to resolve this issue, the House declining to say whether it would renew its request for the tax returns, while the Justice Department said it was not in a position at this time to speak for the incoming administration, according to the Trump attorney's court filing. Meanwhile, 2 other tax cases involving the president's accountants and bankers reached the Supreme Court, which ruled that Congress could not compel the release of the financial records, at least for the time being. The cases were sent back to the lower courts to assess whether Congress should narrow the scope of the information it's been seeking. Trump, of course, himself is ending where he began, with one final effort to corrupt the election, ongoing from this point forward when he's already done so much. When historians weigh in on President Trump's tenure, they may unlock one of its strangest mysteries. Why did Trump decide early on that he stood so little chance of a second term if the 2020 elections were free, fair, and reality-based, if voters were permitted to evaluate his and his opponents' records in an environment of shared facts, and to render their unfettered judgment upon them? Why did Trump think he needed to embark on an extraordinarily concerted effort to corrupt our election to have a chance? And so, in fitting finale, Trump closed out this last campaign by railing at the Supreme Court for allowing the counting of mail ballots that arrive for 3 days after Election Day in Pennsylvania, saying, "We should know what happens on the night," meaning the election should have been decided on election night. Trump basically raved that a lot of bad things happen with ballots when you say, "Oh, let's devote days and days," and all of a sudden the ballot count changes. Well, yes, Mr. President, when you count the votes, the vote count does indeed change. But Trump believed ballots still uncounted after Election Day, including ones that both arrived before and after that day, should not be counted. He was counting on the court to make that a reality. Indeed, Trump also raged that the Pennsylvania decision was dangerous and could induce violence in the streets, obviously priming his supporters for a post-election struggle. Trump, of course, could still have won the election. But Trump himself decided long aforegone that this could not happen, sans a massive wall-to-wall effort to corrupt it. After all, it was over a year and a half proceeding that Trump decided both that he'd probably face Joe Biden and that he'd need extreme tactics to give himself an unfair advantage. In March of the year before yesteryear, 2019, we first learned that his attorney, Rudolph W. Giuliani, was heading to Ukraine to gin up announcements of investigations into Biden. What followed was an extraordinarily brazen, concerted, and multifaceted effort to press as much of the U.S. government as possible into service toward his re-election effort. This included multiple cabinet officials placing their official duties at its disposal, and even a wholesale effort to exploit government resources to manufacture an alternate reality within which the campaign would unfold. It was nothing like anything in American politics in recorded memory. As a matter of fact, what you need is a rundown. There was the strong arming of Ukraine. Trump and Giuliani executed a scheme to exploit withheld appropriations desperately needed for the Ukrainian war effort against the Russian invasion, which they have blitz-frozen and halted on their own home territory. Using those much-needed resources to strong-arm Ukraine into announcing a fake investigation into Biden for supposed corruption. In the process, officials from Trump's own government deconstructed these efforts, and Trump ultimately got impeached. The Senate Hunter Ghazi investigation comes to mind. Trump's Republican Senate allies, particularly Ron Johnson, the Republican from Wisconsin, perverted the investigative process to lend the appearance of legitimacy to many of those same charges. In the end, Johnson may have become a conduit for Russian disinformation, Disenfranchised, and the probe's final report was a total bust. There was the corrupting of the Justice Department. Trump expected Attorney General William P. Barr's review of the Russia investigation to produce blockbuster revelations proving the Obama administration's criminal spying on his campaign, thus tarring Biden and making Russia's 2016 electoral sabotage disappear. But Barr, little Billy Barr, eventually admitted no report would be forthcoming in time. Angering Trump, Barr also ordered an investigation into unmasking during the Obama administration. It camest all to nothing. There was corrupting our vote by mail, in which Trump attacked vote by mail as riddled with fraud for months, whilst openly telegraphing as early as July that he'd seek to get millions of late-counted ballots invalidated, which he followed up on with a vengeance. His Attorney General abused his official perch to lend fake legitimacy to vote fraud misinformation. This backfired. It surely helped trigger an unprecedented explosion of early mail voting and a relentless effort on streamlining mail ballot counting in states, rendering that scheme even less likely to work. There was the co-opting of the Supreme Court. Trump openly declared that he expected the Supreme Court to help him invalidate untold mail ballots. That was always unlikely to succeed, but saying this aloud also pushed voters to get in ballots early, whilst alerting state officials to take its defensive steps that also rendered this less likely to work. There was the abuse of our intelligence services. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe's office admitted that Russia was trying to help Trump win both his elections. But his statement tried to equate Russia's active measures with the Communist Chinese Empire's more passive hopes that Trump would lose, to obscure the seriousness of Russia's effort. And intelligence officials, they also took steps to limit what they would tell Congress about ongoing Russian efforts. Trump had privately raged when officials took steps to inform Congress about Russia's intentions. And, of course, there was the deployment of all available governmental resources to boost Trump's own re-election. Trump hatched a plan to send $200 drug discount cards bearing his own name to every senior on Medicare. Drug companies all balked at participating in such a blatantly partisan effort, ultimately helping to scuttle this scheme. Meanwhile, Republican operatives, ensconced in the Department of Health and Human Services, decided to spend $250 million on a PR, a public relations campaign to defeat despair related to the pandemic, echoing Trump's re-electoral themes. Many celebrities they wanted to recruit were not even interested. There was the abusing of our government to manufacture pro-Trump agitprop or agitation propaganda. A whistleblower at the Department of Homeland Security disclosed that senior officials ordered the twisting of intelligence to hype a domestic leftist terror threat, bolstering Trump's campaign propaganda. Numerous top national security and law enforcement officials also abused their official positions to inflate this non-existent fabricatory threat. And then there was the trying to rush a vaccine. Trump repeatedly tried to rush the process for vetting a coronavirus vaccine in hopes of some sort of announcement to boost his re-election. This also backfired. It compelled many stakeholders, such as administration scientists and the biotechnologies industries, to demand an uncorrupted process, scuttling Trump's timing, whilst highlighting his own corruption. Since Joe Biden mustered a large enough popular vote to win and prevail, there will be a strong temptation to forget about all of this. But we must not. That such a massive mobilization was required to overcome all this serial cheating must never be accepted as normal. And if Trump won, of course, the meaning of all of this would be truly terrible to contemplate. Thus did the Trump presidency end, much like it began. President Donald Trump exited the White House after 4 years of tumult, much as he arrived, with only a handful of loyalists and family members at his side. In his final days in office, Trump found friends and political allies in short supply following the deadly January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, when a mob of his cultists breached the building to try and stop the formal certification of his election loss to Joseph Biden. He left Washington with his Republican Party out of power and his popularity at the lowest point of his presidency, which is saying a lot since it was never high. Republicans who had tolerated and at times cheered Trump mostly abandoned him. Conservative personated reactionary leaders declined to speak with Trump or offer public praise for him on his way out. Even Vice President Mike Pence, among Trump's most vocal supporters throughout his 4 years in office, remained silent on the president's role in the riot that led to Trump's impeachment for a historic second time. Political figures already estranged from Trump reemerged to describe him as volatile, unstable, and telling unbelievable untruth as they emphasized that they did not want him to seek political office again. Former Senator Bob Corker, a Tennessee Republican, was quoted as saying, "The divisions in our country which the president, let's face it, purposely created, have created tremendous damage to our country, and that's why I hope to never see him again. I think he would be a detrimental figure to our country to ever serve again in that capacity, and I hope that never happens." Inside our nation's capital, the impact of the riot was visible in the barricades and the thousands of National Guard members at the Capitol and in the streets in anticipation of potential violence surrounding Biden's inauguration. And White House aides remained shaken by the episode, frustrated that the arguments they had made on the policy successes of Trump's presidency were eclipsed by the violence and political fallout that consumed the administration's final days. Eric Foner, a historian of American history at Columbia University, attested, "Trump's leaving in a way the same as he came in, as someone who's different, new, violates the rules, encourages division and hatred. The irony is we all remember his inaugural address, where he spoke of American carnage. Now he leaves having himself inspired an entire outbreak of unprecedented American carnage." The president's children, who were criticized from the beginning for being given roles as senior White House advisors without relevant experience, were among the last standing alongside Trump as cabinet members and West Wing staff turned in their badges and emptied out their desks. Trump's refusal to accept the outcome of the election had worried some advisors and ostracized others. But the public and private pressure he placed on Pence in the early days of January to somehow upend the Electoral College count, a power that the vice president does not have, angered and concerned his allies and his staff. Joe Grogan, Trump's former domestic policy advisor, who left the White House yesteryear, went on record to say, When he started to attack the vice president, I knew things were drastically off the rails, and that the president actually believed he had a chance to overturn this made his isolation so obvious that there were not a multiplicity of voices and honest advice being given to him. President Donald Trump, well, taking focus away from him briefly, to the conservative personated reactionary leaders who frequented White House events during Trump's term. 'Twas they who began to steer clear of Putin's own president after the Capitol Hill violence. With few exceptions, they scrapped plans to hold legacy and tribute events meant to highlight the accomplishments of the outgoing misadministration and refocus their efforts on rebuilding coalitions within the fractured Republican Party itself. With Penny Nance, presidentress of the Christian conservative group Concerned Woman for America, attesting that conservatives will take some time and think through our next steps, and we'll have to work to unify in order to move forward. There's a lot of pain. Well, looking firmly ahead, a group of conservative, personated reactionary leaders met in Washington while Trump was being impeached to plot their efforts on coming policy fights with the Biden administration. With the Americans for Prosperity president, Tim Phillips, saying, "We're moving on to these next battles. In the process of that, you build relationships, you broaden out the people and groups you work with across the country, and that builds alliances for the long term. That's going to be a significant part of our effort." Well, the marriage of convenience between Trump and the Republican insurgency, the Russo collaborationist Red establishment, is set to end. Well, it ended this week in a messy divorce, a strained relationship that could still yet result in Trump's conviction at a Senate impeachment trial, the post-impeachment Senate trial, and even his disqualification from holding future political office thereby. Republicans who worked with Trump to get conservative personated reactionary justices on the Supreme Court and passed tax reform legislation, including Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, have signaled they will consider conviction, a dramatic break from years of acquiescence to Trump as party leader. Republican lawmakers who have quietly criticized the president's character, or lack thereof, and leadership, or lack thereof, see here an opportunity to take us back their party. And the number of conservatives who are coming to his defense is shrinking. Peter Castor, History Department Chair at Washington University in St. Louis, said, "It's going to be a while before we see how bitter this divorce actually is. It was an uneasy alliance from the start, and it was an alliance that is beginning to come us apart. There are efforts to construct a memory, or to revise a memory of presidents after they leave office. The riots, both short-term and long-term, have really devastated the memory of Donald Trump that those around him right now are trying to create." Well, in the days leading up to the certification of the Electoral College vote, Trump castigated Mitch McConnell and his deputies as weak and ineffective, and dubbed them the Surrender Caucus over their unwillingness to interfere with legal results. Republican strategist Bonjean observed that once Trump lost, he threw all of his relationships out the window. He could care less about his relationship with McConnell and Senate Republicans. President Trump has decided just to focus on himself. With Bonjean saying that Trump and McConnell once had a mutually beneficial relationship working together, particularly on judicial nominations, but that ruptured when the Republican cult lost control of the Senate, a political failure that Bonjean said McConnell primarily blamed on Trump. Former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, who competed for the Republican nomination the first time Trump sought the presidency, said that he was both frustrated and troubled by Trump's behavior before, during, and after the riot. Personally, I don't see why he just doesn't say he's always troubled by Trump's misbehavior. But instead, Walker said, not only should his rhetoric have been different at the rally itself, there's no way the president didn't know what was going on at the U.S. Capitol. Well, no shit, huh? Since he ordered it to happen. But Walker said that elected officials in the Capitol at the time of the attack are rightly upset with Trump. Going on to say, I think it's going to make it easier for Republicans across the country to kind of move on as opposed to before that. Well, the riot at the Capitol also left Trump without support from Mike Pence, who was presiding over the Electoral College count when Trump sent a tweet criticizing him. Pence and Trump did not speak for nearly 5 days after the attack. They eventually held a 2-hour Oval Office meeting. Of Pence, Walker notes, he doesn't want to terminate the relationship he has with the president, but he clearly was very disturbed about what happened at the Capitol, not just for his own sake, but what happened and the risk it put members of the House and Senate in both parties. He's upset for what happened in terms of the violence and the loss of life, particularly with the Capitol police officials, but he's ready to move on. Well, Trump's behavior since the election, which he falsely claims was stolen from him based on deconstructed allegations of voter fraud, was itself a predictable end to a presidency that began with a disputation over his inaugural crowd size, as confirmed by some Republicans. But other Republicans claim that Trump's harmful rhetoric seeking to cast doubt on the validity of the election and the rally that turned into mob violence were an unexpected ending. Well, not the ending they expected to his presidency. With Corker saying, when he first came into office, he would get up at the podium at these rallies and it was almost pro-wrestling-esque. The people knew that he was saying, knew what he was saying wasn't true, but he entertained them, and they liked the way he was kicking back at the establishment, and so they went along. I think it just continued to get darker and darker over time. Conservative, personated reactionary leaders warned of a disconnect between politicians and political operatives in the nation's capital and the cultic voters who supported Donald Trump. The base of the Republican Party is still behind Donald Trump, with nearly 6 in 10 saying he should be the 2024 presidential nominee, according to Axios Ipsos polls. American Conservative Union Chairman Matt Schlapp, one of the few conservative leaders to publicly defend Trump during his second impeachment, said he has spoken to the president but was not sure about his political plans. With Schlapp saying, right now he's looking forward to being at Mar-a-Lago, but I would be shocked if he doesn't continue to stay engaged in the debate that is going to commence when Joe Biden is sworn in. Now, Trump's prospects of running for office again were widely seen by Republican leaders who had backed him over the years as irreparably damaged after the riot, but they were quick to note that he remained popular with many of the roughly 74 million Americans who voted for him, with Bongine saying, "They never liked Washington anyway. They wanted him to take a wrecking ball to this place, and that's literally what his supporters did." Well, America almost lost its democracy that day. So I'll do my best to articulate how our citizens can protect it. As we swear in this new president and look to a new era in Washington, District of Columbia, a cloud of anger and fear hangs over America after pro-Trump insurrectionists stormed the U.S. Capitol. President-elect, well, now our president, Joe Biden, has big plans and a serious mandate, but he will have to govern a divided nation, one that was nearly torn apart by a mob hell-bent on destroying it. On January 6th, America almost lost its democracy. And there were those who reported from the House chamber as officers piled furniture in front of doors and pointed their weapons at insurrectionists intent on tearing down humankind's most recognized temple to self-government. And of course, it causes us all to reflect upon a quote attributed to Benjamin Franklin, a villain in his own right, where Ben Franklin tells a group of citizens that the Constitutional Convention delegates have crafted a republic, if you can keep it. Now, whether he ever spracket these words or no is a moot point in and of itself. The more relevant point in our immediate sense of relevance being that Ben Franklin didn't say, "if we can keep it," referring to his fellow founders in Independence Hall. He put the burdens on the citizen in the street in 18th century Philadelphia. If you can keep it. Make us no mistake. Our elected representatives have immense work to do. Americans have near record levels of distrust for our government, some so much that they would violently try to tear it down. Joe Biden, now our president, must address this bleak reality in everything he says and does. He must demand accountability for those who would seek to destroy us, even as he welcomes all those who long for a less divided nation. He and Congress must end the ideology-fueled gridlock that prevents progress on the problems that besiege Americans every day. For years, the federal government has been largely immobile on crumbling infrastructure, climate change, gun violence, systemic racism, and receding economic opportunity. They must do something novel. Listen, compromise, and solve problems. They also need to change the way they talk about who they are and what they do. Most Republicans, by knowingly repeating lies and madcap conspiracy theories, nurtured the lethal Trump insurrection. Even today, many of they seemed more outraged at their loss of Twitter followers than at the violence that killed 6 Americans, threatened their own lives and laid waste to their workplace. And while the Republican Party has gone to a uniquely dark place, Democrats have some soul-searching to do as well. On Election Day, more than 74 million Americans looked at their candidate, a profoundly decent man of integrity, empathy, and experience, or at least the image thereof, and chose instead 4 more years of President Donald Trump. Now, many win elections by trashing the institution they desperately want to join. They campaign on draining the swamp, destroying the establishment, ending business as usual. And then they're puzzled when they return home to rage and suspicion. Worse, and fatally, too many of them tell the American people that the opposition is not just wrong, but evil, immoral, and a threat to the country itself. And let's be clear. There's a short fuse between Republican cries of electoral fraud and a police officer being beaten by an angry pro-Trump cult mob on the Capitol steps to death. But back to Benny Franklin's "you." I'm convinced that whether or not we keep our democracy, Franklin's republic, is in fact up to you. There is a difference to be seen, of course, between Franklin's republic and our democracy, but we must keep one in transition to the next. Government of, by, and for the people is not some happy gift of history. It is a challenge to each of us. It imposes obligations and duties, many of which are neither comfortable nor intuitive. As broken glass is still being swept from the floors of the Capitol, we must decide now whether we will be worthy citizens or passive consumers, repeatedly doping ourselves with posts and memes that scratch our itches and fire up our tribes. Do we grapple with the messiness of complicated reality, or do we close our minds to all but those facts that validate our beliefs? Today we live in radically different media and social media universes. We cannot debate policy because we don't agree on basic facts. One difference between a citizen and a political dope addict is that a citizen is open to learning and seeing reality from different points of view, whereas an addict only feeds his political point of view with reinforcing sources of information. Ask yourself, do you work every day to get ideas and information from responsible sources with which you disagree? Do you see inconvenient facts as opportunities to learn or as evidence of someone's ignorance or treason? A commitment to citizenship also requires a firm rejection of those ridiculous 2 words, both sides. That both sides do it, whatever it may be, is an anesthetizing balm for tribalists faced with uncomfortable evidence of wrongdoing. Yes, violent protest is always wrong. And yes, both the right and left have risible activists who accept or promote it. But to equate violence by a small group of Antifa protesters in Portland with a presidentially instigated insurrection in Washington, D.C. is not just wrong, it's madness. A close cousin of the both sides opium poisoning our minds is whataboutism. Whataboutism holds no water as a moral defense when offered by toddlers battling for crayons. But it is now the go-to political get-out-of-jail-free card. For every clear breach of law or decency by Trump, there is a bottomless inventory of transgressions by some Democrat to make everything just right. Through some unholy alchemy, breaking a window in the Capitol is excused by a broken window in Portland. No party or individual has a monopoly on sin or virtue. After the American Civil War, the Democratic Party worked to reestablish murderous white supremacy in the South. There were no both sides then, nor are there now. There is no moral equivalency between whatever is happening in the Pacific Northwest and what went down in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, but yester septimania, last week and over the last 4 years, the Republican Party supported and excused every anti-constitutional depredation of Donald Trump, such as his desire to baselessly contest ballots that were lawfully cast and affirmed by the Electoral College itself, including on the very day of the insurrection. There were no both sides. That they do it too is not a defense in kindergarten, in court, or in the politics of a supposedly great democracy. Finally, there be no better way to be a participant in our experiment in self-government than to actually get involved in it. Even if you're not thrilled by the details of school budgets or suburban zoning, the act of working with others on those things is an education that money cannot buy. It's been noticed by those who have attempted participation in public service that it is much easier to work in the Congress with colleagues who be mayors or governors, people who actually had to run police forces, organize garbage collection, and get real things done in their communities. They understand the need to listen to all points of view and to craft a compromise. Reflect on 5,000 years of recorded human history. I believe that the vast majority of humans who have ever lived would trade their stations to be a citizen of our democratic republic. It is a supremely valuable gift. If we do not actively burnish and cherish it, we will lose it. With the presidential inauguration having taken place, in the wake of President Donald Trump being impeached yet again, some politicians have made their proverbial cry for unity. Biden's chief of staff vowed a message of unity at our inauguration. But such calls ring especially hollow, given all recent events. This forces me to define what unity actually really means in America. This is the continuity from my tour de force on the night of Martin Luther King Day, when I was blasted off of bandwidth, to what I sayest unto thee tonight, under what amounts to supernatural attack, certainly inexplicable, in such a manner that the most widely used search engine in the world, Google, cannot interface with a Hewlett-Packard computer, freshly purchased. When I think of the word unity, I think of Queen Latifah bellowing, UNITY in a sing-songy tone with a touch of Newark twang. When I think of unity, I think about the way black women endearingly call each other sis, and how black men greet each other by throwing a nod from across the way. However, one thing that notably does not come to mind is a vision of our 100 states in union. In the spirit of truth, honesty, and fairness, principles inherently foreign to a country that could declare all men be created equal whilst stealing indigenous land and trading slaves, a brief walk down memory lane will show you that my view of unity as antithetical to America is not truly my fault, it's America's. Growing up Amerasian in this shithole country, I learned from an early age just how divided these United States actually are. You see, I was still in elementary school, pledging our allegiance to our flag each morning, when I first heard the divisive G-word, the gook, used as a racial slur. In middle school, we had junior high and transitioned into middle, and I lost a grade. But with what grades we had, 2 instead of 3, I was taught about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his admirable dream for a unified America through nonviolence, when I had already been educated outside of school about his broader legacy and the activism that made him such a target. So, when white teachers, on the verge of tears, hailed him as a hero, after reading a few cherry-picked quotes, it wasn't lost on myself that it was the government of these purported United States who relentlessly surveilled him, and a white man in these United States who murdered him. And by the way, James Reese, if you're still there, I need you to come on right now, just for a second, before you take your cat nap. Thank God. Well, give me just a moment then, if you're going to do that. Let me take a quick break, and I'll continue in about 5 minutes. You can hold the stage for that long, I hope?
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, then, I'll be back. I'm going to go mute.
All right, folks. I was just in the middle of finishing up a few channeled sigils. I seem to underestimate just how long I've been away.
By the way, yes.
I kind of woke up
by the way, we
around...
do have Derek Talley here, and he can help us with this. He can help you as... Derek Talley, can you come on? Yes, let me bring him on, and that way he can help you, and you guys can both transition. Myself, I'm... Here we are, Derek Talley.
he says to add him in.
Yes.
So let me,
There we are. Just added him now. Hopefully he's going to come in. And then he can help us with this kind of transition in holding the stage. And let's see if he answers. Let me message him that we are calling him now. Derek Talley. Good. Let's see if we can get him here. Calling you now.
Yeah,
There we are. Thank you, Derek. So help Jameson out. The two of you can kind of hold the stage. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes or so. 10 minutes? Okay? Thank you. I'll go mute.
All right. What's up, Jameson?
Hanging in there. I was actually about to go take a little cat nap before, because sometimes I just need maybe an hour or two and I'll pop back up.
I heard that. Yeah, I just got home, so I was about to go to bed, and so I put it on the YouTube, and then I heard him say he was about to take a break, so I said, punch me in, I'll help out a bit till he gets back.
Much thanks. You had some interesting articles. You had one about some Proud Boy who had I guess he has a black wife?
Yeah, ain't that something?
Yeah, well, I gotta. My only idea is, I guess, once you, as it's what they say, once you go black, you never go back.
Yeah, right.
I
Well,
mean, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out there, even guys in the Ku Klux Klan and whatnot, who have black wives.
Yeah, yeah, strange. Yeah, but the Godfrey, the guy who did the video, he makes a lot of good points. I like him. But yeah, you got my story about Riley June Williams, right? I don't know if you guys spoke about that.
Oh, was that the sheriff?
No, that's the lady who allegedly stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop and planned to sell it to the Russians.
Oh man, she is so gonna be canned for a long time for that one.
I mean, how do you even not like that? I mean, how do you even approach the Russians? It's like, what you call 411 and said, 411, may I direct your call? Yes, could I get the number to Vladimir, please?
Actually, there's a shitload of Russians online, to be honest with you. They're a lot easier to find than you might think. You can even find quite a few on Facebook. I shit you not, because I used to be friends with this guy who seemed to have like a Russian name a long time ago, before this stuff was really. I think this was even before. This was before Trump was even like sworn in, and the dude had just disappeared at some point, and he was like into computer programming and a lot of stuff. But you probably could get in touch with them by like a lot of these things like QAnon and whatnot, because a lot of these things are run by them. To be quite honest, they're run by people who are already on the inside of Russia. And, we also have to remember the guy who was in the army who was like selling secrets to Russia.
Yeah. Well, here's the article. Riley June Williams arrested. Allegedly stole Pelosi's laptop and planned to sell it to Russia. Oh, so she just wanted to sell the whole laptop. She didn't even get into it with the information and shit. She just said, here, I will sell you the whole laptop and you can go through it yourself. Federal authorities arrested a woman whose former romantic partner says she took a laptop from the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office during the riot at the U.S. Capitol earlier this month. Riley June Williams was arrested Monday, according to a Justice Department official. It's not yet known when her initial court appearance will be. The FBI said in an arrest warrant Sunday that Williams hasn't been charged with any theft, but only with illegally entering the Capitol and with disorderly conduct. Well, she's about to be pardoned for all that. Isn't that right? And isn't there like a blanket pardon for all the treasoners?
Not necessarily in her case, though, because she literally breaches a national security issue. And now that we have an administration,
her romantic partner turned her in. So it doesn't even say whether the romantic partner is male or female. It just said her you don't hardly ever see that language. It's strange wording here, but it says her romantic partner turned her in. So maybe she's not romantic enough. FBI officials said a caller claiming to be an ex of Williams said friends of hers showed him a video of her taking a laptop, computer, or hard drive from Pelosi's office. The caller alleged that she intended to send the device to a friend in Russia who planned to sell it to that country's foreign intelligence service. But that plan fell through, and she either has the device or destroyed it. The FBI says the matter remains under investigation. Pelosi's Deputy Chief of Staff, Drew Hamill, confirmed January 8th that a laptop was taken from the conference room, but said it was a laptop that was only used for presentations. Williams' mother, who lives with her in Harrisburg, told ITV reporters that her daughter had taken a sudden interest in President Donald Trump's politics and far-right message boards. Her father, who lives in Camp Hill, told local law enforcement that he and his daughter went to Washington on the day of the protest, but didn't stay together, meeting up later to return to Harrisburg, the FBI said. William's mother told local law enforcement that her daughter packed a bag and left before she was arrested, saying she would be gone for a couple of weeks. She also changed her phone number and deleted a number of social media accounts, the FBI said. Court documents don't list an attorney for her. So that's the story right there. So her and her dad went to the White House, but they split up amongst hundreds of thousands of people, and then somehow got back together again. And she went and changed her phone number and took down her social media. So
She was probably planning on leaving the country, from what it sounds like, because it sounds like she knew that they were onto her. No doubt, though, depending on what was really on that, I don't know, it sounds like, given the fact that it doesn't seem like she's absolutely charged, it seems like she was, being that she wasn't charged with the theft, I get the feeling that it sounds like they might be trying to fish for more information from her, because they might have links to other people as well that they're trying to use her for, or they might have made some kind of deal for other people's names and whatnot, such as the name of that contact in Russia. Who knows?
wow,
But, But there's no way she's going to get off with like a light sentence. I should hope not. I mean, we still don't know what's going to happen, with the, what do you call it? We still have no idea what's going to happen as far as the power shift. I mean, we know that Trump is out. That's a definite. But I should hope that Biden decides to take this matter extremely seriously, because not doing so would send a very bad message, and it might embolden these assholes.
right. Yeah, so I heard you guys talking about Sheriff David Clark. You guys covered that one pretty good. That was kind of funny. Yeah. Let's see what other stories I got here. A healthy doctor died 2 weeks after getting a COVID-19 vaccine. The CDC is investigating why. And on Tuesday, Chicago's skyline went dark in memory of the COVID-19 victims. And so you seen the video. I wish we could play sound bites, because that one where Godfrey calls out Proud Boy with Black Wife. That one was pretty good.
Yeah, that's really strange. But then again, given the fact that we have like a black sheriff or chief, whatever, who was all of a sudden decided he would become Mr. Republican, that's weird too. So it's really no surprise, There's a lot of
Sheriff Clark has a very bad record. He's got 2 deaths in his jail, and he's got blood in his hand. A pregnant lady lost her baby in his jail, and there was a guy who they starved him of water. They turned his water off and left him in a cell for 7 days with no water. This was a couple of years ago in the Milwaukee jails. So this Sheriff David Clark, he's bad news, man. At a certain point, Trump was going to consider him for the head of the Department of Homeland Security, and even Trump shied away from that, saying, "No, this dude ain't right."
Yeah, that was probably the smartest thing. Well, that was for the better. Now it seems like, according to the article with the the doctor who died after the COVID vaccine, They're saying that 2 weeks after getting the first dose, he died. They're saying that it's the nation's first death linked to the vaccine, but it's possible there might have been a lot going on. It's possible that the guy might have already had a compromised immune system from being stressed with handling the coronavirus cases. So, so that it might not be just a matter of the vaccine having killed him.
Yes, that's an important point, of course, because the vaccine is just a kind of compounding factor to what he's already been exposed to. Ironically, his body might have developed its own immunity, and the vaccine simply sickened him. So it's one of those things that's to be taken into account. Now, what I'm curious about is the Derek. Can you find a source for this assertion that President Trump has pardoned all of the rioters? Because obviously that would be profoundly disturbing. I don't think that that is something that our legal system would be willing to let just pass without that causing tremendous controversy in the media. When I'm looking that up with the question of is there a mass pardon for rioters, I'm finding, of course, that the concern is there, but I'm not quite sure that that is what has taken place. Of course, if it hasn't happened by now, it's not going to happen because he's no longer president. So we're going to have to identify whether that's...
Well, it's, based on what I found here, which looks like it's CBS, they said Capitol rioters were among those who held out hope for a Trump pardon and didn't get it. This was dated as of the 20th. Several Texans and others arrested for rioting and storming the gates at U.S. Capitol were among those holding out hope that President Donald Trump would have used some of his last hours in office to grant them a full pardon. Nice. Longtime advisors to Trump reportedly urged him against such a move. But the rioters contend their argument is compelling. They went to the Capitol to support Trump, and now they are facing charges that carry up to 20 years in prison. It's time for Trump to support them. The fucking morons.
Yeah.
That's what they get.
Yeah, and for some of them, that amounts to life in prison because they're not that young. A number of them are in their 60s. These are just old white fucks who are privileged and shit.
All the more better. They're more the people we don't need walking around out there, based on what they did anyway. So, you know, they were willing to kill.
What's that, Derek?
Found this article, and I guess it's an opinion piece by Dan Abrams, but he says if Trump pardons rioters, he could actually get impeached and convicted. Mediaite founder and ABC News chief legal analyst Dan Abrams warned at his Cyrus Extreme program Monday that the odds of President Trump
yes,
would increase if he pardons people involved in the Capitol mob riots. The president has come under criticism for his response to the mob of his supporters that stormed the Capitol. Multiple reports says he initially pleased watching it unfold. Something one Republican senator confirmed. It's unclear what he could do going forward, but there's been a question of whether he would pardon supporters who were there. Abrams raised the question on the Dan Abrams Show on Sirius XM's POTUS channel. One of the things I'm concerned about is that he's going to consider pardoning the folks who committed these crimes in the Capitol. I think that if he does, that might actually push Senate Republicans to convict him. Abrams continued. Let's assume for a minute he gets impeached this week, and then the Senate can't sit until the 19th of January, and on the 19th of January, the president ends up pardoning these folks from the Capitol. I think that would actually get him convicted. So that's an opinion piece, and it seems to be coming from an educated person. I don't know.
What was the date of that though? Because that clearly didn't pass.
So that was written on the 11th. So it's all this is already passed.
Yeah.
But it was concerned, and Yeah, I heard you guys.
I mean, this is how naive these people are, though. I mean, this one chick says, I feel like I was basically following my president. Following what we were called to do. He asked us to fly there. He asked us to be there, so I was doing what he asked us to do, said Jenna Ryan, a Dallas area real estate agent who took a private jet to the rally.
See, you ain't got to worry about no fly list. Shoot.
And so she said, we are going to fucking go in there, life or death. And this is what she told CBS 11 News. I think we all deserve a pardon. I'm facing a prison sentence. I do not deserve that. Considering...
You know what? And that brings me something back to that, what David Clark said. And he's pulling one of those there. He really thinks he knows how to rile up a crowd. And he's all, we're all Donald Trump. What they did to Donald Trump, they did to all of us. You know what I'm saying? And he keeps saying us. Him and the rest of his white buddies he calls them us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So he's already confused because if he was in that crowd, you know what I'm saying, they could easily turn on him and he wouldn't be us anymore. He needs to get a good wake-up call.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
No, that's for sure. They'd have trampled his ass and left him dead. Quite honestly, I'm sure he knows that at some level. But I think that might also be why he's playing these suckers.
Yeah.
Because there's still got to be a black man in there, so he's probably still thinking, oh, these damn fools, I'm gonna fuck these motherfuckers up.
Yes.
I should hope so.
Now, I posted a video on the daughter who turned in her mother, and Douglas Dietrich talked about this last week. But the daughter saw her mother getting punched in the face on TV, and now the mother lectured the daughter about going to a Black Lives Matter rally and saying you're going to ruin your life, and the mother went to the Stop the Steal rally and ruined her life.
Oh my God,
Oh,
that
is so nice. I love the irony.
Yes. Oh.
That's what you call pure humor.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So I think we've ascertained that, as far as we can see, there hasn't been a mass pardon. I'm sure that would have made the headlines. We do know that he was seriously considering all kinds of other problems. Obviously,
love to see him try it. I would love to see how that would unfold.
If I get the feeling that he was told, Mr. President, if you do this, you will die.
How do you mean by that? Could you elucidate on that?
I'm fairly certain there are people who said, Mr. President, you don't run the show. If you do this, we will kill you. And he probably said, okay, fine, I'm not going to pardon him.
But who would say that to him? I don't think that what you're implying is almost a deep state scenario.
I don't think there's a deep state.
Right.
He's as close to the deep state as you get.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
he is the fabrication of the deep state.
You guys had some good coverage tonight on the black Capitol officer that led the mob away from the Vice President Pence. What was his name again?
Oh, fuck. Let me get it from Our Lady Maria Michaela Grigorich, Eugene Goodman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, kudos to Eugene. And you know what? When Sheriff David Clark spoke, not one word of rest in peace to the Capitol officers that died.
Yeah, of course not. No, that goes without saying. That's that would imply that he actually had some sense of concept of what he's supposed to represent in his position. He's obviously just a goddamn rabble rouser who's one of these black zombies that they reanimated to represent the white cause.
Right. And somebody like that in Homeland Security was considered to run Homeland Security. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these people are already busted. He's basically telling them to go back and do it again.
Yes. Yeah, it's insanity. We are, oh my God, it's amazing that we've gotten this far. I don't even understand how the country's still standing. Of course, Jameson said that all the time, and I'm sure many people do.
Especially considering how inept many of the agencies are, and considering how stupid most of the regular people who sustain our daily existence are. So I don't get it. It's got to be an act of some kind of diabolical force, just pulling the strings. Like, oh, I still need this country for something. Nothing but the act of a diabolical or demonic agent itself can possibly pull this off and keep this country running.
It's something along those lines. Hopefully, we make good of it, and good can come from evil if you play it right.
Yeah, it's called survival.
I think we're being preserved for a day of great destruction. Because you know what? I read the Book of Revelation a lot, and a lot of people have think America is Babylon, and I get that. I appreciate that view, but I'm under
America way too much credit.
Right. Yeah. So, but I'm under the impression that from what I'm reading in my interpretation, and of other educated Bible scholars that I respect, America is not going to be around to see the destruction of Babylon, because I'm thinking America goes out in Revelation chapter 8. Way before we even get to Revelation chapter 17, because Babylon is like the last place that gets destroyed before Armageddon. So when in Revelation chapter 8, when one of the angels sounded the horn, a third of the land burned up, all the green grass, all the trees. A third of the sea was turned into blood, and every living thing in the sea turned to blood, and everyone that was in the city died, and then all the rivers and fountains, a third of the rivers and the fountain of the waters were turned into blood, and so when you look at 1/3, North America and South America and all of their associated islands make up 28.8% of the planet Earth, and it's on the other side of the Earth from Israel. So I'm thinking that this destruction is on the other side of the planet from Israel, and the whole world is going to see it. And that's
the problem with that, though, is that the Israel that we refer to as Israel now is an artificial construct that just came about at the end of World War II. In other words, that's not the original Israel at all.
But Derek knows
right.
that.
The boundaries are laid out in the book of Ezekiel, where God is going to reestablish Israel. But I'm in agreement with you. But that land area belongs to the Lord, and it's going to be reestablished, because in Revelation chapter 11, the angels have John measuring out for the temple, and the temple's not even there, but he's taking measurements for it, and so after Israel gets reestablished, I think there's going to be a temple there, but as of right now, that's being trampled over by the Gentiles, so to speak. It's how the kind of the language that's used in the scripture, but that's something to think about. So I'm thinking that that land, God's going to take that land back, but before that happens, this side of the planet over here is going to be destroyed.
We should be so lucky.
We'll certainly see what happens. Honestly, these are apocalyptic times. But what would you say would be the time frame? So would this be something in an arc of
years or decades or generations?
Well, I have no idea. Nobody knows the time or the date.
Thank you.
You know.
Good answer.
You know,
Well, my question is, how do we know this didn't happen already?
Well, now you're taking it into the metaphorical, but we don't.
Well, you know,
that's the thing.
I'm sorry. Wait, let Derek answer. What was that, Derek?
when you read Revelation chapter 12, it's to me it's a very dynamic chapter because it's talking about the past, the present, and the future all wrapped up in one chapter, and you can see it played out where John said, I saw a great wonder, a woman clothed with the clouds and the sun as her crown, and then the moon is under her feet. Now he's talking about Israel, and he said she gave birth to a child, and the devil, the great dragon, was waiting to devour her child. Well, her child was snatched up, and the woman would escape to the wilderness. So just in that one sentence.
Yeah, but if I were to interpret that historically, though, that's the story of Horus and Set and Isis.
Right. So that's right.
So
you got the Old Testament and New Testament, because you see once in the Old Testament, when Moses was born, they killed all the children that were like 2 years old, and then when Christ was born, Herod went, and so when you can look at all the family line and some of what they went through and the murders and all that throughout Scripture, and the whole time ever since God said the seed of the woman would crush the head of the serpent, every which way Satan was trying to keep the Messiah from being born before he was born, and then after he was born, he tried to crush him, and then it said that, he was snatched up, and that was his crucifixion, his resurrection, and you kind of got a past, a present, and then the future is when Satan gets thrown out of heaven, because as of right now, he can still approach the throne. So,
but you see, what I'm getting at is the fact is that I can understand how some people could want to take a literal interpretation stance, but I think what we're looking at are archetypes, and that what he was channeling weren't. Basically, none of this stuff is happening in the physical realm as we experience it. This is stuff that's happening in the unconscious of humanity. That would tend to be my interpretation if I took that book seriously, which I don't.
Well, it's both,
reasons.
and you actually do take the book of the Bible seriously because there's elements of it that you integrate into your own paradigm. So it's something to always
not
course, take into
not
account.
Quite. I have to disagree with you on that. I interact with entities, and those entities may use many names, but in reality, I don't know really what they are.
Well, there we are. Their name is Legion.
I just know that they're able to interface with my consciousness, and I just know that they can probably operate in a higher dimension to make things happen in the third dimension, as we spoke about earlier.
Well, you've heard what I've said about the Bible before. There's a difference between the Old and New Testament. Of course, I say this as a Christian who takes into account the New Testament as the Christian half of the Bible.
Well,
but we can of course go into theological discussions later. There's no need for that tonight. There's actually not enough time. One of the things that I do want to thank Derek for bringing up is, of course, the perspective of the dispensationalist Christianity, which is very much and the wisdom of not basically putting a time or a place, or rather at least a date, on the happenings of Revelation, which is, of course, this very captivating part of the Bible because it is so symbolic. It's so the the Council at Nicaea and the various other discussions of the Catholic Church in the original foundations of the more formal church aspect, there was controversy over even including revelation in the Bible itself. The fact that they retained it has provided this kind of fixation on it. And in some cases, it's an unhealthy fixation. Not in Derek's, of course, but it just in some cases where, of course, people take their interpretation of it and then they run with it. And Derek has seen this happening. As a matter of fact, I really appreciated what you said, Derek. I don't know if you heard what I said throughout the night about Martin Luther King Jr., whether you got to listen to the rest of that transmission, but I appreciated what you were saying about the weirdness coming out of Atlanta recently. We came to theology. Actually, before I go back into monologue, I'd appreciate your kind of giving some further elucidation on the weirdness coming out of Atlanta. And Jameson, you're welcome to, while Derek gets into that, you're welcome to take your cat nap so I can have you back towards the end of the transmission if you do wake up. And there's always the potential of.
Well, you know what? Someone who could back me up on this is one of your recent guests that.
Yes. Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice. I have to have him back on. Oh my God, are you in contact with him? By the way, tell him. Send my apologies to him.
You know, I don't even know if I have him on Facebook, but I was impressed with his interview. But yeah, that Pentecostal movement is it's apex. It's at its most hyper point. I don't know what the word to use, but the when you know something could go wrong and then it gets the worst case scenario. Well, the worst case scenarios are all coming out of Atlanta. You know, say with the Creflo Dollar and the Eddie Longs and all these strange, and even I got. I think I got one or two of them on my Facebook, but these like hyper Pentecostals that are in the Word of Faith movement and different, this high strangeness and weirdness coming out of the Pentecostal movement, and it's like big time in Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta, especially the black folks in Atlanta, they're either gay or they're so super religious that they're so the term you will hear in the church is so heavenly minded that they're no earthly good. so fixated on being heavenly minded that they're no earthly good, but then they're not really heavenly minded because they have their own interpretation of the Bible and speaking in tongues and all this difference to all that high strangeness in its full strength is coming out of Atlanta. So there's a lot of that went from the Bible Belt to the Garter Belt.
Oh, well, definitely appreciate that. It's so aside from that, when you are, of course, we could discuss where that comes from and all the rest of that, but in terms of where you're at now in Chicago, by the way, I was talking to the Pac 1 and to Jameson earlier about the mass shootings that have taken place recently. There was a few more since the last one. Have you heard anything about those?
No, but I need to really start looking into them. I don't have a good news source anymore. Now, when I lived in Chicago, that was my best news source. That's where I became kind of like a talk radio junkie living in Chicago. We had WLS AM, we got WGN radio. I mean, Chicago was like the king of talk radio at one point. WVON, the black radio station, but then slowly but surely the actual news started going away, and it started turning into op-ed pieces, and they started slowly turning alt-right. I mean, what was considered conservative started turning alt-right, and then it was no good to listen to anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. And by the way, I want to thank our man, Mr. George Knight. He says, "Much love, Douglas." So he's with us, and I'm glad that he's with us. He's definitely, he can also help us with the when I need him, if I need someone to come in at the end of transmission. I don't think that's going to be necessary. We definitely have too much to speak about already. And there's just too much to cover. A lot of it will have to do with pardon and free speech and all the rest of that in the time we have remaining, which I'll take a look at in a matter of minutes. Right now I'm just simply going to, this is what disturbs me, is that I'm on this new search engine. Are you familiar with, what do we call it, this Mozilla Firefox? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, the browser, right?
Yeah, the search engine. So do you use this?
I actually do on my desktop computer. I think they do have one for the phone, but I use it on my desktop. I don't use it on my phone.
Okay, and so what I'm wondering is, how are we supposed to identify or go into the how are we supposed to get into our Gmail and YouTube from this? Because I don't see any way to do that. I'm only able to do this because my 3D graphics modeler set it up before he left, and because Brendan Zogid explained to me how once those things are open, how I utilize them to get into these things. But what I'm wondering about is, how do I do it otherwise when somebody's not there to tell me? I'm not seeing an immediate way to access these things. I suppose I'll probably figure it out, but still.
I just go to the search engine and put in Gmail.
Oh, okay. And YouTube and shit. Okay. All right.
Right. Yeah. And then I pull it up and then sign in from there. And then once you sign in, and then you check the box to say keep me signed in.
Okay.
Then, you'll always have it.
Okay. There we are. So thank you. See, I couldn't have done that without you, and I'll think about that, when I'm more conscious about tomorrow. Let's take a look at how much time we have left. So it's about, we've covered 8.5 hours, so we've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got about 3.5 hours left. I'd best get started on the last part of the program. Let me drink a little bit first to get myself prepared. And you yourself, you were, Bill Lyons was in there pushing a conspiracy theory. I don't know if I would say pushing it, but he was bringing up a conspiracy theory about the people who follow the Black Sun say Putin is dead. I don't even know what he's talking about with the Black Sun other than its significance as a symbol. I don't know if there's an organization by that name or trying to co-opt that name, but obviously that's preposterous. But he's just bringing it up. It's amazing. Maria Grigorich, of course, contextualized it by saying that there's obviously way too many conspiracy theories, and they've been saying that since 2015 at least. It's just that people want Putin to be dead because, of course, he's so fucking boring at this point in history that we're tired of him. And so in terms of yourself, how was your job today? Tell us a little bit about what went on with work while I'm rehydrating here.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. I had 2 one-stoppers today. I had to load liquid nitrogen and go to the Bridgestone in Morrison. So and I delivered 7,200 gallons. So round trip, that was 138 miles. And so then I reloaded and then went up to Clarksville and went to Hancock Tire. So a lot of the tire companies are using a lot of nitrogen, and that was 126 miles round trip in the other direction. So I worked over 12 hours today, and I only went 260 something miles, but it wasn't that bad of a day. I had a good truck. The one thing about my job is some trucks are better than others. If you get a good truck, it actually makes the day better. So
I keep forgetting that you don't. You know the difference between yourself and that idiot I had to deal with, James Arthur Yanchik. Do you remember him? That guy with feet to the fire.
Feet to the fire, yes.
Yeah, he was a trucker and he owned his own truck. It's amazing to me that you're so much different from him in that you basically use the company's trucks, and he uses his own truck. So it's like it shows how different. Is he like, again? This is an example of white privilege or something, right? I mean, how is it that this guy owns his own truck, and how does that work when you own your own truck and you're like leasing yourself out? I mean, how does that work? Do you have any idea?
Oh yes, when you own your own truck, you ever seen those commercials about is the IRS after you because you know, we can don't deal with the IRS on your own. Let us deal with the IRS, and you know, your $20,000 of back taxes, the IRS may settle for like $7,000 or something like that. Well, when you own your own truck, you get like a percentage of the load of what the load pays, and so you pretty much get the full. And within that comes the allowance for the fuel. And so you have to really be on your taxes. Most owner-operators that I know pay their taxes every 3 months, and they know how to write stuff off. So you know you got your fuel, you got all your expenses and different things. And one thing Trump did was he took away some of our allowances for the truckers. So. So I think that hit some of the owner operators the most when it comes to taxes. But they'll pull in like $300,000 a year, but they'll only make like $125,000 a year because you gotta pay yourself, and then you gotta kind of treat your truck as an employee and pay your truck and just put money away in a whole separate account. And then you got to set up accounts with different wreckers, tire companies, Bridgestone or whatnot, so that when you have emergencies on the side of the road, you can get it. You can pay it with a PO number instead of having to have the cash in your pocket or you know, having to pay it, you know, have it all right there. But there's a lot of headaches in you know, being an owner operator. You really gotta be on your P's and Q's, and you gotta have a good tax man to help you write off everything you got coming to you. But it can be lucrative. So and then you got to pay your taxes. So you got whatever you make, you might as well split it up into thirds. Pay yourself, pay the truck, and then put away the rest for taxes. And every 3 months, settle your taxes so that you know, you just don't put it all in your pocket and buy a brand new Cadillac and all that stuff. And the next thing you know, you owe the IRS $20,000 and you don't have it, or you do have it, but it's everything you got. And you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah. So I'm not an owner operator. I talk to them a lot, though. I ask them a lot of questions because I've always said since I love my job, this is the last company that I'm working for somebody else. My next job is going to be working for myself, whether I become an owner operator or whether I start selling barbecue ribs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And my next move is going to be to do something for myself and you know, be my own boss. But the owner operators that under their P's and Q's and it's been doing it for years and able to make the money out of it, I respect them because they got a good. You have to have a real good business sense to own your own truck, because we got a couple of cryogenic companies that will put you on and have you own your own truck, like LGT, and then there's another one called Genox. But you can go to one of them companies. I could go to one of them companies right now, and right off the bat, they'll give me a truck that I have to lease from them, but I'll get paid like an owner operator. And so, because it'll be my truck, but it'll just have their name on the side, and I'll just be dedicated just pulling for them. But but they don't have the headache of owning the trucks. They can get the trucks, and you can get the trucks from their discount, and they got a lot of nice Peterbilts. With Peterbilts and Kenworths, if you're going to own your own truck, you might as well get something that's built for the long haul, something you can get 1 million miles out of.
Right.
Because these Freightliners and these Freightliners and these Internationals and stuff, they're only good for 500,000 miles, and then you got to get another one. So we will run our trucks for 500,000 miles, then we'll take them to auction and sell them dirt cheap. And beginner owner operators who need a day cab, they'll start off with these old raggedy 500,000 mile Internationals to start making their money, but their goal is to get the Peterbilt. So you get the Peterbilt, you can get a million miles out of that, and then it only takes a weekend to rebuild the motor. So whenever I talked to an owner operator that whenever his truck, and he's had the same Peterbilt since like 1983, one of the big long nose ones. But it's pretty, it's chromed out, and when he gets to 1 million miles, he calls his mechanic, and he goes to him and his mechanic take out the engine and rebuild it on the spot. So he'll come in on a Friday, and they'll rebuild that engine on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday it's got pretty much a brand new engine in it, everything rebuilt, and he's right back on the road, starting his next 1 million miles. And these trucks are very nice. They got video game systems in there, they put TVs, microwaves, you know what I'm saying? And some of them have like the toilet systems like the RVs, So these, you can make some good money being a trucker. And people ask me all the time, like, which trucking company pays the most? Where could I get? Well, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't recommend a company per se. There is one company, but I'll tell you the top 4. Anyone who's thinking about becoming a truck driver, I'll tell you the top 4 industries that can make you a lot of money. One is car haulers. If you're like around where there's car manufacturers, like I'm close to Bowling Green, Kentucky, where they make the Corvette, and I know a guy who pulls for Corvettes, pulls for them. I don't know if he owns his own truck, but he's for the last 20-something years he's been picking up them Corvettes. Now that one you're gonna have to do a lot of climbing, a lot of strapping down and stuff, and your cargo is very delicate. You can't get a scratch or nothing on them. But car haulers are good. Tankers with hazmat is good. So me, my favorite is cryogenics, so that's where I'm at. But any hazardous material tankers like oil, gasoline, diesel, that's going to be your top. The third would be oversized load. So you get some where you're pulling loads that are oversized. And you ever seen those trucks that's got the big giant oversized loads, and then they have an escort with them, and it's like usually they actually used to be Ford Escorts, but they they got a little car or a little pickup truck with the yellow flashing lights that ride on the beside of them. Those dudes are making bank. Those dudes are making money. So you got car haulers, you got hazmat tankers, you got oversized loads, and then the fourth would be UPS. If you can get into UPS Brown, then you're going to be making some money. The thing about UPS though is some of those truckers had the first 3 years of their career, had to work on the dock for, and they had different routes, different days, and if there was no route for them, they had to work on the dock and, stacking the boxes and putting the boxes on the truck, and then some days they would drive, and some days they'd work on the dock, and then eventually they'll get them on the road doing different routes, and as more guys retire, you can get yourself a dedicated route. And those guys that go to UPS, they're making $100,000 easy. You got to pull doubles and triples. So the trucking industry's gotten very competitive now. People are making some bank in the trucking industry. And if you don't mind being away from home, if you're in one of those, you go to one of those companies that have you out on the road for 3 weeks, and then you come home for 4 days or something, and then you go back out on the road. Those guys are easily making $100,000.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your bringing that up. I think that's an excellent outline of the situation. And so what I'll do now is I'll return to monologue, and I really appreciate your joining us instead of going straight to bed. I understand how tired you must be after these runs, but very appreciative of your checking in with us first. It certainly helps me that you're here to help me take a much needed break when Jameson was just going to drop off and go to sleep, which I find really, it's really frustrating. In terms of your coming in after work, it's usually just at the right time. So when you can, do check in. And so aside from that, you have a blessed night tonight. And if you're awake, go ahead and check in with us. And otherwise, if you go to sleep, then certainly, you'll hear the rest later. And we'll speak again on Sunday night at the latest. And so you have yourself, do say goodnight to everyone, of course, first, before you go.
All right, good night, everyone, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. So to give people an understanding of where I'm coming from on terms of my experience as a Asian Pacific Islander American, remember that I'm forever and always in a nation where I am viewed as the enemy. That there has been nothing that has changed since World War II. You have a history of exclusion in the United States, and that's why the death of the Republic and the birth of a true democracy has to be something that I myself must work towards. And that's the only way we are ever going to make the Federation culture that Gene Roddenberry dreamed of a reality. Now, in the past century and a half, the United States has enshrined discrimination against ethnic groups into laws and national policies. In the 1880s, yellow peril, the fear of an Asian invasion and resentment of the cheap labor coming from China that built your railroads, paved the way for the Chinese Exclusion Act, banning both new immigrants and existing residents from becoming U.S. citizens. At the turn of the century, a rise in Indian immigration sparked a dusky peril, a fear of what a Washington newspaper then described as Hindu hordes invading the state of Washington. And by 1917, after decades of pressure from anti-immigrant groups like 100% Americanism, the actual name of such a group, the Asiatic Barred Zone Act, put a halt to most Indian and Asian immigration. It wasn't until the Immigration Act of 1965, the year before I myself was fucking born, that those race-specific barriers were removed. By the way, I appreciate W2EF, what the fuck, saying good evening to all. Bizarre HD, George Knight says, some of Douglas's best presentations are on Feet to the Fire. Just the host, James Yanchik, was an idiot. Yes, thank you. Well, beyond that, it was far worse than that. If he were just an idiot, that would be fine. We could all forgive him for that. No, he was malevolent, and I've explained the background of that before.
literally having this relationship of control over an Aquino victim, his girlfriend, Lucinda. Now, during World War II, another perfect storm led to Japanese American internment. The editors at newspapers like the Los Angeles Times voiced their support for the policy, while war propaganda depicted Asians as crafty and cunning. In one Dr. Seuss cartoon, rows of Japanese Americans line up on the West Coast to collect a brick of TNT, waiting for the signal from home. That's what his tagline said. And on February 19th of 1942, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt ordered more than 127,000 Japanese Americans into internment camps. And in the 1980s, Asian communities in America started mobilizing to fight for our civil rights. The trigger was murder. In 1982, Chinese American Vincent Chin was beaten to death by two white men a few days before his wedding. The men held him responsible for the Japanese Empire's powerful automotive industry at a time when America was losing manufacturing jobs. And the guy's not even Japanese. He's just, to these white trash pieces of shit, all Asians look alike. And then after 9/11, Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, many of whom were South Asian, documented scores of revenge-motivated crimes in the U.S. Among the first killed were Sikh gas station owner Balbir Singh Sodhi in Arizona, and Vasudev Patel and Waqar Hassan, two South Asians in Texas. And not even a year ago, the deadly virus we are actively battling swept through our purported United States, which has never been united by any factor I've just articulated, affecting people of all backgrounds, but disproportionately decimating black, brown, and indigenous communities. When that latter fact reached mainstream media, I heard the narrative shift from viewing COVID-19 as our union's great equalizer to stories of armed extremists demanding freedom from oppressive stay-at-home mandates. Some protesting liberty or death, whilst standing maskless, of course. My take on the common denominator? Some of the anti-shutdown conglomerate stopped feeling as concerned that the bad and the deadly would happen to them because they weren't black, Latino, or Native. A few folks even went on to form a kidnapping plot against Michigan's governoress, Gretchen Whitmer, for her attempt to save their worthless white lives. But united we stand, right? Here we are, not even a month into 2021, and domestic terrorists, which included white nationalists, to the last, born and bred on our soil, have already stormed the Capitol building. They struck a Capitol police officer, who later died from his injuries, with a fire extinguisher. They welded Confederate flags and zip ties, vandalized offices, stole confidential documents, and interrupted the electoral vote count. And yet, after all of this, the president of our grand union tells these people that he loves them. A stark contrast from the message, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts," he had for protesters for Black Lives last summer. You see, our country's biggest failure is perpetually refusing to name, claim, and confront its white supremacy problem. Instead, it makes its division its convenient scapegoat, and unity from the time that they killed Martin Luther King till now, our go-to rallying cry. In reality, both racism and disunity are as American as apple pie. Our history is full of division that many Americans conveniently dismiss or romanticize as behind us. But the loyalists and colonialists the Confederates and Unionists, the enslavers and abolitionists, the segregationists and integrationists aren't really that different from the modern day have-a-lots and have-nots, the Blue Lives Matter proponents and the Black Lives Matter activists, the MAGA authoritarians, and the rest of us. For centuries, there has been division on issues of morality, but the palatable textbook versions of these conflicts seem to be preferred, along with the unity we pretend followed as soon as the good guys won. To think critically would force us to acknowledge that unity on certain issues is not attainable when hate is on the other end of negotiations. So no, I will not unify with those who explicitly believe that I am inferior and who want to cause me harm because they really hate themselves. That would be a repugnant act of self-betrayal on my part. And no, I don't want some politician's empty soundbite or tweet about how this isn't America. It is America. If you're surprised, it's because you've been under a rock. If we want to save our democracy, false unity can no longer be our principal priority. And for that reason, we must no longer cite the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in this regard. Instead, we must bask in division, if it means dismantling white supremacy's stronghold on our country, as we work towards a nation where genuine unity becomes possible after righting our wrongs. Until then, I'll take its division, if it means continuously pointing out the systemic inequalities that allow us people to starve and become homeless during a pandemic, while legislators squabble over $600 worth of chump change. I'll take its division if it leads to legislators passing tax laws that force billionaires to pay real taxes. I'll take division if it leads to policymakers acting on the need for free higher education, substantial student loan forgiveness, and free health care. I'll take its division if it means fighting against police brutality until breathing while black stops being a death sentence. I'll take division if it pushes the government to implement reasonable immigration policies that ensure human decency for asylum seekers. I'll take its division if it leads to common sense gun control and the end of school shootings. I'll take its division if it leads to a livable minimum wage, and in fact, I'll revel in it. In the meantime, I'll gladly bid phony unity its overdue farewell. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy demands truth before unity. This year's holiday honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., happening in the wake of a white mob sacking of the U.S. Capitol and an unprecedented second impeachment of President Donald John Trump, offers these United States a chance to recover and connect with the most powerful and resonant aspects of America's apostle of nonviolence. Martin Luther King Jr.'s political life roughly corresponds with the arc of civil rights movement's heroic period, between the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education Supreme Court decision mandating desegregation and the 1968 Fair Housing Act, the latter legislation passed just days before the King's assassination in April of that year. This era represents America's second Reconstruction, a post-World War II social movement for racial and economic justice. As that movement's leading political mobilizer and most celebrated figure, the King routinely faced off against racist opponents in government, business, church hierarchy, and all aspects of American society, many of whom would probably have stood proudly alongside those who stormed the Capitol. The roots of the white supremacist tree that has flourished in the age of Trump are deep, and the king combated these forces in his own time with a moral clarity that turned him into a radical political agitator who broke with his former political ally, the president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, on the issue of Vietnam, and a revolutionary human rights leader who vowed to help end militarism, racism, and materialism before it destroyed American society. Many Americans have rightfully expressed shock, horror, and anger at images of white supremacist rioters at the U.S. Capitol. But 12 weeks are gone by now, creating mayhem that left 6 dead, including 2 Capitol police officers, one by suicide, and the subsequent photographs of National Guard troops sleeping on the marble floors of the Capitol Rotunda to protect it from further insurrection as members of the House of Representatives debated and then impeached the U.S. President for the second time. Yet it is important, as we have left the King holiday in our wake, to face up to the uglier aspects now of our recent history, which we continue to ignore at our own national, political, and moral peril. King's political courage in speaking out against racism, poverty, violence, and American imperialism in foreign policy shows us a way forward. America needs the revolutionary king, now more than ever. While always maintaining his commitment to nonviolence, this king stalked the nation like a pillar of fire, an Old Testament prophet both recognized and shunned, as he does even today in a nation that has embraced him far more in death than it ever did in life. During his last revelatory year of political activism and organizing, the king demanded a maturity of Americans that we have yet to embrace. A mature nation, as suggested by the king himself, possessed the grace to look inward, identify and assess its mistakes, and move forward through an examination of a past filled with troubling injustices and glorious instances of progress rooted in social movements that expanded the boundaries of democracy. And this year calls us, once again, to seek renewal in what the king characterized as those great wells of democracy, not by ignoring our past mistakes, but embracing our messily complex history and all of its flaws. By doing so, we will never again be shocked, stunned, or surprised at assaults on democracy that are deeply rooted in a complete and total failure to recognize how America's past continues to shape its present, and to imagine that things can truly be different. The king preached his last Sunday sermon in Washington, D.C., against a growing backdrop of racial and civil unrest that bears a striking resemblance to our own. In the king's era, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, George Wallace, and Barry Goldwater all vied to achieve political power by galvanizing white voters fearful that gains for black Americans meant a loss of prestige, privilege, and power for whites. In his rise to power, President Trump turned racially based appeals directed at a long-simmering base of angry white voters into a political art, one that fueled a racially divisive moment that has threatened the very citadel, the citadel of American democracy. There is a striking parallel between 1968 and 2021. In both instances, the nation has found itself at a political crossroads defined by ongoing debate and struggle between building a beloved community or retaining a status quo grounded in racial injustice, economic inequality, and the marginalization of groups lacking in privilege and power. In 1968, America chose Nixon's law and order over Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream of multiracial democracy, choosing to build systems of punishment that disproportionately undermined black lives, rather than investing in reforms that would promote justice and equity. The attempted coup d'etat at the Capitol, in profoundly disturbing ways, represents the bitter fruits of a harvest of racial division whose immediate historic antecedents were visible after King's death. Yet, in postmodern America, the King's contemporary legacy abounds. On the 5th of January, in this 2021st year of our Lord, Reverend Raphael Warnock, who presides over the King's former pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, became as the first black person elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Georgia. The King's, Dr. King's call at the March on Washington for Georgia and the rest of the nation to look beyond the embarrassment of Stone Mountain's dedication to white supremacy and the Confederacy resonated clearly through Georgia in last year's presidential election and 2 Senate runoffs earlier this month. The Revolutionary King bluntly confronted the challenges to his dream of transforming this nation into a beloved community. During his brilliantly provocative Passion Sunday sermon at Washington's National Cathedral on March 31st of 1968, he was quoted as saying, "It is an unhappy truth that racism is a way of life for the vast majority of white Americans, spoken and unspoken, acknowledged and denied, subtle and sometimes not so subtle. The disease of racism permeates and poisons the body politic." This is the King many would rather conveniently forget, especially those conservative personated reactionaries who insist on using Martin Luther King's words in defense of white supremacy. The White Riot at the Capitol reminds us that King's warnings about racism's dangers to American democracy continue in our own time. This most recent assault on democracy has rightfully been compared to the rise of white supremacy during America's first Reconstruction, the fitful period following racial slavery and the Civil War, where efforts to guarantee black citizenship, dignity, and voting rights existed uneasily alongside racial terror, voter suppression, and Jim Crow laws that innovated racial segregation as a matter of local and state preferences, ungoverned by the Constitution. Yet, the insurrection of a week and a half agone by now, methinkest, or even longer, it feels, which included the striking image of a rioter holding a Confederate flag in the Capitol itself, echoes large aspects of the violent opposition that King faced in his own era. The rise of white citizens' councils comprised of leading Southern civic, clergy, and business leaders in the wake of court-ordered school desegregation sparked what came as to be known as massive resistance against black citizenship and dignity. Shall I say dignity without my Sinitic accent? Massive resistance became as a euphemism for white supremacy. And the White Citizens Council put an officious image on racist sentiments that found common ground with the Ku Klux Klan and other more clandestine racial terror groups. This generation of Americans has an opportunity to choose a different path. It is one that may very well be more difficult than we would like to imagine, since it is a road the nation has yet to embark upon. The greatest testament to Dr. King's legacy this year will be in the collective effort to reimagine an America that is mature enough to explain the events of the last year and this one, not as a mere pit stop on the road to democratic perfection or an aberration on an otherwise healthy body politic. The king himself would surely shy away from using his holiday as an example of American exceptionalism, and would instead push us toward the hard work of building, for the first time in our nation's history, a racially inclusive democracy that will ensure that this latest attack on the sacred citadel of American democracy will be the last. That, while Trump himself ended his presidency as he began it, scapegoating people of color, and Republicans are scared. Republicans are beyond scared. They're terrified. As Congress moved forward with the second impeachment of President Donald Trump, some Republican cult members of the House have quietly admitted that they were worried that voting to impeach the president could put them and their families in danger. It is a tragic and infuriating admission on the part of those who have enabled and emboldened this demagogue, especially when considered in contrast to the many members whose personal safety those same Republicans have jeopardized. The biggest lie of the Trump administration is that the greatest threat to these United States came as from outside rather than from within. From the beginning of his bid for president, Trump appealed to voters by claiming that outsiders, mainly immigrants, specifically people from Muslim-majority and shithole countries, were attempting to invade, steal, and change our country. That nebulous threat took as many shapes, including a tweet suggesting that the She Squad, comprised of Democratic representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, and Rashida Tlaib, should go back to their so-called countries. Never mind that 3 of the 4 congresswomen are American-born, and Omar is a Somalian refugee who has lived in these United States since she was a child. Because the congresswoman's supposed foreignness was never about country of origin, rather it was about the offense of woman of color deigning to challenge Trump on behalf of the very outsiders he used as scapegoats. The Go Back tweets came as on the heels of the 4 congresswomen's testimony before the House Oversight Committee, where they decried the cruelty of Trump's immigration policies and described the horrific conditions they observed at migrant detention facilities. The tweets were followed by a rally, during which Trump called the 4 hate-filled extremists and stood by as attendees chanted, "Send her back! Send her back!" in reference to Omar. Now, Trump is singing the same tune about outsiders, but with a slightly different hook, baselessly claiming that Democrats, buoyed by voters of color, stole our election in the hopes of hijacking America. Trump's mob of cultists, captured for the world to see as they climbed the big, beautiful walls of the Capitol, may have been motivated to riot and violence by false claims of voter fraud, and a stolen election. But this most recent lie is but culmination of all the other lies and fears this president has stoked over the past 4 years. Anyone who questioned whether Trump's lies have consequences now has undeniable proof. Members of the House were nearly assassinated, as Ocasio-Cortez so told her followers in a sobering delivery on Instagram Live, before describing a very close encounter where she thought she was going to die. Ocasio-Cortez withheld details, citing security concerns. But the danger is nothing new. Since she was elected, she has faced down threats ranging from a Coast Guard lieutenant and self-identified white nationalist who was arrested for stockpiling guns as part of a plot to kill herself and others, to a Louisiana police officer who declared on Facebook that the New York Congresswoman needs a round, as in a bullet, into her body and her brain. Her own colleague, Representative Ted Yoho, Republican from Florida, called her a fucking bitch, and when called to task, refused to apologize. Ocasio-Cortez says death threats are a normal part of her existence, as they are mine. And the New York Congresswoman is not alone in feeling targeted. As Ayanna Presley's staff took shelter during the January 6th attack on the Capitol, they discovered that every panic button in their office had been inexplicably torn out in conspired preparation for the abortive coup d'etat. As all eyes turned to the Senate, where Republican cult members bolstered the lies that inspired Trump's own mob, those who are afraid to do what they know is right can find some inspiration in the She Squad, those 4 representatives who have been facing down threats since they were elected. Faced with danger, last week the squad plodded forward. In the aftermath of the attack, they were among the first to demand accountability, each immediately voicing their support for impeachment. Newly elected representative and newly minted She Squad member Cori Bush of Missouri argued for the expulsion of Republican members of Congress who have incited this domestic terror attack through their attempts to overturn the election. As she denounced white supremacy on the House floor, her Republican colleagues booed, and Bush didn't flinch. It is possible to underestimate the She Squad's bravery, especially because it is so often misrepresented as self-serving bravado or a cheap self-branding exercise. And unlike members of the Russo collaborationist Republican insurgency, these women have not had a towering, once politically popular president to hide behind. But perhaps now, faced with threats to their own safety and security in response to doing the right thing, their detractors will understand just how hard it is to do what you believe is right, even when it puts a target on your back. In response to Republican members' fear, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, tweeted, "I get it, but some of us just spent the last 2 years taking stances that have led to repeated attempts on our lives for demanding guaranteed health care, immigrant justice, etc. Sorry if this lacks empathy, but it's a privilege if this is their first time. They can do one vote." Last week exposed the core lie of the Trump administration. The idea that the greatest threat to our democracy was coming from outside. rather than from within. Now we will see who is brave enough to disentangle themselves from that original lie and its newest iteration. Who, in the face of danger and threats, votes their conscience, and who cowers and absolves themselves of their sworn responsibilities. With Ocasio-Cortez tweeting, "If any GOP or Grand Ole Party need advice on how to deal with it, they can call me." Hopefully then she can just tell them to talk to the hand. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from Mr. Estenius' book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of years. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson being spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you see the young white blonde chick with the rack, a decent set of pins, behind the green t-shirt that says Ace Hardware. Once you know that you're in the right place, you can regale yourself with visions of Ben Estenius in his one-piece, his flight suit, so to speak, his jumpsuit, race car driving attire, while he takes his sprint car rolling over AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. And thereafter, you can see the highlight of the channel, aerodynamic footage from, aerial drone footage that was taken of Ben Estenius' Man of the Soil team, wherein the men in brown, imported from south of the border wall, comest in your yard to provide you with something to ultimately live with in a far more pleasant sense every time you look out your window onto the backyard or frontal side of your properties. Providing you, while they do the work that a white man can't because he'd die of heat stroke from the sun, basically the men in brown are providing you that yard you always wanted. Being able to work in the temperatures that would lay any white man flat. And providing yourself all the while the greatest show on dirt. Awesome. I mean, forget whatever you thought you knew about America. On his way out the door yesterday, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo took a shot at multiculturalism, asserting that it doesn't represent who America is, in an apparent last attempt to lock in the racist vote for any future electoral runs of his own. Alongside wokeism and other isms, celebrating cultural diversity distorts our glorious founding and what this country is all about, he tweeted. But United States diplomats who work at the State Department disagree, with CNN's various journalists actually taking notes of their responses to the man who had run their department to the ground. One diplomat saying, unconscionable. Another asking how this is supposed to make diplomats of color or those of non-Christian backgrounds feel. And career diplomat Conrad Tribble responding on Twitter that multiculturalism is one of our greatest strengths as a country. And I go to that well often as an American diplomat. It's hard to overstate the global soft power impact of America's cultural diversity. But, you know, irony is dead at Trump's State Department. So, that's why we had this statement issued yesterday, wherein Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's spokeswoman praised Ugandans for braving an environment of intimidation and fear to cast votes in national elections, with Morgan Ortagus adding, whilst bemoaning reports of electoral irregularities and violence, we are gravely concerned by harassment and continued threats to civil society. We urge all parties to reject violence and to use constitutional and legal means to address complaints. You know, for most of the last 80 years, that would have been a pretty standard statement consistent with America's self-appointed role as a guardian of democratic norms. But it's all awfully bold after the U.S. president himself tried to steal an election he clearly lost and then incited a mob's attack on Congress. American moral authority has been gutted. But credibility doesn't seem to be a priority for the Pompeo team boasting about renewed American swagger. President-elect Joe Biden's team is well aware of America's shredded reputation overseas and plans to convince the world that America is back as soon as he's sworn in. Well, was sworn in today. Notably, it was incoming National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan who reacted first to the detention of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, tweeting today that the Kremlin's attacks on Mr. Navalny are not just a violation of human rights, but an affront to the Russian people who want their voices heard. Pompeo chimed in on Twitter about 4 hours later. And if I remember correctly, what he said was, well, the one thing I can say is that restoring American clout is not like flipping a switch. Not a lot like it. Not like it at all. Many U.S. partners they're not even sure Trumpism is gone for good. Shortly after winning the leadership of United German Chancellor Angela Merkel's CDU party this weekend, Armin Laschet warned, "Trust is what keeps us going and what has been broken in America." By polarizing, sowing discord and distrust, and systematically lying, a president has destroyed stability and trust. In nations historically indebted to these United States for the preservation or restoration of their own freedoms, leaders used to cite Washington as a guiding light. Now the United States is a case study in how democracy can die. Less than 24 hours before the events were slated to begin, the Defense Department announced it had removed 12 National Guard troops from inauguration duty, 2 of them for links to right-wing anti-government groups. And after 4 years of supporting or silently enjoying President Trump, Senator Mitch McConnell, on his last day as Majority Leader and on Trump's last full day in power, blamed him for inciting the mob that carried out the deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Efforts to track down and arrest people who participated in the storming of the U.S. Capitol have continued since, along with the news that federal prosecutors had filed charges against an alleged organizer in the anti-government militia collective known as the Oath Keepers. Meanwhile, Trump gave a nearly 20-minute farewell speech in which he didn't mention Biden by name, but acknowledged that a new administration would take power at noon. And shirking tradition, Trump skipped the inauguration and instead headed to Florida this morning. This is what brings us back to executive clemency. President Donald Trump has pardoned former chief strategist Steve Bannon as part of a late flurry of clemency action benefiting nearly 150 people, including rap stars and former members of Congress. Now, President Trump handed out 144 pardons and sentence commutations in a chaotic flurry announced by the White House less than 12 hours before the end of his presidency, including one signed late this morning. The latest recipients include entertainers, politicians from both parties, and several well-connected Trump allies. The most notable is Stephen K. Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist. He and 3 others were charged in 2020 with defrauding donors who gave money to a private fundraising effort for construction of a United States-Mexico border wall. The FBI has also been investigating fraud claims regarding Steve Bannon's business venture with a Chinese businessman. Recently, Bannon has pushed false allegations that Joe Biden won the 2020 election through fraud. The list also includes many nonviolent drug and fraud offenders who were serving life sentences and whose clemency was championed by a particular criminal justice reform group. During Christmas week, Trump had announced a previous batch of pardons and commutations, including to some people who had pleaded guilty to lying to federal law enforcement about the Russia investigation. So the president goes out on a seamy and haphazard note, pardoning those who committed crimes on his behalf. Indeed, Trump's final act is one of extraordinary corruption. Donald Trump's presidency died today, as it lived, in a last-minute torrent of corruption. His final batch of pardons doled out mercy to a motley crew of personal and political allies, rap artists, well-connected ex-businessmen and financiers, and a few deserving recipients. Hours later, he signed an executive order to remove restrictions on his ex-aides serving as lobbyists in Washington. It was a remarkably self-serving end to a remarkably self-serving presidency. Long ago, in the distant mists of the 2016 election, Trump had fashioned himself as an anti-corruption crusader. He argued that his supposed wealth and purported outsider status would insulate him from the day-to-day grime of Washington politics. He vowed to drain the swamp. He condemned the Citizens United ruling. He failed against crooked Hillary. Then he transformed his business empire into a vehicle for access and influence, abused his power to sabotage his opponents, and obstructed justice for himself and all his friends. It was perhaps the greatest grift in American history. If you are a fan of white-collar criminals, Trump's final pardons were like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. The marquee recipient was Steve Bannon, the former White House chief strategist who urged Trump to take his steps toward a coup d'etat over the last few months. Why did Bannon need a pardon at all? Because he was arrested last August for his role in a scheme to defraud Trump's own supporters by soliciting private donations to build Trump's wall on the southern border. Trump did not bother trying to rationalize this decision. He didn't even pardon the other people indicted in the scheme. He reportedly just thought Bannon might be useful to him in the future, and so he goes free. Other pardon recipients include well-connected Republican lawmakers. Duke Cunningham kept a bribe menu. This bribe menu documented how much he would receive in exchange for official favors, starting with $140,000 and a yacht for a $16 million defense contract, with an additional $50,000 bribe required for every additional $1 million on the docket added to the contract to enrich whoever forged it, with an additional $50,000 bribe required for every additional $1 million on same contract. Rick Renzi extorted a mining company by threatening to block a federal land deal unless it brought land from one of Renzi's business associates to whom he was indebted. They join 3 other former revolutionary Republican Guard members of Congress who were convicted of federal corruption offenses only to be pardoned by Trump years later. Other wealthy and well-connected Republicans, people, receive pardons and commutations as well. Elliot Broidy, a former Republican National Committee financier, had his conviction for acting as an unregistered foreign agent wiped away. Salomon Melgen, a Democratic donor in Florida, convicted of healthcare fraud, who played a key role in the Bob Menendez corruption scandal, also received a pardon from the president. Trump handed out acts of clemency to some well-deserving recipients. including criminal justice reform advocates and a few first-time drug offenders. But the overarching theme of his acts of clemency was that the rich and powerful play by a different set of rules than the rest of us. Despite this, Trump's final batch also showed some restraint. He previously asserted that he had the absolute right to pardon himself for any federal crimes and reportedly considered it as the days and weeks ticked down towards his departure. But no such pardon appeared in the final list. Trump may have been deterred by warnings that it would hurt him in the upcoming Senate impeachment trial. Some advisors warned that it would increase the odds that the Biden Justice Department would file some sort of charges against him, if only to knock down the awful precedent that a presidential self-pardon would set. Trump also decided against preemptive pardons for top allies like Rudy Giuliani and various White House aides. Nor did he hand them out to his two oldest sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, who have led the family business for the past 4 years while it was under investigation by New York prosecutors. He did not give them to Republican lawmakers who sought them for their role in the Capitol Hill riot. And he declined to issue any mass amnesty to the Capitol Hill rioters who tried to stage a putsch on his behalf earlier this month. Multiple participants in those riots had publicly begged him for help, to no avail. They were just expendable pawns to Trump. Dust motes not even worthy of being on the chessboard. Other friends and associates also weren't so lucky. National Rifle Association leader Wayne LaPierre, who was under investigation for federal tax crimes, did not receive one. Nor did Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is under investigation by the FBI for abusing his office on a donor's behalf. Paxton tried to get the Supreme Court to throw out the election results. He was also the only Attorney General in the nation not to join a statement condemning the Capitol Hill riot. Sheldon Silver, the former Speaker of the New York State Assembly, did not receive an anticipated pardon for his own part in a state corruption scandal. Nor did WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who played a key role in Russian electoral interference 4 years ago and has been indicted on other federal charges since then. Trump is hardly the only president to hand out dubious pardons in his final days in office. Bill Clinton's list of last-minute pardons in 2001 even drew a Justice Department investigation. But no other president could ever match Trump's sheer cynicism when it comes to one of the president's most sweeping powers. He used pardons as rewards for loyal supplicants and as gifts to co-conspirators. He gave one to Paul Manafort after praising him for not cooperating with Special Counsel Robert Mueller's office in the Russia investigation, and to Roger Stone for lying on his behalf to Congress about the same matters. Even by Trump standards, it was shameless. What did Trump's cult supporters get from all this? 400,000 Americans have already died from a coronavirus pandemic that Trump completely failed to confront. And the economy is worse now for many Americans than it was 4 years ago. Only 47 miles of the 2,000-mile border wall was ever built by the time Trump left office. Biden is ordering a freeze to further construction on his first day, America's reputation around the world has never been lower and may never recover. The Affordable Care Act remains the law of the land. One of Trump's Supreme Court nominees helped expand the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to protect gay and transgender Americans. Even owning the libs turned out to be fleeting. Thanks to Trump's failures, those libs now control the White House and both chambers of Congress. Thanks, suckers. For Trump, the hard reality doesn't matter. He largely dwelled during his presidency in a fantasia built by conservative, personated, reactionary mass media outlets and his own magical thinking process. His last official act as president was perhaps his most fitting. A pardon for Al Pyro, who was convicted of conspiracy and tax fraud in 2009. Pyro is not a victim of prosecutorial misconduct, a miscarriage of justice, or a symbol of deeper flaws in the American criminal justice system. But he was once married to Fox News personality Jeanine Pirro, who said nice things about Trump on TV for 4 years. That's all that ever mattered to him. And most presidents don't pardon mass murderers. Trump did, and would have done so again had he retained his office. On Thursday, as dated the 24th of Yestermensis, the month of December, yesteryear, the 2020th year in our Lord, an analysis was writ by the FBI team leader Thomas O'Connor, entitled How I Know the Blackwater Defendants Did Not Deserve a Trump Pardon, or a pardon as issued from Donald Trump. Checking the time now, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got about 2 hours left on air. But let me read this investigation to you, to give you an idea of whom Trump pardoned, the company his pardons are in. The President of the United States has the power to grant a pardon to anyone he believes deservest one. This is an incredible power when used for good. There are cases where the U.S. justice system gets it wrong, and cases where the defendants had served their time and were now doing good things. However, none of those fact patterns are present in President Donald Trump's pardon of 4 Blackwater security guards serving time for their involvement in the mass murder of 17 Iraqis in Baghdad on the 16th of September in 2007. Now, again, this is writ by an FBI specialist. It's the FBI team leader, Thomas O'Connor, who investigated these killers. Until you hear otherwise, I'm reading his writ, in which Thomas O'Connor says, I know that these men were undeserving of pardons because I was a member of the FBI evidence response team that traveled to Iraq and investigated the site of these killings. I am not a writer, an academic, or one who has frequently spoken out publicly on political issues. I am a 35-year law enforcement professional. I retired on September 11th, 2019 after 23 years as FBI Special Agent. I was a team leader on the FBI's Washington Field Office, Evidence Response Team for more than 20 years. I have investigated many violent crimes and acts of terrorism around the world, including the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, In 1998, war crimes in Kosovo. In 1999, the bombing of the USS Cole. In 2000, and the attack at the Pentagon on September 11th, 2001. The most important rule for me during these deployments to major crime scenes: don't look at the crime and fit the forensic evidence to match a perceived narrative. Instead, look at the forensic evidence that will show us the story of the event. By letting the evidence lead the direction of the investigation, the FBI evidence response teams and the FBI laboratory have an important role of speaking for the victims who cannot tell their own story. On September 16, 2007, Baghdad, Iraq was a dangerous place. No one will dispute that fact. On that day, a bombing took place a few miles from a busy traffic circle called Al-Nizur Square, which is used by Iraqis to assess major roadways across Baghdad. A security detail from the private government contractor Blackwater was protecting a U.S. official attending a meeting at a government building when the bomb was detonated. When bad things happen, it is the security team's job to get the protectee off the X and away from danger. Provide myself a second here. In this case, the security detail called the command center in the U.S. Green Zone and advised that they were leaving with the U.S. official. Getting him off the X marks the spot, so to speak. Now, at a place called Man Camp. Ooh, that says it all. Blackwater Team Raven 23 sounded the alarm that they might be needed to assist the exfiltration of the protectee from the scene and back into the U.S. Green Zone. The team leader of Raven 23 called the command center and requested permission to leave the protected U.S. Green Zone and go as to assist the incoming Blackwater team. This request was denied. The team leader then chose to violate the orders and left the U.S. Green Zone anyway. The 4 Blackwater armored trucks were captured on video leaving the Green Zone. They drove out to Nizor Square, turned left and entered the traffic circle, blocking the northbound traffic, the southbound traffic, and the traffic entering the circle from the west. 2 Iraqi traffic officers stopped the traffic going toward the 4 armored vehicles. One of the first cars in that stopped traffic was a white Kia occupied by a woman and her son. The woman was a local doctoress, and the son, who was driving the car, was going to medical school to follow in his mother's footsteps. What happened next began the Nizor Square shootings. A sniper on the Raven 23 team placed his rifle out a porthole of the Bearcat armored vehicle and fired at the driver of the white Kia. The man was struck and killed by the bullet. The car began to roll forward slowly, bumping into a red vehicle. The 2 Iraqi traffic officers physically tried to stop the movement of the car. The defendants said they feared the white Kia was a car bomb as it moved ahead. The car rolled forward after the sniper, a security guard, shot the driver and his foot came off the brake. This is why the sniper was charged with and convicted of first-degree murder. At that point, gunfire erupted from a small number of the Raven 23 Blackwater operators. The gunfire was directed into the white Kia, killing the woman seated in the front passenger seat. These rounds were from a rifle and a large turret gun. A grenade was fired from the turret gunner's rifle-mounted launcher. The grenade skipped off the ground under the driver's door, exploding and causing the gas line to rupture and set the car ablaze. How do I know this? During the forensic evidence recovery later conducted by the FBI team, the bumper of the white Kia was removed and paint transfer was matched to the red vehicle, which was also processed. The blast fragment under the door showed a pattern, which was determined by FBI explosives experts to be from an M203 grenade. In examining the white Kia, I was able to count 38 bullet entry points, and that does not account for the numerous rounds that entered through the windshield that no longer existed. We recovered a black steel-tipped rifle round from the steering wheel of the white Kia. This type of ammunition is against the rules of engagement in a United States-sanctioned war zone and in violation of United States military and private corporate Blackwater regulations. A few cars back in the traffic was a blue Suzuki Trooper, and inside were two families. The driver was Mohammed, and his 9-year-old son Ali sat in the rear seat behind his father. In the front passenger seat was Mohammed's sister. Ali's two young female cousins sat next to him in the back seat. Gunfire erupted, and everyone in the car laid down in his or her seats as bullets hit the front of the trooper. At a break in the gunfire, likely during reloading, one of the little girls in the back seat yelled that Ali has no hair. When the shooting stopped and the Blackwater team began to move, Mohammed exited the driver door and opened a rear passenger door. Ali, who had been slumped against the door, fell into her father's arms. Ali had been struck with a Blackwater round which entered the rear driver's side door and hit the boy in the head. As his father reached for his 9-year-old son, Ali's brains fell out into the seat and onto his father's feet. How do I know this? I spoke with Mohammed while I was procuring his car from him for forensic evaluation. When a grieving father tells you the story of his son being shot, you don't forget. Mohammed asked me one thing: bring justice for his son. Tell the story. I responded to him with, Inshallah. Inshallah means God willing. While witnesses are not always 100% accurate, the bullet holes in the rear driver's door which entered into the seat where Ali sat do not lie. What was indisputable is the brain matter, which we had to clear to complete the trajectory analysis and recovery of fragmented rounds. A white Volkswagen Caddy used to transport ice was also stopped in that traffic. 2 men sat in the driver's area of the truck. When the shooting began, numerous rounds entered the driver's compartment. The man in the driver's seat was struck by gunfire. He tried to crawl out the passenger's door to safety. A grenade then struck the driver's door, blowing a 10-inch by 10-inch hole in the outer metal of the door and sending fragmentation into the vehicle. A second explosion hit the roof over the driver's compartment. The blast also sent fragmentation raining into the truck. These 2 victims were not terrorists. They were businessmen trying to sell ice in a place where electricity frequently went out. 1 man was killed, the other injured. How do I know the grenade was the cause of that explosion? I processed this vehicle and took hundreds of photographs of the damage and the bloodstains left in the driver's compartment of the vehicle. FBI explosives experts analyzed the damage and confirmed the M203 grenade fragmentation pattern. While this shooting was taking place on the roadways of the traffic circle, a boy was seated on a bench on the other side of a wall at a nearby children's school next to a makeshift playground. A grenade fired from a Blackwater rifle came over the wall and landed next to the bench. The grenade exploded, injuring the boy. The fragmentation in the metal bench was documented photographically. I could go on with each of the 17 victims killed and 20 seriously injured in this incident. Same story, sitting in traffic, waiting to get somewhere, anywhere but Niesower Square. In each case, the vehicles were processed methodically and forensic evidence was recovered. The Blackwater Raven 23 defendants claimed that they had responded to gunfire aimed at them while stopping traffic in Niesower that day. I believed this to be the case before we deployed to Iraq for this crime scene investigation. I had worked with Blackwater operators on previous deployments to Iraq, and they were people doing a difficult job in a dangerous environment. That said, I would let the evidence lead the investigation and assist the agents in finding the truth. One of the first things we did once we were in Baghdad was to ask to see the Blackwater vehicles, which we had been told sustained firearms damage. This would be very important evidence of a reason for the shooting incident. I know that as a career law enforcement professional, if I had been involved in a shooting, I would do everything in my power to protect the evidence of bullet impacts coming toward me and show that I was defending myself. If you know the FBI evidence response team is on their way to review the vehicles in the shooting, lock them up, protect the evidence. It is not rocket science. What happened next gave me more than pause. The 4 armored vehicles involved in the Niesower Square shooting were silver in color when they were observed on tape leaving the U.S. Green Zone against orders. The vehicles in front of us at the man camp were now desert sand color. The reported impact points, we were told they were the impacts from bullet rounds, on the side of the vehicle were no longer there. In their place were traces of a sanding wheel, which had been used to sand off any potential marks. In the upgun turret of the Bearcat was a rifle cartridge. Only half of the cartridge was spray-painted desert brown. The vehicles were painted so quickly that they did not even clean up the debris. We had been told that the radiator of one of the Blackwater vehicles had been punctured from a bullet round coming in from the traffic at Niesower Square. During the review and documentation of the vehicle, we found that the damaged radiator had been repaired. We were also told that the front driver's tire of the vehicle had been punctured, likely from a bullet. We then found the tire had been replaced and the damaged tire discarded. Luckily, we located the discarded tire, which had been removed and placed in an adjacent room. We took both the radiator and the tire back to the FBI laboratory for expert forensic review. One of the top explosives examiners in the FBI X-rayed that tire. Inside the tire, he located a metal fragment. The fragment was not a bullet. It was a starlet. That's a piece of fragmentation made to cause damage from an M203 grenade fired by the Blackwater security guards themselves, which likely ricocheted off the white Kia and struck the tire. Now, when you paint a vehicle, you don't paint the undercarriage, right? Of course you don't. A review of the undercarriage near where the radiator was damaged showed a small impact point. A basic trajectory was taken from the impact point to the radiator damage. This showed it was possible for a bullet or fragment to travel from that impact point to the radiator. Photographs and measurements were taken of the impact point. It was later displayed in court proceedings and was clear evidence that the same class of item which caused the damage to the bench at the children's school caused the damage to the undercarriage of the Bearcat. Another example of ricochet evidence from the M203 grenade fired at the white Kia. The FBI team made 4 trips to Iraq to investigate this shooting. The agency spared no expense to gather as much evidence from the scene and the vehicles as possible. Countless interviews were conducted, and over 1,000 photographs were taken of the scene. The evidence was collected professionally, and the best examiners in the world did the analysis. All of this evidence was introduced into several United States court hearings. The prosecution team was fair, professional, and extremely competent. The defendants in this case had some of the most knowledgeable and professional defense teams possible. The judge was one of the most fair and objective jurists on the bench. A jury heard the evidence and found 4 Blackwater guards guilty of mass murder, manslaughter, and weapons charges. The system worked, and justice was brought to the deceased, the injured victims, and their families. The families of those killed and injured at Niceauer Square will now watch those responsible for this tragedy go free thanks to a pardon by the criminal President of the United States. This simply makes myself sad and angry. I spoke to Mohammed this morning. He told me he could no longer tell his family and the people of Baghdad that the system worked and justice was found for Ali. Mohammed asked me one more question. Could this pardon be changed? I told him no. I could not say, Inshallah. The purpose of my writing this piece is to introduce you to these victims. There is no forensic evidence of anyone ever shooting at the Blackwater team. How do I know? All the evidence told me that. There you have it. These are the men your president holds as heroes. People. These are cowards and murderous, white trash pieces of shit, who are considered the heroes for no other reason than the fact that they're white trash pieces of shit like their own president, who also, if you don't know it, is a white trash piece of shit. So all these mass murderous white trash pieces of shit back each other up in their mass murders of the innocent, in their killing of people far better than themselves. Like the Russian Empire, their only contribution to the world is the destruction of all others better than themselves. To myself, aside the aforecited, the Flynn pardon in particular is a despicable abuse of an awesome power. Trump pardoned former U.S. Army General Flynn, a traitor to the Russians, to save himself. The president's act of clemency was less about mercy than self-interest. Here's the first and most important thing to understand about the crime for which President Trump pardoned former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn not that long agone, but yestermenses, last month. Flynn did not lie to protect himself. He lied to protect Donald Trump. Therein lies the source of Trump's reciprocity. At the end of December 2016, Flynn had a series of conversations with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. A month later, on January 24th of 2017, Flynn was asked about these conversations by the FBI agent Peter Strzok. In the first set of conversations, Flynn urged Kislyak to oppose a United Nations Security Council resolution condemning Israeli settlement activity. The second set occurred a week later, while Flynn was on holiday in the Dominican Republic. There, Flynn sought to convince Kislyak to persuade the Russian government not to retaliate against the United States over a round of sanctions punishing Russia for intervening in the 2016 election to elect Donald Trump. From Flynn's own narrow personal point of view, there was no reason to lie about any of these conversations. Yes, he was pushing the limits a little bit, doing diplomacy before the new administration took office. A more elegant diplomat would have found a way to honor the rule that there's only one administration at a time, whilst also communicating what he wanted the Russians to know about the differing intentions of the incoming administration. But such limit pushing has surely happened often before in the history of American foreign policy. All Flynn had to say to avoid legal jeopardy was, "Yes, I spoke to Ambassador Kislyak. Possibly I was premature. My bad." So why did he not say that? Flynn did not himself attend the notorious Trump Tower meeting on the 9th of June in 2016, arranged on the promise that the Russian government would deliver dirt about Hillary Rodham Clinton. Flynn was not part of Roger Stone's conversations with Donald Trump, in which the Senate Intelligence Committee concluded Stone discussed a back channel to Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. Flynn was not even aware of Paul Manafort's standing or sharing of Trump campaign data with Konstantin Kilimnik. Flynn had dubious dealings of his own to cover up, yes. He had failed to register as an agent of the Turkish government, as he should have. But that omission, and Flynn's lies about it, only became an issue after Flynn was caught lying about the Kislyak conversations. In the end, Flynn was never charged for violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Maybe Flynn lied because he had a long, bad habit of lying. He admitted in court documents that he lied to the FBI about his Turkish work. When his security clearance was up for renewal in 2016, Flynn lied to investigators about his famous December 2015 trip to Moscow, claiming that it was paid for by U.S. businesses, when in fact it was paid for by the Russian state. But the lie about his conversation with Kislyak was a different kind. In all those previous lies, the truth would have been damaging to Flynn. When Flynn talked to Strzok in January of 2017, the truth would have been at worst embarrassing, a confession of clumsiness rather than culpable wrongdoing. So again, why lie? That's a question answered by another question. Why did Attorney General Jeff Sessions misrepresent his conversations with Kislyak when asked about them during his confirmation hearings in January of 2017? Like Flynn, Sessions was not involved with Trump's other contacts with Russia. Unlike Flynn, Sessions did not have a track record of lying. Quite the contrary. Sessions is a punctilious man, attentive to the law, and careful of his reputation. And yet, when asked by the Senate Judiciary Committee whether he had communicated with the Russian government, Sessions replied that he did not have communications with the Russians. Now, one potential answer I would propose is that Sessions and Flynn lied about their conversations with Kislyak precisely because they were not in the loop on Trump's other contacts with Russia. They knew that the swirling Trump-Russia scandal was lethally radioactive. They did not know exactly where the radioactivity was centered. They lied to protect the group secret, without themselves knowing what the group secret even was. They lied about their own contacts with the Russian ambassador because they intuited that there was some terrible truth about Russia that Donald Trump would want concealed. And because they did not know that truth, they lied extravagantly and excessively when a guiltier person might have lied more strategically and precisely. That's all old news now. But the old news has become urgently relevant again with Trump's pardon of Flynn on the afternoon of the Wednesday before Trump's final Thanksgiving as president. Flynn lied to protect Trump. He surely did not know what specifically he was protecting Trump against. But here's what Flynn did know. Trump wanted to undo the sanctions President Obama had imposed on Russia. That mission would be made easier if Russia did not escalate in response to the Obama sanctions. Flynn sensed that Trump's preferred Russia policy was based on motives that everybody around Trump recognized as dangerous, even if they could not quite define where the danger lay. So when asked by the FBI about the conversation, Flynn acted like a man aware of a terrible secret that must be concealed at all costs. Trump is now pardoning Flynn to reward him for that concealment, as Trump has already commuted Roger Stone's sentence to reward him for his lying. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, was much more thickly involved in Trump's dealings with Russia than Flynn, but he stopped lying. So, as of yet, so far as I know, there be no pardon for him. A big question mark hovers over the head of Paul Manafort, the man most deeply implicated of all. Manafort has kept his mouth firmly closed. His silence helped defeat Robert Mueller's investigation, limiting its effort to determine what precisely transpired between Trump and Russia. On trial and in prison, Manafort has not talked. Is his reward from Trump, well, was it ever forthcoming? And did it ever come at all? I haven't bothered to follow up. The president's pardon power has traditionally been thought to be absolute. Trump's pardons of provocateurs like former Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio, the Fox News Yellow House nigger, the talking head Dinesh D'Souza, and military personnel accused and proven guilty and even convicted, as I've articulated, of war crimes, stirs some furious criticism. But no one has ever denied the pardon's validity, in that the president has that power. But Trump's pardon of Flynn for lying to protect him, his commutation of the sentence of Roger Stone, and the even more outrageous pardons that camest on his last day in power, those raise different questions. Trump is offering clemency to people who each, in varying degrees, had and still have his fate in their hands. As he pardons them, he is presumably thinking not of justice unto others, but of safety for himself. And worse was pending till it became manifest and realized yesterday, and the day before, as Trump followed these self-protecting pardons with his incredibly considered, deeply considered attempt at a self-pardon. Ultimately, it would have been the Supreme Court, packed by Donald Trump himself, that would have ruled whether a self-pardon was even valid. And so far, Trump's packed courts have not proven sympathetic to Donald Trump. Enough legal scholars have argued that it would not have been valid, that Trump's attorneys would have worried that a self-pardon simply wouldn't have stuck. Well, it would have stuck in everybody's craw, but it wouldn't necessarily have stuck to the wall. But since Trump could buy silence with his pardons of others, he did not even need to pardon himself. The thing we do know for certain is that an administration that began amid charges of conspiracy is ending with efforts at obstruction. Trump's been playing the pardon long game his entire presidency. More than a year and a half ago, a special counsel, Robert Mueller, had caught on to what President Donald Trump would be doing or might be doing with his pardon power. In his final report, Mueller noted that at the height of the investigators' pressure for witnesses in the Russia investigation, Trump had said, "Why would I take it off the table?" The special counsel looked closely at whether Trump was obstructing justice by dangling pardons for his former advisors, Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Michael Flynn, then all targets of investigation. But those types of hints and progress wouldn't come to fruition until Trump's final weeks as president, long after Mueller's work ended and the advisors sided with loyalism to Trump over the FBI and other investigators' concerns of election security. Trump finally gave Flynn, Manafort, and Stone, plus George Papadopoulos and Alex van der Zwaan, two other difficult defendants from the Mueller investigation, full pardons, making clear that their reward had come, at least in some part, for lying to protect the president or to thwart his foes. These pardons also helped Trump make his case that the Mueller investigation should be discredited, even when its extensive findings about Russian interference, the Trump campaign's receptivity to such, and Trump's attempts to derail Mueller have all held up under scrutiny. Now, on that Wednesday of the week of Thanksgiving, midweek the week of Thanksgiving, in its clemency announcement for a man who hid millions of dollars from the U.S. government and instead spent the money on ostrich and python pelt outerwear and karaoke systems, the White House wrote, "Mr. Manafort has endured years of unfair treatment and is one of the most prominent victims of what has been revealed to be perhaps the greatest witch hunt in American history." And for Stone, who appeared to relish the limelight of his trial and booked an interview on Fox News Wednesday night, midweek of the Thanksgiving holidays. Pardoning him will help to right the injustices he faced at the hands of the Mueller investigation. Almost 2 years agone, when Mueller's investigation had ended, the special counsel's office was tripped up in its final report from saying clearly the implications of what Trump had done, partly because of Justice Department policy that the president couldn't be indicted, but also because of the timing of politics and an inability to read Trump's mind. Yet Mueller documented extensively how much Trump had made known to advisors not to flip on him or on the campaign. Trump's personal counsel, John Dowd, had passed a message to Manafort and his deputy and co-defendant Rick Gates, for instance, that they should sit tight and would be taken care of when Mueller's team pushed for plea deals and cooperation as conservatives gathered a legal defense fund so the two could refuse and go to trial, according to the Mueller report and witness interview memos obtained by both CNN and BuzzFeed. Gates flipped first and Manafort later after he was convicted by a jury on several financial fraud charges related to his years of lucrative political consulting in Ukraine. Manafort agreed to cooperate with Mueller, only to then lie to the grand jury and investigators, still blocking them from getting to the bottom of his ties to Russia in 2016. He served almost 2 years in prison before being released to home confinement because of the coronavirus. Gates received commendations from a federal judge and prosecutors for telling the truth about his crimes and Manafort's and the campaign's actions. He has not received a pardon that I know of. I haven't bothered to check with the latest flurry, the latest pardon storm. Now, Trump's tweets and public statements about this part of the Mueller probe were some of his most explicit. At a rally, cheering a judge who questioned Mueller's intentions, writing on Twitter, "Very unfair, and I feel very badly for his charged associates. He refused to make up stories in order to get a deal. Such respect for a brave man." That's what Trump tweeted following Manafort's conviction at trial, before the former campaign manager signed a plea deal in a related case admitting all his financial and lobbying crimes. Trump that week was reeling from the announcement that another former advisor, Michael Cohen, had become a federal cooperator and implicated the president in a campaign finance scheme. Cohen also has not received a pardon. Again, I have not checked the death blitz of pardons that came out of the Trump White House, but to that point at least, per my knowledge, in the middle of the Mueller investigation, the president was also applauding Stone publicly for having the guts not to cooperate. Stone never did, and Mueller could never nail down what Trump and Stone talked about during the campaign, or if Stone was successful in his attempts to weaponize leaks of Democratic emails for Trump. Another private attorney for Trump, Rudy Giuliani, said during the Mueller probe that Trump would still have the pardon power after Mueller ended his work. Trump might use it, so Giuliani said, if the president believed his convicted advisors had been treated unfairly. Yet, pardons weren't right then, in the middle of the presidency. It would have been a political third rail. Manafort's crimes had been sweeping. Banking and tax swindles, partly outside of politics and largely predating his work for Trump. Even a Trump supporter on his jury voted to convict him. Trump ally Senator Lindsey Graham 2 years agone called a pardon for Manafort a disaster for the president. And Stone's crimes, also proven to a jury beyond any reasonable doubt, had first affected a Republican-held House of Representatives circa 2017. Michael Marando, then a prosecutor in Trump's own Justice Department, argued at Stone's trial for his conviction, saying, "In our institutions of self-governance, courts of law are committee hearings where people under oath have to testify. Truth still matters." Now, Trump's initial grant to commute Stone's sentence this summer was, well, it was critiqued even by the typically reticent Mueller, a longtime Republican bureaucrat. The former special counsel wrote in a Washington Post opinion editorial following Stone's commutation, "Russian efforts to interfere in our political system and the essential question of whether those efforts involved the Trump campaign required investigation. When a subject lies to the investigators, it strikes at the core of the government's efforts to find the truth and hold wrongdoers accountable. Stone was prosecuted and convicted because he committed federal crimes. He remains a convicted felon, and rightly so." Yeah, where was this motherfucker when it came to his president? He was too chicken shit to say anything in the report. Following the announcement of Manafort and Stone pardons on Thanksgiving, in which Trump pardoned a turkey as well. Well, these two were the turkeys. He pardoned a bird as well as the real turkeys on the stand. The response was somewhat muted thereafter. One Republican senator, Ben Sasse, spracketh up, calling it rotten to the core in a statement, and good for he. Andrew Weissman, the chief prosecutor over Manafort's case, wrote in a tweet that midweek night during the Thanksgiving holidays, "The pardons from this president are what you would expect to get if you gave the pardon power to a mob boss." Which, of course, is exactly what had been done. So that, again, is a case of belaboring the obvious, which these people have a talent for. He also encouraged prosecutors to subpoena Manafort and Stone as witnesses for grand jury testimony about Trump. Aaron Jelinski, a leader on the trial team for Stone, who became a congressional whistleblower alleging improper political interference in the case by Justice Department leaders who wanted to appease Trump, declined to comment through his lawyer, whereas Mueller and his representatives didn't even respond to my request for comment. It's possible Trump's pardon could still be investigated, especially if investigators have reason to believe bribes were offered or accepted. One pardon bribery case is known to have been explored about the Trump era by prosecutors. Though no charges have resulted, no pardon was given, that I know of until maybe last night, and the court records describing investigators' steps didn't implicate Trump or his close advisors. Even if Trump's pardons this week completed an attempt at obstruction by the president, any possible consequences may become as past due with the end of the presidency. Justice Department leadership has already declined to prosecute the president for obstruction, and the Democratic-held House essentially put on ice Mueller-related impeachment proceedings in 2019. Plus, reviving those pursuits would raise thorny legal questions about executive power. In the end, especially if it's the last major statement on the subject, Trump's pardon long game and embrace of his bully pulpit worked. Stone, Manafort, Flynn, and others never fully divulged to the FBI or to the Mueller investigation their complete knowledge of the campaign's willingness to accept Russian interference in the 2016 election or about other contacts with Russia. They're still railing about the deep state of the U.S. government, while the presidential administration has repeatedly looked past reasons to be concerned about election interference, especially from Russia. It was Coffee Boy Papadopoulos, whose attorney made the clearest argument in real time about what Trump was doing, evident even in the first days of his presidency. At Papadopoulos' sentencing hearing in September of the year before yesteryear, Papadopoulos' own defense attorney, Thomas Breen, said that on January 20th, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, he told the world that this was fake news and a witch hunt. 7 days later, Papadopoulos is brought in for the interview. The President of the United States hindered this investigation more than George Papadopoulos ever could. My point is this: the guy he worked for, or who he wanted to see President of these United States, is telling everybody that the investigation these fellas talked to him about is fake. And that's the mindset going on in there when Papadopoulos lied to the FBI. So, Thanksgiving Holy Day week, following his pardon, Papadopoulos thanked Trump for his clemency and repeated his belief there was a Russia hoax. Now, let's see what time we've got remaining. It's about an hour and a half. Our man Jameson Reese has returned. I'm not quite sure that I'll take a break just yet. Looking in on chat. As I said, WTF said, good evening to all. The Senora Veronica Berrera says, prayers and hearts, God bless her. I love you, Vero. And Mr. George Knight also gives his hearts in return. So, all my best to the both of you. Now, I'm not quite sure if I have time enough left to cover freedom of speech tonight in light of everything else that we are going to be dealing with, are going to have to be dealing with. Might take a short break, taking advantage of our man Jameson being back, and then come back and cover what I feel would be necessary to cover in the now that Trump is gone and we have no longer got his presence to haunt us and basically torment us throughout the administrations. Let's take a look at around the internet, see if something new has developed. I'm glad I was able to confirm a number of things. So, Jameson, I was able to confirm that there was no mass pardon of rioters. I was able to confirm that much. And as for who the hell else he had pardoned, mostly just war criminals and fellow rapists and just
disheveled rappers.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, just the scum of the earth that he felt would somehow represent himself in one way or another, fragmented mirror images of himself. Aside from that, though, what I'm going to do is take a short break. I'll let you handle the stage. I thank you for coming back. Did your power nap work? You woke up refreshed?
I couldn't say refreshed, but I woke up.
And waking up, you couldn't go back to sleep. Okay, that's understood. Well, all right, I'll let you hold the stage for a few minutes. I'll be back, and then we'll take it from there. We'll see what mood I'm in after interacting with you for a little bit when I return. Let me get on a screensaver here. Gonna go mute, and it's all yours.
Okay, folks. This is actually a serious topic. This comes to me from Popular Mechanics. Scientists, seafloor mining is basically as bad as it sounds. The oceans are already at risk. Some scientists think mining them will only make a situation worse. Now, scientists at the University of Hawaii have released a new researched opinion about the unstudied consequences of deep-sea mining. The piece, which appears in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, goes into detail about the unintended consequences of sediment and chemicals released by the deep-sea mining process. While it seems obvious that digging mines in the ocean floor must have consequences, many of these mines are in international waters where there's little oversight and cloudy accountability. Scientists also haven't studied much of the ocean floor to begin with. That said, yes, we know more about what's going on in space than we know what's happening within our own seas. And that codified series of protection is at least in the works. The International Seabed Authority is the international organization created under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. Can they come up with better acronyms, seriously, to manage deep sea mining beyond national jurisdiction, is developing mineral exploitation regulations, the mining code. The researchers explain in their paper. The ISA's 2020 meetings were scheduled for this month, and some have been postponed while others were put online. Currently, 30 ISA exploration contracts cover over 1.5 million square kilometers. In accordance with the UNCLOS, the ISA is required to ensure the effective protection of the marine environment, including deep midwater ecosystems, from harmful effects arising from mining-related activities, the researchers say. The kind of damage the opinion piece calls out includes pollutants as well as factors with unknown outcomes. Deep-sea mining works by having vehicles on the ocean floor dig directly into the seabed, and this process releases silt, clay, and other sediments which are immediately carried away by the flow of water. On the surface, mines can collect most of their waste, dirt, rocks, and large piles. In the ocean, clay residue can linger for days, blocking sunlight, disorienting sea life, and having other effects we don't yet understand. Noise carries from underwater mining crafts that are breaking up rocks, like the worst downstairs neighbors in the ecosystem, and that's not used to more than a tiny amount of naturally occurring sound. And the vehicles also release metals and traditional toxins, which scientists say stays in the water for much longer than natural sediment. Clay obstructs life and confuses sea creatures, but eventually settles back on the sea floor. Heavy metals and toxins can stay suspended in the water and circulate for hundreds or thousands of miles as part of the naturally swirling currents that circle the globe. We need to increase our knowledge of metal leaching from ores and evaluate the best approaches to monitor the spatial and temporal extent of dissolved plumes, the scientists write. In addition, although some mid-water modeling efforts have begun, much more modeling and empirical study of dewatering plumes are needed to assess the spatial and temporal extent of the plumes resulting from different technologies and mining scenarios. The researchers emphasized that within the overall ecosystem, there are parts that are even more valuable and less understood. In this case, they're focusing on the midwater, neither floor nor surface, which is where most of the sediment will end up. Midwater circulates far and wide, even while the deeper and shallow water remains more stationary. Understanding the biodiversity and dynamics of midwater ecosystems and their value to ecosystem services is an imperative for scientific community, contractors, managers, and full suite of stakeholders, the scientists conclude. Now, the question is, what exactly are they mining down there? What the potential effects this might have on individuals is respiratory distress, auditory distress, reduced feeding, reduced visual communication, buoyancy issues, and toxicity. The populations can experience changes in community composition, immigration, mortality, decreased fitness, and reproduction. And the ecosystem services that might be impacted are fisheries. We might see a lot more seafood contamination, carbon transport, and I suppose this could definitely affect biodiversity. Now the problem is people are, I guess they're mostly mining for things like cobalt, things like that. I did leave a comment saying, do we really need to be digging any deeper for stuff? And, some people in defense of mining are like, well, we gotta have stuff, right? We gotta have stuff. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? Yeah, what you need is a fucking extinction of morons like yourself, who are just mindless consumers. This way, those who are more, kind to the environment can survive, and we could dispense with assholes like you, meaning we need more stuff in return.
Yeah.
Meaning less stuff in return.
Yeah, overall, right. And,
yeah.
So there we go. Thank you for sharing that. I deeply appreciate it. That was well done. What I'm going to do now is remind people of my urgent contribution GoFundMe campaign before I go back into monologue. I think what I'll do tonight is cover the freedom of speech aspects of what's been going on recently. And hopefully that'll take us to the end of the program, which will be soon enough. So bless you, dear Jameson, as always, coming in to save the day at the right moment. Very appreciative of how things worked out, and everyone handled my working with the my 3D graphics modeler earlier in the evening when it was so tense and we were getting started, and we were just conducting ourselves as best as we could. That's thank you for being there and sticking with it through tense moments like that. What was that?
I said no problem. I guess it didn't come through very clearly. I still had that I'm just waking up like a thing going on,
Oh yes, that's fine. So let me thank you. And so what I'll do now is remind everybody there's this wonderful little writ by Selena Khan, who I'm very worried about. I think she's okay. I'm sure she's fine, but she didn't even check with us. I spoke to her, of course. Oh God! Before I went to sleep for a short period of time, not nearly long enough. Before I woke up to deal with tonight. After all of that horror of the original computer purchase and everything else, yesterday was another day similar to the day that I spoke of before, where I walked as far as Jameson Reese did, having to go all across various parts of the compass in San Francisco, which is so congested, but it's all on a city of hills, and I had to make a purchase from my local corner store up the top of Russian Hill of the water that I drink at home, because I don't really trust the sink. It's not really a habitable environment, and the water out of the sink really smells of mildew, so I drink bottled water, but it's not plastic bottled. I drink only out of glass. So these glass bottles of water are ordered from Norway for me, and they're ordered in cases. And so I purchase about 36 of them at a time. And so I had to make 3 trips to get those cases of 12 bottles each home, up and down the hill, not to mention everything else I did that day with the computer and all the rest of that. It's just, again, it's remarkable. I should have thanked our man Brendan Zogit for his vitamin C again. I believe that prevented me from coming down with a cold, if not the coronavirus, with all of the contacts I was exposed to yesterday throughout doing so much of everything. So let me put that in Messenger right now and tell Brendan Zogit, your vitamin C saved my ass again, and your spherical C saved myself again. And Jameson Reese is saying, what company is it? I'm tired of plastic bottles. Yes, I infinitely prefer to drink from a glass myself. It is Voss. So let me get that for you and get you a link, and you can look them up. This is excellent. Voss water. So you know of them. Yes. So that's the company. Yeah, Voss Water, and it's a Norwegian base. Yeah, you like their water. Okay, there we are. Artesian water. Now, most of the time, it's not overly, how do you say it, carbonated. It's not, unlike some so-called sparkling water or artesian water, this is not carbonated to the point where it gives you gas pains. This is much smoother in going down. So there you have that, and it's a good thing that I've cultivated such a good relationship with my corner store. So in the interim, Our Lady Selena Khan has written this a long time ago, this little speech, that English is a second language for her, and this is so priceless. I enjoy reading it or paraphrasing it. She says, "Forever grateful that I am to everyone for their contributions, their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation/gratitude, but I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have." I always stop at this point to say the words, "God forbid." And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. Well, there's no denying that, of course. Now, however, many years of use, all my studio equipment are beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has time limitations in my case. My GoFundMe campaign, named Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of 2021. My late sister's birth month. Now, at this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment. Please contribute/donate between now and March of 2021. My blessings
unto all. So that was writ in this very poetic paraphraseology. In terms of a more down-to-earth explanation, the urgent contribution is the name of my GoFundMe campaign. It is subtitled Professional Studio Supplies. I am impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature. When you suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, it is the equivalent of having a limb blown off. That limb can never be replaced. But with conditioning and the right equipment, say the kind of bionics they provide, the prosthetics they provide in this day and age, people who are committed to rehabilitating themselves can perform better, even in sports, with some of these prosthetics than your average individual can with what they were gifted naturally. And that too can be done with post-traumatic stress disorder and the altered shape of the brain if one is well intended and devotes themselves to that purpose, towards that end, which I do with my psychologist. And it is always important to disambiguate post-traumatic stress disorder as a psychological injury different in nature from mental illness. Not to stigmatize mental illness, which I have worked at destigmatizing, but rather it is the difference, say, between someone who is ill, having contracted COVID-19, and someone who has had a limb blown off, which is obviously a far more mechanical injury, yet can lead to phenomena like phantom limb pain and phantom limb itch, the excessive itching of a limb that's not there. This is all the connection of the mind and its nervous system extending astrally to where the limb once existed. In terms of where I'm at, of course, I'm working with this extreme psychological injury, which is reflected in my lycanthropic 3D graphics modeler who needs to, obviously, I'm trying to encourage him to get help with his PTSD. Which he's very symptomatic of. There's something to imagine, in my case, well, you're familiar enough with me. A Dampfire, the quarter vampiroid individual who has PTSD. Well, imagine a full lycanthrope with PTSD and you realize some of the challenges we're dealing with in that. At any rate, because of all of this, I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled Program, WDP, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal by paying our monthly premiums based on net countable income. Thank you, Jameson Reese. He is very kind. I very much appreciate what you're saying, Jameson. He says, I oddly find you both more human than actual full-blooded humans. Well, thank you. And in a way, I think we are. Because we're so aware of what humanity we have, as opposed to humans who take their existence for granted and really don't appreciate what they have. Anyhow, the 250% WDP program enables myself to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. And I meet the 250% WDP requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. So to continue my work, by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional-grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. Well, this is the purpose of the GoFundMe. Obviously, I'm having problems with the new computers that we purchased that are beyond technical in nature. There's always going to be these kinds of issues, but nevertheless, I'm determined, of course, to prevail, and we all do the best that we can on Team Dietrich to deliver and we do. And you can see that by the earnestness and sincerity of the men I surround myself with. And of course, I've got to recoup myself in terms of feminine company, because that will add to our depth, which of course Our Lady Selina Khan is sad about, that we don't have more females at the moment in history, because we've taken such a business-like turn and have been dealing with so many challenges. Many females have been intimidated. It's a hard environment for females, like combat. And there's not that many females who would want to be in a combat situation. There's not that many females who would want to be in a situation like this, which is one of constant stress and assault of the psyche that comes with the territory of gang stalkers that have scared most females away. Such is the nature of the beast. But of course, we will prevail in the end at any rate, because of course the gang stalkers are, they're so fucking stupid and self-sabotaging. Well, you saw them all on Capitol Hill, and their storming of the Capitol. You see what they are, and you see how they fall down on their own face and then beg for mercy, begging for pardons from a man who exploited them as a simple, they're not even pawns to an individual like Donald Trump. They're simply dust bunnies. So, in what time we have remaining, taking a look at it now in our final hour, let me try and analyze what I can about the Capitol, about the crackdown on Trump's ability to express himself in wake of the Capitol siege. On analysis, the Facebook and Twitter crackdown around the Capitol siege is too little, too late. By the time social media companies took action against users and groups spurring on the siege of Capitol Hill, 12 weeks are gone by now, culminating in the suspension of a sitting U.S. President, Donald Trump's accounts, it was all too little, too late. For weeks, content on big technology platforms, Facebook Incorporated, Twitter Incorporated, and Alphabet Incorporated's YouTube, as well as upstart fringe social networks, all foretold the storming of the U.S. Capitol that happened midweek, the week before last, that led to 6 deaths in the most immediate sense. 5 deaths on site and a suicide off-site. In one Facebook post identified by online advocacy group Avaaz, good people, if ever there were, an illustration of Trump holding a machine gun in front of the White House is accompanied by the words, "Come and take it!" Another depicted Trump as Uncle Sam, with text paraphrasing the president, "I want you in Washington, D.C., January 6th. It's going to be wild!" All in the uppercase. By the way, Avaaz was showing what the extremists were planning with that meme. They weren't promoting it. Now, after the violence, right-wing social users on smaller platforms were retelling the story with videos from the siege to bigger, newer audiences, while the major sites showed users sharing false claims about the unrest and groups dedicated to "Stop the Steal." The slogan refers to pro-Trump followers' beliefs that the November 3rd election was fraudulent in favor of Democrat Joseph Biden, a claim that has been encouraged by Trump himself, sans evidence. Facebook said, "It removed content and accounts that violated our policies against inciting violence and dangerous organizations in the lead-up to January 6th, and was continuing to monitor and remove dangerous content." A Twitter spokeswoman said the company had taken enforcement action on thousands of accounts that were attempting to undermine the public conversation and cause real-world harm. And on Friday of the week before last, Twitter permanently suspended Trump's account and also suspended accounts belonging to vitriolic Trump fans, including Ron Watkins, who helped run little-regulated image board 8kun, 8kun, missing the T at the end for 8cunt, home of many recent posts calling for violence. YouTube said it removes content that violates its community guidelines. You know, like ISIS does it. You see, disinformation experts said that while big platforms allowed radical racists, violence enthusiasts, and conspiracy theorists to amass enormous audiences, leading influencers learned what they could get away with. And Alex Stamos, the former Facebook chief security officer who runs a Stanford program here in my own Greater Bay Area of San Francisco, exposing disinformation, said you end up with a very diluted form of the content on the large platform, and the more radical stuff is elsewhere, like ISIS does it. And he was referring to the Islamic State militants. Now, the main, our man Jameson says, what's with these guys? And 4S, 6, and 8, is that the millimeters of their wiener sizes? That's good. Thank you, Jameson. Now, the mainstream content, according to Stamos, who I consulted with, is difficult to claim is inappropriate because it says, come to a rally, bring this and bring that. Get Ready to Rumble is on 8kun and Parler, Parler, and operational stuff is on Telegram. Even after major purges of accounts and groups, it has been easy for the operators to reemerge with slight tweaks, such as swapping Q, as in cue ball, C-U-E, for the Q letter. And Daniel Jones, a former FBI analyst and Senate staffer who leads nonprofit research in the firm Advanced Democracy Incorporated, basically confirmed that on Wednesday of the week before last, a tweet that turned one of the earliest posts by the anonymous Q 3 years ago into the call to action, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, got 16,000 retweets. Before Facebook took down its page, late on Tuesday, the week following the Capitol siege, Red State Secession, that's an actual movement, had urged its nearly 8,000 followers to find the home addresses of officials who helped steal the election. It linked to a website that declared last week a second American Revolution that would start by their own order on January 6th, and urged supporters to follow its accounts on more permissive social media platforms, Gab, the home of my gang stalkers, and Parler, before we get deleted. That was their term. The group said by email that its Facebook page and blog promote the peaceful separation of blue states and red states, and that Facebook had overreacted when calling for secession is sedition. Now, far-right groups that appeared at the riot maintain vigorous online presence on digital platforms like Parler, Gab, MeWe, Zello, and Telegram, and in some cases discussed using overwhelming, crowds to enter the Capitol. Now, Jared Holt, a disinformation researcher at the Atlantic Council, confirmed that MeWe said it prohibits haters, lawbreakers, violence inciters, and that it has been taking action on violations around the protest, so it claims. The Gab CEO, Andrew Torba, said, none of the platforms you listed, Gab included, are useful for organization of any type. Now, Zello, Z-E-L-L-O, Telegram, and Parler, P-A-R-L-E-R, they didn't reply to any of my requests for comment. Now, in terms of the recruitment machine, the selfies snapped on the Senate floor and the live streams broadcast from inside the lawmakers' offices all served as marketing to recruit new followers and in some cases even earn money. Holt confirming that while extremists on the ground live streamed and bragged about the chaos they created minute to minute, far-right online communities aggregated their content and shared on their efforts. The Southern Poverty Law Center documented at least 5 accounts on blockchain-based video platform DLive, and no, I have nothing to do with DLive, D-L-I-V-E, that live-streamed the Wednesday before last's protest. At this point, how far gone are we on the calendar with that when I take a look at it? Wednesday the 6th till now, yeah, the Wednesday before last, essentially, since this is the Wednesday after that. Meaning the Wednesday after the Wednesday before last, as would be noted on the calendrical chronometry, the time stream. Basically, you've got a situation in which Southern Poverty Law Center was finding out that they could identify at least 5 accounts that were on this blockchain-based video platform DLive that was live streaming the storming of the Capitol, and that included 2 accounts belonging to people who participated in the white supremacist-led Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. So these movements are thriving and profiting from mass misery, terrorism, and despair. One of them, a provocateur named Tim Gionnet, who is known online as Baked Alaska, live-streamed from inside a Capitol office. He pulled in, at minimum, 222 United States dollars in tips from viewers via DLive during the afternoon, as confirmed by the Southern Poverty Law Center documentation in report. He promoted his content to followers on Instagram and Facebook until the company disabled his accounts the Wednesday thereafter. Now, on Thursday of last week, DLive said it had suspended 3 accounts, banned 2 others, and permanently removed over 100 broadcasts. And donations and paid subscriptions, it added, will be refunded. Now, Gionnet did not respond to my request for comment. Tech companies and other digital advocates typically resist regulation by saying they're standing up for freedom of speech, but they've been pushing a warped version of that idea. Trump's Twitter ban is a step forward toward ending the hijacking of the First Amendment. If there's one thing tech companies, provocateurs on the far right, and civil libertarians across the political spectrum all tend to say, it's that they stand up for freedom of speech. And this claim is always offered up, ironically enough, as a conversation stopper. How can you be against freedom of speech? But it's worth asking what these groups are actually after, because freedom of speech is not an end in itself. Freedom of speech is a cherished value primarily because it promotes democracy. Because government power is held by the people. The people must be able to freely exchange ideas sans restraint and without fear of reprisal. Yet many of the same people, including the late president, and I do hope that means his life soon enough as well, who say their freedom of expression is inhibited by censorship, attack or undermine the very foundations of democracy itself. And while Twitter and Facebook finally took the welcome, if completely insufficient steps of cutting off Donald Trump and his associates who have been exploiting their platforms to promote the violent overthrow of our freely elected government, this comes only after these and other tech companies have been implicated in the promotion of anti-democratic politics and genocide, as in the case of the Rohingya Muslims of Myanmar, around the fucking world. There is no doubt that much of what takes place on Twitter and Facebook is real, unfettered exchange about fundamental political issues. Such discussions are oftentimes not incredibly civil, and they don't need to be. But much of what is spread by social media, from disinformation to intimidation, strikes at the heart of democratic ideals. How can anyone argue that democracy's own core principles require us to let them tear it apart for as long as they want? The problem stems from the fact that in these United States, and to a lesser extent around the world, we have come to develop an absolutist perspective on free speech. The First Amendment begins, "Congress shall make no law," and that's often held to mean that the government may not touch anything that even looks like free speech. But that claim is completely untrue. Even in these United States, law touches speech in hundreds of ways. Exempli gratiae, speech used in furtherance of a criminal enterprise, such as murder or fraud, counts as primary evidence of the crime. There are penalties for libelous and slanderous speech. There are full prohibitions on noxious material like depictions of the exploitation of children. Yet technology companies, far-right agitators, and other groups continually present this issue as black and white because they are pedophiles who want child pornography to be free. They claim that either we protect speech absolutely, despite the fact that we do not do this, or we don't protect it at all. As a small group of scholars and activists are arguing with increasing force, this is a false choice, and it is manifestly possible to protect free speech and thus enhance the political and democratic values free speech is meant to promote while suppressing, or at least not actively encouraging, the efforts of those who want to turn democracies against themselves. And if we grasp that protections on speech really exist to enhance democratic participation, then it's easier to see through the claims that digital products such as Bitcoin or Apple's computer code count as speech. In other words, we'd see that a lot of cries for freedom of speech in the internet era are really just demands for freedom from regulations that would not be challenged in the offline world, like computer code on a pedestal. The problem of freedom of speech being exploited to undermine the democracy it is meant to promote has deep historical roots, but two unfortunate trends have made it especially acute. One trend is that the far right has, at least as far back as the rise of Bolshevism in Russia and communism in China, sold the view that the speech we hate is somehow the most valuable speech in democracies. And legal scholars and organizations like the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, have helped to advance that claim. One of the most famous First Amendment cases in the 20th century was the ACLU's defense of the proposed march by Nazis, neo-Nazis, Americans, on Skokie, Illinois in the 1970s. When Americans learned about this event, they learned that the ACLU was protecting a fundamental democratic value by defending Nazis, neo-Nazis, Americans. Yet, how can it be that democracy depends on tolerance for speech that is designed to generate hatred, not just of minorities, but of democracy itself? The idea that neo-Nazi speech must be tolerated to have a functioning democracy is provably false. Neo-Nazi speech has been outlawed in United Germany itself since its division in World War II, or thereafter, in terms of the cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities. It has obviously never ended. And yet today's Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, continues to score very high, much higher than these United States, in assessments of the world's democracies, even though all neo-Nazi speech is outlawed. Exempli gratiae. In the Democracy Index published by the Economist Intelligence Unit, the EIU, which weighs such factors as civil liberties and the health of political culture, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, rates as a full democracy, whereas the United States rates as a flawed democracy. Are we defending democracy by protecting the speech of Nazis, neo-Nazis, or are we, as legal scholars Richard Delgado and Jan Stefancic put it, simply defending Nazis? Stan Stefancic, who is Serbian in his background, I believe, they've proven that the neo-Nazis have hijacked free speech completely. The second unfortunate trend has to do with the blurring of lines between speech and actions taken by corporations. In its infamous 2010's Citizen United decision for Citizens United, which enabled PACs, political action committees, super PACs, to lobby on behalf of presidential candidates for corporations, the U.S. Supreme Court appeared to assert that spending money on political ads is the same thing as speaking. As in the Nazis in Skokie case, neo-Nazis, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, sided with the party, here corporate interests, that on its bald face be anti-democratic. But the issue runs even deeper than said case, because wave after wave of technological change has complicated the speech/action distinction. Exempli gratia, in the last decade or so, a doctrine has arisen called code is speech. It holds that because computer programs are made of code that looks something like human language, everything done with computer code deserves First Amendment protections. Never mind the fact that the whole point of computer programs is to do things, to take us to action. The Electronic Frontier Foundation and other digital advocates routinely suggest that code is speech is an obvious and well-established legal principle. Apple made this very claim in court filings in 2016 when it said it had a First Amendment right not to provide the FBI with a way of unlocking, under legal warrant, the iPhone of a suspect in the San Bernardino terror attack that so impacted my golden California. So far, many judges have rejected the code is speech doctrine on its face, precisely because computer programs, when they are run, perform actions. And yet, as absurd as the code is speech argument is, it is nevertheless a rock-bottom foundation for much commentary about and on social media. Commentary that more often than not conflates what most of us understand as speech with things as varied as the operation of Google's search engine, the deployment of facial recognition algorithms, the targeting of protesters with artificial intelligence, and the operation of drones. It's an attempt to accord actions with the protections granted to speech, in fact, with more protections than speech itself actually has. After all, the First Amendment allows the government to write laws affecting speech in a variety of ways depending on the kind of speech and regulation in question. One very rarely hears the complaint that the broadcasting standards issued by the Federal Communications Commission violate free speech, despite the fact that large categories of content that most of us would think of as speech in some sense, thinkest especially of otherwise legal adult pornographic material, are barred from appearing on the public airwaves, even when those public airwaves are licensed to private corporations. Issuing orders to commit crimes, or, as Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. wrote in a 1919 decision, falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a mass panic that causes a storm of people to basically kill each other in a desire to get out as a mob, does not receive First Amendment protection. The claim that speech has absolute protection from law is a species of the assault on governmental regulation that has characterized right-wing political activism for decades, that's taken us into a deep black hole. In addition to the code is speech doctrine, the absolutist approach to speech has made it impossible to regulate digital technology under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. Section 230 has recently become a target of both progressives and conservatives, in no small part owing to ambiguity about its meaning and effects. Some of that agitation especially from President Trump, has obscured the work of progressive activists, attorneys, and legal scholars who have been working for years to push back against the shield of legal immunity the law has gifted to digital platforms like Facebook and Twitter. The title of attorney, journalist, and cybersecurity professor Jeff Kosseff's excellent 2019 book, in terms of, well, the title is, he's an attorney, he's a journalist, he's a cybersecurity professor, Jeff Kosseff, who I consulted. His book, which was published the year before yesteryear by now, is entitled The 26 Words That Created the Internet. And it repeats a claim we always hear from the law's supporters, that social media companies could not exist without it. Those 26 words read, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. The law was intended to have two related effects, which in some ways are at cross purposes. One was to encourage platforms to moderate problematic content. Congress, well, according to Kosseff himself, Congress hoped to encourage the companies to feel free to adopt basic conduct codes and delete material that the companies believe is inappropriate. But it was also intended to allow technology companies to freely innovate and create open platforms for user content. Shielding internet companies from regulation and lawsuits would encourage investment and growth, they thought. One of the most fascinating aspects of Section 230 is the lack of agreement among even the well-informed about what it fucking means. Now, Kosseff writes that in appearing to endorse the claim that the law is necessary, YouTube, Facebook, Reddit, Wikipedia, Twitter, and eBay simply could not exist without Section 230. Yet in the same paragraph, Kosseff, his surname spelled K-O-S-S-E-F-F, he rightly notes that those companies operate in many countries that do not have any Section 230 protection or anything close to it, and do not come crashing to the fucking ground. In none of them does the internet even break, quote unquote. Even if Section 230 somehow created the internet nevertheless persists quite robustly where the law does not exist, which is everywhere else on Earth. Section 230 has become a glaring example of the negative consequences of absolutist views of free speech. Internet companies and their promoters and lobbyists have encouraged courts and companies to believe that they have and need to have legal impunity for the content on their sites. Because of this misunderstanding, any editorial intervention or moderation on their part is cast as censorship, despite the fact that as far as the First Amendment goes, it is only government curtailing of speech that qualifies as censorship. As soon as one starts to consider the actions of private companies to be censorship, the most ordinary activities associated with publishing, such as editing, can be disingenuously described as censorship. Section 230 has been abused in courts to shield companies from what seems like entirely reasonable legal consequences. One of the most egregious instances is a lawsuit known as Eric versus Grindr, in which the dating app Grindr repeatedly invoked Section 230 to shield itself from liability for providing a tool that enabled the outrageous harassment of one user, Matthew Herrick. Herrick, surname spelled Herrick, had met a partner over Grindr. After they broke up, Herrick's ex set up a fake profile for Herrick on Grindr and another app that sent a stream of hookups to Herrick's home, telling them that he wanted rough sex, and that if he appeared to refuse, this was part of the game and the partner should persist. In other words, directly provoking people to rape and assault this poor queer. Now, Herrick was resourceful enough to stave off physical harm. He called the police more than a dozen times. He also contacted Grindr and the other dating app company, demanding the fake profiles be removed. The smaller app company immediately did so. But despite the fact that his ex's behavior directly violated Grindr's terms of service, Grindr repeatedly refused to help. Herrick's lawyer, Kerry Goldberg, has fought a years-long uphill battle against the company, which has hidden behind the near-total immunity provided by Section 230, even though prior legal theories around product liability would seem to apply in this case. One of the most trenchant critics of the way digital technologies are distorting free speech is University of Miami law professoress Marianne Franks. In her 2019 book, entitled The Cult of the Constitution, subtitled Our Deadly Devotion to Guns and Free Speech, which of course is a book review that is the project of Derek Talley, who will be conducting his report on that this coming Sunday, perhaps. Franks shows how claims of censorship have been hurled against stalking laws, revenge porn statutes, anti-harassment training, diversity initiatives, blocking users on Twitter, criticism of sexism in video games, pointing out racism, closing comment sections, and oh, so much more. Rather than encouraging free speech, she has proven that these efforts have hobbled all attempts to build a truly diverse and robust online free speech culture, dominated instead by right-wing haters who want only white males to have total freedom of speech to promote the genocide of women and all people from all other races. Franks and her civil rights initiative also have led efforts to ban so-called revenge porn, the disclosure of sexually explicit images without the subject's consent. This non-consensual pornography, as she has proven, oftentimes plays a role in intimate partner violence, with abusers using the threat of disclosure to keep their partners from leaving or reporting their abuse to law enforcement. Almost every state now has a law criminalizing non-consensual pornography, but a federal law harmonizing the state standards has remained completely elusive. The chief opponents have been the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, and the self-nominated digital rights advocates of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So as Franks has written, the ACLU took the position that no criminal law prohibiting the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit images was permissible within the bounds of the First Amendment. The organization has also made the slippery slope claim, arguing that laws against revenge porn will be over-applied, even though Franks notes that in briefs opposing the law in Illinois, the ACLU was not able to point to a single actual case of so-called over-application of such laws in any other states. Even now, when the state laws against non-consensual porn have resulted in no documented impacts on freedom of speech at all, technology advocates still make the same phony, slippery slope arguments to oppose any potential federal law that would protect us all from child pornography, the exploitation of the innocent. In other words, an abstract commitment to free speech absolutism supports a penumbra of legal untouchability around digital technology, outweighing the actual, concrete, verifiable harms that revenge porn and child porn does to hundreds of thousands of real people. This stretch of the First Amendment is turning it into a black hole from which nothing, democracy, autonomy, or truth itself will ever be able to escape. And it's corporate power in disguise. We are supposed to think that the crisis of free speech in social media is about individuals being censored. Never mind that private companies by definition cannot censor. Never mind that the loudest complaints of censorship come as from either the companies themselves or from white supremacists unfailingly and invariably, and other members of the far right, the same people who insist that hoaxsters and provocateurs like Alex Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos and Jack Posobiec and QAnon promoters have something to say that the mainstream media is illicitly suppressing. That these are the same political forces that have always made common cause behind the metastasizing First Amendment should come as no surprise. The First Amendment is a cancer. All dispassionate analysis shows that the political right not only is not being suppressed at all, but is actively promoted and abetted, helped in numerous ways by social media. In fact, it's most accurate to say that technology platforms do not merely permit white supremacist material and other extremist content, but actively distribute it. And what can easily be lost in all this is that Twitter, Facebook, Google, and their supporters have not really been advocating for the freedom of individual speech that the doctrine was designed for, to help promote democracy. Rather, it be the very antithesis of that. It is corporate power that they have been seeking to uphold, even as the actions of right-wing trolls, actions that look like speech because they include words, drive marginalized people in droves away from these platforms, often much the worse for wear due to threats of every kind of violence, some of which come to fruition and result in the loss of life or limb. Last year, the invasive facial recognition company Clearview AI asserted a First Amendment right to distribute its surveillance technology and to collect pictures of hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of Americans it scraped from the web, from public and even, well, by all evidence, private forums. The spirit of code is speech lurks in that argument. What Clearview AI does has nothing to do with political speech, and yet the company finds it plausible to claim it has the right to violate everyone's privacy and sell a profoundly invasive product. In a bastardization of freedom of speech, it asserts the right to ensure a freedom to surveil at will, as law professors Neil Richards and Woodrow Hartzog put it in their analysis in the Globe, the Boston Globe. This expansion of speech rights into territory that has nothing to do with speech is particularly visible in the rhetoric surrounding Bitcoin, the digital currency birthed by far-right online agitators who call themselves crypto-anarchists, which, of course, Peter Moon and Jameson Reese traced at the beginning of this transmission to Satanists. Part of what makes Bitcoin distinct is its exploitation of so-called blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is said to be distributed and decentralized, which in this case means that anyone anywhere can run the software that checks the authenticity of transactions and mines Bitcoin in the process. That means the only way to stop it is to shut down every computer that could run it. That makes it very hard to control, and even legislation making it illegal would be difficult to put into practice. It's true that a software process that is difficult to stop is a new thing in the world, but does that justify the way Bitcoin promoters describe it as censorship resistance? In fact, the co-chair of a law firm serving the cryptocurrency industry, building explicitly on the code is speech position, has claimed that Bitcoin is speech. Yet blockchain technologies are not on their face anything like political speech at all. They simply produce ledger entries, transaction verifications, fucking tokens, like you would get in an old-style porn shop for the viewing machine. The idea that laws or regulations that stopped that technology would be censorship can gain traction only in a world that has lost track entirely of the nature of political speech itself and its role in democratic governance. Instead, it's hard not to pause over the fact that the crypto-anarchists who call blockchain censorship-resistant have only contempt and always outright hatred for democracies. So it's beyond odd for them to be gesturing at a core democratic value as if it should encourage others to support their invasive technology. Even today, more than half a century, 50 decades after his death, Marshall McLuhan is widely considered the visionary thinker who most clearly foresaw the Internet. McLuhan was an erratic and self-contradicting writer, a Canadian Roman Catholic, whose ideas like the global village and the medium is the message often sound far more visionary than careful reflection can support. Much less well known, but arguably far more important, is McLuhan's teacher, Harold Innis, the Canadian economic historian and media theorist whose learning was vaster and whose writing was far more precise than that of his pupil. In a 1951 meeting in Paris, Innis delivered a paper entitled The Concept of Monopoly in Civilization. In that wide-ranging paper, Innis worried that large newspapers determined what people thought across entire continents, creating what he called monopolies of knowledge. The paper was not published until 1995, by which time digital mass instantaneity was finally beginning to show the consequences that his contrarian thinking had predicted. In the name of freedom, a technological framework has been built that citizens, the responsible tax-paying citizens of democracies, have absolutely no power over. And the very power to shape that technology has somehow been declared censorship by people who mean to deprive democracy of all of its most important features, such as diversity, female empowerment, even the freedom of children from sexual exploitation. It's welcome that Donald Trump and his QAnon cultists, and even entire products like Parler and 4chan, have been deplatformed, even if only transitionally, since the Wednesday before last's insurrection in Washington, D.C. Twitter, Facebook, and others rightly hold Trump responsible for stoking the violence. But they're also responsible for it because they served as willing tools of anti-democratic propaganda. It is high time to ask hard questions about whether these products are in fact compatible with democratic governance at all. It is not clear that private companies should be in position to decide whether to ban elected national leaders from their platforms. That suggests not that the bans are wrong, but rather that the existence of the platforms themselves, at least in their current forms, is wrong. Reddit, which moved to a heavily moderated model in the wake of earlier scandals, suggests one form social media could take in the future, but there is no reason to think there can't be other forms thereof. It remains incumbent on all of us to make democratic values central online and put them ahead of any idea of technological progress or free speech pursued as an absolute and anti-democratic goal. This means focusing our activism and our legal system on strengthening democracy itself and its institutions, not handing more and more power to those who pretend to champion democracy while doing everything they can to undermine it. Technology can be useful toward those ends, but only when our uses of it are based on a clear understanding of our core values. I am the only person who has that understanding. Obviously, none of you do. And this is why the neo-Nazis and white supremacists have conquered your pathetic world. Your apathetic world. Only I have the insight to provide your Vulcan intervention. Because no one else has the ability to synthesize all of the facts of your narrative. You live without a narrative. I live within the framework of a narrative. And that's what makes everything so obvious to me that is completely invisible to you. You are information consumers who eat anything put before you. You eat shit until it poisons your very mind with its toxicity. The end result will be you will lose that republic. You will lose that democracy. You are, of course, going to lose your very lives. Because you allowed it to come to this. You didn't stand up and say, no more. We are, of course, going to cover more of this next Sunday night. We'll go into the other aspects of how shutting down these motherfuckers is the only way we can regain the true meaning of the First Amendment. And all of you had best prepare yourselves for that. These are men who try to shut down my ability to speak to you every goddamn transmission. These men do that because they know I will expose to you everything I've exposed just now. Someone has to do the thinking for Americans because Americans are incapable of thought. If Americans were capable of thought, it would never have come to this. Trump would never have been elected president. All of you are victims of an inability to critically think what in theology, the spiritual realm, is known as discernment. You are completely incapable of discernment. As the only person on this darkest of all continents, North America, surrounded by white savages in a land I never chose to be stranded in. I am the sole civilized man out of Asia determined to bring a touch of Oriental civilization to the benighted lands around me and the ignorant white savages that have taken this land and turned it into blood-soaked ground. A land that reeks of death and despair and hopelessness, in which I provide the light of alien Asian civilization. Alien to you. So alien, you mistake it for extraterrestrial. So, with that having been ascertained, understand that this is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline, facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel, The Maggot Channel, at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who serves as Team Drax, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com for word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And of course, it was of his own initiative. He downloaded into his personal hard drives much of what I published on YouTube, and thereby enabled us to restructure my legacy on the net after it was scrubbed therefrom no less than thrice, that's 3 times, and enabling me thereby to enact with yourself as a virtual personality. He therefore served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of the material world, and in that sense is my creator. Now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, the annihilation either of my legacy online or all life from the surface of the world, which be the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, the only man who has ever stood against them, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, which explains on the homepage of showsdd.com the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and having enlightened yourself in that regard, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically encourage others. Well, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ad Mazda Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the yellow donate button to access PayPal, in which case you must indicate myself as a friend or relation to prevent the homosexual predator, Mr. What the fuck is that guy's name again? Peter Thiel. Yes, the gay lover of Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, who is himself transsexual, someone who surgically converted himself from female, which he listed himself as on several federal documents for years. And therefore, of course, all the children between he and Ivanka are in vitro, he not being capable of producing them. His real lover, of course, being Peter Thiel, and that is the man who owns PayPal, the man who created it, and he takes his cut if you use that yellow donate button, unless you indicate myself as friend or relation. It's all the same category. It's all one category, friend and relation, Douglas Dietrich. We're all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all indeed part of the same electronic family by extension. If you find that distasteful, you can use the red donate button to use any other credit or debit card to make your contribution, sans needing to indicate myself as anything affiliated with thyself. However, you will need to use the yellow donate button once again, if not to take you to PayPal, to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, so that you can reward yourself by registering into the archives and thereafter logging in at your convenience to access all that is stored within DouglasDietrich.com. All sponsors being granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch Diana Sujin Lin Takabashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated, and I immediately after Mass Sanjuichi Sensemi,